it's just like on the internet. And Joe Rogan's like, if you could somehow monetize this would be a game changer because you wouldn't have to worry about advertisers anymore. Like you literally see the gears working. And very soon thereafter, Joe Rogan started the Joe Rogan Experience. And the only reason why he was able to do that is he had contracts with NBC from Fear Factor. I mean, he had made a lot of money. He is the most fortunate person and he says this, when it comes to Hollywood of any person ever. He has gone on two, uh, not interviews, but castings, and he got both of them. He got the one that they did like a baseball show that got canceled, and then he did news radio. And then since then, everybody's known who he was and everything. And he didn't have to, like, he did the UFC for the first like 6 times that they did it. He did it for free. He just did it because he loved the sport and knew it was going to be really big. It's really interesting to watch him in old interviews where people are like, like, don't you think that it's like like uh like immoral to have two guys beat up on each other? And he's like, this is what boxing is. It's just the fact that you can go to the ground. I mean, it's like exactly the same thing, but it's just way more exciting, and it's in a cage and everything. And anyway, so you could see on Tom Green, like where Joe Rogan says Tom Green, Tom Green and the Podfather, this guy who used to be an MTV VJ, who had like the first real podcast. They were like his inspirations, and then he and Red Band started doing like behind the scenes footage at the Comedy Store. That eventually then they started live streaming it, which is what I did too. I have all this footage of myself at the Comedy Store, but also just all over California, just like basically from GoPros. And then eventually I started live streaming it. So Joe basically starts his podcast. It gets to be really big, and revolutionizes comedy. But the people are like basically very critical of what he's done to Conroe. So they're Kill Tony, which is like kind of a Joe Rogan brand, because you have to have like 1 minute of and be really funny, and if you don't succeed, so that changes some things. In fact, Bill Burr has spoken out about that. He's been on Kill Tony one time, and he was like, "This isn't fair. Like, you're not giving people a chance to really, be funny and tell stories and stuff. They have to be funny within 1 minute. That's not enough time." Which there's that argument, and Joe Rogan has put like a lot of people out there who aren't funny, and but yet he's kind of shoved them down people's throats. And so there's this one thing that happened. There's this female comedian. Her name is Annie Letterman, and she has this story where so Brendan Schaub, that guy I always talk about, she and he were at the Comedy Store, and Brendan asked her if he would walk her to his truck, and she's like, what? Like basically in a later story, she's like, why? So I could blow you? Like, I don't want to hang out with you. You're married, and you have kids. This girl from Bobby, this podcast. It's called, like, who I'm talking. Yeah, who I'm talking about. Okay, and so they talk about. They don't name Brendan Schaub's name, but they say that there's just this unfunny comic who wanted Annie to walk her to his truck, and Kalaya says, yeah, like this guy texted her like a few years before on New Year's, and it's just like scumbag. It's scumbag behavior, and Brendan Schaub comes out and is like, I didn't do that. And they're like, we didn't name you, but now you're just basically like waving the flag at yourself. Anyway, this Annie Letterman went around and I think basically said like basically called out Brendan Schaub. And Annie Letterman used to be on the Joe Rogan Experience. Like at least she's been on before, but now she's like not invited to the Comedy Mothership, and they're critical of Joe Rogan. Like basically, like you have to side with him, or else you get cut off. And then like she's gonna have a fine career. She'll be fine. She's good looking and funny and stuff like that. But at least like the Elephant Graveyard documentary, but he's made two of them. He made like an hour long one, and then most recently he did another one. The first one's called Comedy Czar, and the second one is called Comedy Armageddon or something like that. And basically, it just goes into the fact that like if you don't go with Joe, he will cut you off. And I don't think he's like that much, but that's how they make it out to be. Okay, so Brendan Schaub, who is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, goes on. He was just on his podcast and with Brian Callen, the fighter and the kid, and they had somebody call in, and this guy called in and he was like, "Should I get a haircut or should I shave my head? What do you guys think?" That was like the question that the caller posed, and they were like, Brendan Shaw's like, I know a lot of guys who shave their head and slang dick, like Dana White, Joe Rogan. That's about it. He didn't say Jeff Bezos at that time. But basically, then this raised this huge alarm. Like, whoa, Joe Rogan is married. What do you mean he's slanging dick? And I get how Brendan Schaub said this. Like, I'd say it all the time. Slanging dick like it's going out of style. Like it's just like a saying. Like you're killing it. Like you're doing really well. But it made it sound like Joe Rogan was cheating on his wife. And so Brendan Schaub had to come out and be like, no, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant it like he was doing really well. Dana, like, and Jeff Bezos too. I was just saying that like you can have a bald head and still do really well. I did not mean it like he was cheating on his wife. So it caused all this uproar. And then for a while, Joe Rogan kind of kept a little bit of distance. As I've said previously, I say it all the time. Brendan Schaub is the number one person ever on the Joe Rogan Experience. He's the number one guest, but he hadn't been on in like a year until this past weekend. He was on. So he was on for. Have you ever seen these fight companions they do?
On Joe Rogan?
On Joe Rogan, yeah. So what Joe Rogan does is, if there's a fight that he's not doing the interviews. He doesn't do them all. He doesn't do them if they're like in other countries or if they're not like a big UFC event. What he'll do is he'll have his friends over, like Brian Callen, and they have this other like UFC guy, and then Brendan Schaub, and they will watch them, and then they have a little clock in the corner so that you can kind of sync it up, so that you're like watching it with them. It's a cool thing, and so Brendan Schaub was on there this past weekend. So it was the first time in like more than a year that he'd been on, but now he's on, or maybe I don't know if it's been more than a year, but something like that. Anyway, long story short, very long story short, this documentary went into all of this and all the things. Like basically, if you aren't on Joe Rogan's side in comedy nowadays, then you're like an outsider. You have to be part of this boys club. It's called the Rogan Sphere for a reason, and in reality, Joe Rogan isn't the head of it. It's really like Shane Gillis, who is like the hottest comedian in comedy right now, and so Joe Rogan does everything he can to like be in good graces of Shane Gillis, because Shane Gillis would just be like, "Fuck it, I'm big enough now that I can do whatever I want, and I have a big enough podcast that I can do whatever I want, and I don't really need fucking Austin, Texas. I have New York City and Philadelphia and LA and stuff." And uh, Bill Burr Bill Burr is kind of, a lot of people would say Bill Burr's part of the Rogan sphere, but there's an argument that he's not, because he and Joe Rogan got into it over like medical issues, and I don't think he's been on since, and I don't know if that's Joe's not having Bill on, or Bill just didn't have anything to promote, or whatever. Um, there's the argument that was recently made about Joe Rogan and somebody. Oh, Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura. They did. They used to have this. I think they still do. A podcast called Two Bears, One Cave, and it's just like the worst podcast in the world. It's literally two really rich dudes talking about how much money they have, and then shilling their tequila to everybody, or osos or something like that. And that's all they do. I mean, it's like they've lost connection with anybody. And if you really look into the backgrounds of these uh, podcasters or these comedians, a lot of them come from a lot of money, and you have to, because you're not working. It's like you need somebody to support you. Like Bert Kreischer's dad is a lawyer for the Church of Scientology in like Clearwater, Florida, and um, Tom Segura's dad was um, a vice president at Merrill Lynch, and Brian Callen's dad was an international banker, and Whitney Cummings' dad was or her mom was like a, a regional director or something for Neiman Marcus. It's like these people, like when you start to look into their backgrounds a little bit, it's like, oh, no wonder they're able to just sit around and talk into a microphone all day, because they don't have to work a real job. Like very few of them have a Joey Diaz kind of story where they didn't have anything and they had to basically beg, borrow, and steal and all that other shit. So like the idea is this: like when you get into that world, that comedy world, where you to be in Joe Rogan's good graces, you uh, basically have to. Well, he's starting to make
I
it.
think
Go
here.
ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, finish your point.
You basically have to get connected with him in order to get into comedy nowadays. And the way that he has built the system is you start as a door person at the comedy mothership, like a lot of people did at the comedy store, and then you work your way up, like Casey Rocket did, and Cam Patterson. And now Cam Patterson's going to be on Saturday Night Live.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
You don't know who Cam Patterson is?
Good for them.
Oh, Cam Patterson.
Let me look up their face and see if they.
He's like the biggest thing in comedy nowadays, up and coming.
Cam with a K?
Yeah.
That was black kid?
Yeah. So he basically came from like a poor background in Orlando, Florida. He was a stand-up comedian for 2 years.
Was this guy on Kill Tony?
Yeah. And then somebody told there's another friend that he had, another guy named Cam, who told the people at Kill Tony, look, my friend Cam Patterson is going to be in town. You want to get this guy on. He's really, really funny. He's been doing this for 2 years. Tony fell in love with him the first time he saw him and made him a regular, like immediately. He started selling merch on the Kills Tony store like crazy. He could sell anything and it would sell. In fact, he even would sell rocks, just like rocks that you would get at a landscaping store, and he would sell them for $10 each. And then eventually, he is now going to be in that. He was in a Kevin Hart movie on Netflix, and he's going to be in that Theo Vaughn and David Spade movie with William Montgomery.
Okay.
And then he made
I get it.
Made it to Saturday Night Live, which is the biggest kind of comedy thing that you can do in the United States. So that's what this documentary is on. And then I cut you off. So what did you want to say?
I think I don't know. I do know, but I was just looking at a list of like you type in top 100
Is that the Comedy Central list?
I was looking at IMDb.
Okay, good. What does it say is number one? Jerry Seinfeld? Okay.
This one, I wouldn't think Bill Burr is the number 2 comedian in the world. But I'm planning to illustrate naming people. Is Mark Normand at all in the Joe Rogan sphere? Because I would not say that he is.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say that he is. He's been on Kill Tony recently, and he's been on the Joe Rogan Experience. Basically, anyone who's been on the Joe Rogan Experience kind of
but I believe that he started in New York and had no connections to, like, before he got on Kill Tony and all that shit. Like,
right.
He was building his own.
Right. As I understand, he's from New Orleans, and he started it like Shane Gillis and those guys.
Right.
The Comedy Cellar.
So John Mulaney.
He's from
C.K.
He's from Chicago. John Mulaney's from Chicago. John Mulaney's
not
from
in the Rogan.
John Mulaney's from Chicago, not in the Rogan sphere.
Actually, Louis C.K. is from Boston, but I don't think he needed Joe Rogan's help whatsoever to become successful. I don't even.
Actually,
he's done like maybe 1 or 2.
Actually, Louis C.K. is from Mexico.
Before he was in.
Actually, Louis C.K. is from Mexico.
Well, he grew up in Boston.
He did not. He was a writer on several TV shows. So he's. But you understand they're all related.
He does not have a connection, or at least strong connection to the Rogans here.
That's correct.
And my phone's in the top 100. Jim Gaffigan,
Correct.
Kenny Carr.
Correct.
Pat Williams.
Correct.
Dave Attell.
Correct.
Like, a lot of them don't have a connection to the Joe Rogan sphere.
No, but you're naming all veteran comedians, not younger comedians. Keep going.
Well, that was the part of my second point is that I'm saying, like, right now maybe it's evolved where, like, for like privileges, admin privileges for like this internet success overnight.
Well, and it has a lot to do with the podcasting world. All those other guys that you named they didn't have podcasts, but like now, one thing that this documentary covered is no longer do you make money. Well, like before, you would just make money doing stand-up. Then when the podcast world came out, it was something that you did in order to make people aware of where you were going to be doing comedy and to build up a little bit of an audience so that you'd be like, hey, I'm going to be in Tempe or Arizona, and then everybody in Tempe would know that you were coming there. But now these podcast things have become almost, if not more, endorsements than actually doing stand-up comedy. So they almost have become podcasters more than they are comedians.
Sorry, can you explain that again? I was yelling at that.
So back in the day, there was no podcasting. So these guys were just stand-up comedians. Louis C.K. Do you know who Dane Cook is?
Louis C.K. was on the Opie and Anthony radio show
Yeah.
a bunch of times, which is practically like a podcast just on the radio.
Well, wait, hold on. That's how you used to have to do. You would do morning radio, and you'd be like, "Hey, I'm going to be at the Funny Bone in Wichita, Kansas," and you would do that every single morning. There was like a schedule that they would do. It was usually like that was your week, but you would always do either Thursday morning radio or Friday.
Yeah.
That was what you would do. Okay, so they would do that, and they did that for like from the 2000s. You would do morning radio, but then with the podcast world that occurred, these comedians realized that if they did podcasts, they didn't necessarily have to do morning radio as much because they would already sell out by the time they got to the city. So there's no reason to buy tickets if you're already sold out. It's just another thing that you have to do, and you sold all the tickets. And like 2010, early 2010s, but it has become to the point where these comedians actually make as much money or more money doing their podcasts than they did for just doing the stand-up comedy. So many of them, I mean many, but some of them have just even stopped doing stand-up comedy. The big one who's done this is Schaub. But even like Tom Segura doesn't do as much stand-up comedy as he once did. Your Mom's House and all their studios and all his endorsements and Cave and all of that. Like basically, they don't have to do every single weekend like they once did because their podcasts bring in money.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay, so that's what we learned about the Joe Rogans, and a lot of people don't like him, but until he really fucks up, I've learned this with anybody, whether it's a politician or just has skeletons in their closet. Not everybody's perfect. I know I'm not perfect, but basically, like I recognize that Joe Rogan does a lot to. He's revolutionized a bunch of industries. He revolutionized the health industry, the podcasting industry, the mixed martial arts. He did. What'd you say?
Vaccine and
I don't know if you remember if it was big in Canada. Fear factor was huge in the United States. It was a revolution. Shows on TV, and I think he could do that again and make it a giant thing, absolutely giant. I think they had. Okay, so, but Joe Rogan will tell you, the real comedian who changed the game when it came to comedy in the early 2000s was Dane Cook, because Dane Cook got on MySpace and he got a lot of girl. He got a lot of fans, and he would like cultivate them using the internet. And so he's like the person who everybody gives a lot of credit to him. They give a lot of credit. And his stand up was fucking hilarious. In 2004, there was no bigger comedian in the world than Dane Cook. He's kind of like what Matt Rife is today for the TikTok generation, but he was for MySpace and he was giant. And okay, with that, that's enough comedy for now. Ask me what I think happened.
So can I
Go ahead.
Can I ask sorry. In the road to a different discussion that I wanted to have.
Absolutely.
Kind of why I came back here. And it is related to comedian podcasts. It came to me in a dream where I was scrolling on a website with a bunch of podcasts on it. And you could click on whatever Tiger Belly podcast, coin attached podcast that represented, if you like buy the shares in the podcast, which like the shares represent like revenue sharing of the podcast itself. So you would own a little piece of Tiger Belly, similar to kind of how fractional real estate works.
Yeah, I remember this vividly.
And then I was like, oh, this could apply to other creator economies, OnlyFans models, or the big one would be YouTube, or a big one, music artists, which is all on like YouTube, Spotify. Basically, apparently there's this book on it called, it's like the Unincorporated Man, and it's about a guy who wakes up in the future, and he's he's like the only person who like isn't completely owned by a corporation, and not to be like super dystopian or whatever, because that's not the goal of this. The goal, I guess, is to actually like drive growth for these different creators by giving them a different revenue stream, and then also providing a new like incentive structure for their fans, where the fans are promoted more because they actually own a stake in their investment, and also it's just better. It's basically like Patreon, but Patreon had a token, and it actually like get paid dividends, as well as access like exclusive content through the ownership. And so I'd be like, yeah, if Joe Rogan issued a coin, there'd probably be a whole lot of people that would want to buy the coin if, one, the coin was paying out earnings of the Joe Rogan podcast into your bank account as dividends. And yeah, you can also potentially compound those dividends with other lending protocols in order to get even better yield. So yeah, not a set of hurdles to overcome, but it's possible. So yeah, give me the whole 9 yards truth of the Rabbi serum of painful, why my idea sucks or doesn't suck, whatever it is. I find it interesting that like somehow, I mean, it came to me in a dream, but like there isn't a protocol yet, like tokenization of all these things.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think that it is okay. So do I just think that? No. Okay. So the reasons why I think it could work. Um, so like it's kind of I know what tokenization is and everything, but I just want to create an analogy. It would be like a company sells stock, a podcast would sell stock, basically, right?
Absolutely, like the perfect parallel. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a great idea, and um, so creators do this already to some extent with endorsements that they do. So, like, if I like the Joe Rogan Experience, then I can support him by buying stuff on it and Athletic Greens or AG1 or all of that shit that he sells. That's how I can support it. But I don't have a share or any ownership in the podcast. So this would basically be like, and there are other ways that you can support. One is Patreon, and but you don't have ownership. Now, I like it. I'm not like I hear people come in with shitty ideas every day, and one of them, this is a good idea. It would okay. So I don't even want to say why it wouldn't work because I think you could make it work, and I don't say that about every every idea that loophole or not even loophole. There's this huge red flag.
If you get ripped on, kind of make copy it, the bear scare, number take off.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, anything like that. Okay. So let's use an example of something that neither of us really like, but we both know about. Okay, you mentioned Tiger Belly. Okay, so we're gonna use Tiger Belly as our example, since neither of us are like super diehard about it, but we both know about it. That's Bobby Lee and Kalila, and I don't even know what they do, but it's from we're getting popular or whatever. Maybe we're not, and so we're gonna offer 100 shares for pod. It's there's a way to do it to tokenize the podcast as well, and I get that. But basically, you could just have Tiger Belly LLC offer have an and then you just buy into the company. Do we agree that's an option?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, is it that? I thought in order to actually go public as a company, you have to be like big enough for like the stock exchange.
No. You can like if you want to get on the Dow Jones, that's a big one. But you could get on NASDAQ, which is smaller, or it's called um the Renault 5000. They're like companies on that. And smaller organizations like I was a part of an organization that was just two people, and they had stock. It's just however you're to draw it up, but basically they could sell stock in their company. They didn't. That's not what they were doing it for, but it was just like how they distributed ownership of their company. So no, it doesn't have to necessarily be. Now, if you want it to be on an exchange, then I think you have to go through the SEC and some other things. But basically, like Tiger Belly could potentially, if it got big enough, uh, meaning like they had enough interest, they would do an IPO, initial whatever their, let's say, stock at $1, just for simplicity, and then anyone who liked their podcast could buy that stock, and then they would own part of Tiger Belly LLC.
Does that become a security the moment you allow outside investors that are trying to make a return?
To my knowledge, it would.
Okay. Apparently, like somehow, like the way that they frame it with the tokenizing the estate, which tokenizing real estate through an NFT, just taking stocks and digitizing it. But the way that they frame it as an NFT somehow just avoids this little hoops to move your hips around in a circle.
Yeah. So basically, like I would say a better example of this is your mom's house, because that Chrissy P or whatever, and they have that show, and then they have a bunch of other shows underneath them, and they've become like a studio. You go in there and you rent out their stuff, and I think that probably is worth more than Bobby Lee's company. So, um, like that, your mom's house, I think probably is worth probably 10, maybe more than $10 million right now. So that one, they do an IPO, and then people would buy their stock. Did you know this?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So
the movie business seems like very close to GAM almost.
always $1 million, and let's say it makes 100x, and your move is just on I don't know, a podcast movie, let's just say. Oh, that's great. So make that many x. So you would have made 100x. So you would have made $10 million. But with Hollywood accounting, what they do sometimes, and it's not right, but then they'll do this. They'll take a movie like, I don't know, Transformers 10 or whatever, that loses a lot of money, and they will take the bidding fees that they would have done, that they did on Transformers 10, let's just say Transformers 12, whatever movie it is, took more money than we thought it was going to do post-production editing. and that means that your movie, when normally it made 100x, that's they add a $50 million marketing budget for your movie is be $10 million, whatever. Forget the numbers. Our marketing budget is $10 million. You're like, great. What they'll do is sometimes take out of your marketing budget and promote some other movie, but since it's all under the same umbrella, they have a way of just basically not giving you the same marketing that they said they were going to and giving it to another movie. It's really disgusting what happens. And there's not a whole lot you can do with
I mean, if it's Warner Brothers and they own, like, I mean, who's that Mom's House guy? What's his name?
Tom Segura.
The director did.
Tom Segura.
Yeah, so Tom Segura, he's partnered with Warner Brothers to produce the movie, right? He's probably putting up like zero stake, or maybe a little bit of stake in the movie, but like Warner Brothers is probably financing like 95% of it or something. So doesn't it make sense that Warner Brothers can just be like, oh, we need to, like, basically Warner Brothers is just saying, okay, we produced fucking 25 movies like this quarter. 8 of them are like underwater and shit, but the other, like, whatever, the rest of them are enough positive that we're actually still making money overall. Do some Hollywood bullshit accounting to make it for hunky dory.
Well, and that's what happens, and it just can hurt people in the end because they had agreed to do one thing, and then it turns out that it didn't work out that way. You just have to take it. I mean, you can go and go to with Warner Brothers, but guess what? You're not going to get your movie with them, and probably Disney is going to want to work with you. And there are only so many movie studios, and you'll basically blackball yourself.
Do you think that Pirate Bay should be held accountable for, like, they're being sued by like Warner Brothers and like all these media companies for creating like this? It's kind of like the Silk Road.
He's not sharing them,
Regulate.
but he's not sharing them. So he's just the.
Maybe they did. I don't think so though. They're like Swedish internet law or something. It's just
Right, and I think that's what worked. Napster got it years ago. It's the same. Do you prosecute the? It's not exactly this, but like the Department of Transportation because people use the roads to do illicit drug deals? You get what I'm saying? It's not a perfect analogy, but it's similar to me. There's an argument to be made. We're going to prosecute the Department of Transportation people because they maintained for one drug dealer to get to another drug dealer. Yeah, but they didn't deal the drugs. They just had the infrastructure. In the same way, the Silk Road or Napster or the Pirate Bay just built the infrastructure for one person to share. Make sense?
I do see what you're saying. But I mean, I don't know. If they wanted to, like, Pirate Bay moderate and delete content that isn't like that's copyright infringement.
Yeah, but you know how much work that is? Very expensive, and it's you run into the issue where
I mean, people's livelihoods, like maybe there's not going to be any money to finance the next season of whatever because no one's actually paying for content anymore. So it has repercussions.
I get that, and it does, but
not that like Warner Brothers is like probably going to go broke, but they keep spending millions of dollars on films that no one's paying for eventually.
I'm in agreement with you. I mean,
but okay. Also, I'm not sure if this is the case, but I'm just gonna like draw a parallel here that I've seen YouTube videos that are basically making the assertion that Spotify is like making artists poor, but the way that their revenue sharing is like basically like
it's ridiculous.
The fractionalized like podcast investor token, like all the artists, like the cumulative artists are all put into a pool, and their percentage ownership of how much like listener time or whatever the fuck they get, and then the pool is paid out according to if you're at the top, Drake, you get a ton of listeners, you get more of the pie. If you're middle dude, you get middle share. But because the subscription model is like only $9.99 and it's stretched now with like audiobooks and music, it basically like it's spreading that $9.99 subscription like thinner and thinner. And I'm gonna assume that with Netflix and other streaming platforms, this like subscription model of $9.99, that $9.99 or whatever the fuck it is, like they need to allocate all those subscription dollars to all of the films that are like on their site, you know.
That's true.
So, but maybe they're getting richer. I don't know, because the streaming shit didn't really even exist a while ago. There'd just be DVD sales though afterwards.
There's what you're saying is true. It's basically a limited pot, and everybody's got to share it, and that's why that model works. If you want to know the way that it should work, artists should give their music away. Music, especially today, is not hard to make, especially with an AI and stuff. Where you should make the money as an artist is your concerts. So the smart way to do it is give your music videos away, give your songs away, 100%. Give them away. Put them in commercials for free and everything. And everyone will like your music because it's everywhere. And then charge for your tickets and your merchandise. That's how you make money. You know, somebody like Snoop Dogg only makes like $70,000 a year on all his music on Spotify. It's not that much. I mean, $70,000 is good, but he's got a huge catalog. It's not that much. But that's why he does all kinds of endorsements, and that's, he does in-person TV shows, and he does The Voice and all of that. That's where you make money. But you know why he's able to do all that? Because everybody has access to his music, or like knows his music. And so if you're an artist that you're not like let's say you've got a really great voice, that's great. Are you hot? That's bigger than if you have a good voice, because with auto-tune you can make anybody have a good voice. If you're hot and you are popular and you've got social media pull and everything, then you can easily make music. Like You can take somebody like Sydney Sweeney and have her sing a song and be really popular. Like music is really easy to do. What isn't as easy to do is visual stuff. Like visual is much more difficult. And so um what I'm trying to say is like
What do you mean, like? What do you mean, like music videos?
music videos now years ago it was not.
Oh shit! There's a market for this creator economy tokenization thing. Is like
Um so I think your idea is just in martial arts and UFC is they don't. So I think Dana White has even said that ideally they shouldn't have to pay the fighters. The fighters should fight for free, but the fact that they put them on this huge stage means that they'll be able to sell merchandise and do endorsements. Does that make sense?
yeah, but that like Air Canada Center or whatever arena that's selling it. I don't know. It seems kind of cheap to not pay them. It's like yeah, it's like Michael Jordan being like, "Oh, I'll pay you in a bunch of signed like merchandise."
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
okay.
So the phrase that they use is we're paying you
I'd rather just have
the phrase that they use is we're paying you an exposure. So the fact that we're putting you in front of all these people means that they're going to want to buy your T-shirts and go to your autograph signings and have you talk about their product. So you should want to do it for free. Like if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Somebody else will do it, and then
yeah people on the internet are like sometimes do not appreciate the payment. They're like, we're real artists and we deserve to get paid, and exposure is bullshit. Like I'm promoting your thing for free and like but
yeah. So that's a big thing with artists. Like I see it a lot with creators. This isn't like a big thing, but like so somebody will want to do art for somebody, especially like banners. Banners are really big. People, especially overseas, want to do banner people because you just have to be like a graphic designer. Or well, frankly, what what you do for your brother. That's a really do all your banners and I'll do all your thumbnails and everything. And influencer has to do is just in their profile say that their banner was by Tom Jones one.
Like, like as soon as like the smart instead of just getting a picture with them.
Right. Yeah, and
Yeah. Like, anyone like the famous people that they're hanging out with are not like taking goofy.
basically like services or items in exchange for exposure. So a lot of times something like that if they're really big, and then they'll go and do it. They'll be like, buy your car at wherever, Fletcher Jones, Mercedes Benz, and they're really great. They'll take care of you, and then in exchange for that shout out, they'll get like a 2-year lease. Does that make sense?
Must be nice being that popular. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Um.
Do that.
Yeah. Like as we speak, finding like loopholes in Twitch, and I'm trying to see if this one works. If you really want to know what it is, it'll be a game changer. My big thing is when I spam people or anything, I just need an impression. An impression is just basically when you come into someone's consciousness. And like that could be an email, that could be when I spam them, that could be a follow, whatever it is. And they make it really difficult on social media, not riser, and then you get a notification. And if that works, this bitch is game over and famous by in a week. But the key is when I tag you, does it send you a notification or like an email or something? Some of these things do send emails, and that's key for me because that's a free way of advertising, and I can do that a lot to people. So I'm about to see. I'm about to test it out. Okay. So, but to you and your idea, I think it's a good idea. I think that though that kind of already exists, and I mean, I know you're saying like we could just tokenize somebody's podcast. They could sell stock in their LLC, which would give people a share. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, what's stopping the podcast from just shilling a cryptocurrency? That's a cryptocurrency based on their podcast, or an NFT based on their a cryptocurrency or an NFT based on their podcast. What's stopping someone from doing that?
like without using this platform.
Yeah. Exactly.
People realize that there's like a creator economy that can be tokenized, but to see which podcast coin is best to buy, where's all the volume going in the podcast world and the YouTube world, and that'll inform their decisions of where to invest. So because of that factor, then you'll want to use the platform in order to become part of that network. But I think beyond that, like Joe Rogan has said, I don't want to launch crypto coin, just not interested, it's all crap. And I get that. And I think that one of the big problems in crypto especially is that the coins themselves don't really have the solid use case or utility or back by anything. They're basically just like vaporware, like no real substantial value. And some coins like Bonk and whatever, that's what they're doing, is they're trying to find something a digital interface that has book that people are, but where do we go with that? Fucking if you're launching a fucking podcast, and the coin is actually backed by like legitimate real world inherent use case behind that. And then again, those returns, even if they're maybe small, can compound with other lending protocols in order to produce even greater yield. So I mean, yield is a big yield is a whole can of worms in the crypto space of what everyone's kind of fighting for. But I also think that just like the simple notion of, okay, I have a creator, a musician that I love. This guy has phenomenal music. I'm gonna invest early in this person. I'm going to be financially aligned with them, and as more people grow, the value is going to grow as well, and then I'm going to reap a return by just giving people the ability to just bet on who that they think is going to grow in the creator economy. So. Aktua launched a coin, but she could have done it another way, since she has a podcast called Aktua Talks or whatever the fuck. And she could have been like,
isn't it called Talk?
You can buy this coin.
Isn't it called Talktua?
Yeah.
Which is cute as fuck.
If she don't talk to her, if she don't, it's the best little thing.
It's cute as fuck.
A tokenized podcast coin. She could have, but she did not. She scammed people and hurt her reputation.
Right. Okay. So you're saying, though, if she had just given people a share of her podcast that
or literally anyone, Joe Rogan, Tiger Belly, like there is like the network effect of creating a platform that has all these eyes on it of people that are looking to invest in their favorite creators.
I get that. Okay, so I think it could work. I don't think that necessarily. Well, like, okay, so let's say
Framework. It does not have to be a in perpetuity ownership necessarily structured that way, but the more you give, then the more people will want to buy. So, and yeah, they also, it's like you're getting paid on like kind of like a or like 10-year X multiple basically by stock now. And the key bet is that by offering your fans this like unique ownership, then they're gonna go out and be more incentivized to get people to, you know, discover you and whatnot.
except for giving up control. What happens when somebody has 51% control of the podcast?
Well, I don't think that they would issue more than like 30% of themselves. I mean,
It's definitely going to happen.
That's what will happen.
It definitely will happen.
I mean, we don't have to allow that to happen, but the creator to like not have total ownership and direction, but I mean, it could happen. You're right. And then what happens then? Or is it like a company where the stockholders are now voting on what type of content this person makes with their life?
Exactly. Makes like, how are you going to enforce that?
Allowed to happen, but if it did happen, I mean, it wouldn't it just be the same as a regular shareholder meeting?
Right. Okay. So let's say, like, if this were a business, then you could like fire her because you'd be like the board of government. Okay. Then what rights do you have?
You have the right to collect dividends off the profit earned from the creator.
Okay, but isn't that just buying into their LLC?
Well, yeah.
LLC.
I don't think that many LLC, like for how many YouTube channels do you know have publications that you can invest in?
Man, that you can invest in is another question. But I bet just 1 million people are LLCs. That's the first thing that they tell you to do when you get popular is get an LLC.
Yeah, but taking, I mean, some of them definitely are probably partnered and getting invested, crowdsourced stock.
Okay. Back to about 51% of Talk to Us. So that means you get like basically 51% of all of it comes in to the show. Okay. What happens if her name is Haley Welch? What happens if Haley Welch just says, I don't want to do it anymore?
I mean, that's a violation of the contract.
So you enslave her?
No one's forcing her to sign a contract. Those contracts are legally binding. They happen all the time.
Right, no, I understand, but like let's okay, so let's
the
say
idea is that she'll get more growth from giving up not 51%, but like say like 10% revenue, maybe 20%.
I understand,
revenue.
but those numbers aren't interesting. Everything gets interesting at 51%. At 51%. That's why I always say I want 51%. That's a controlling interest in everything.
I fucked with that.
All right. Like 10%, that's boring. 20%, that's boring. 50%, boring. 51%, let's roll. All right, so we've got Haley Welch, who gives up 51% control of her podcast. I don't understand the difference between her just having Haley Welch or Talk to a Incorporated and you just buying shares of that versus what you're saying. I don't know the difference. Please explain it to me.
I mean, I'm not sure as much of a difference. This is like a platform that enables creators. Haley Welch, maybe she has multiple income streams, right?
She does.
Income.
She does. So she's got, let's say, a skincare brand. You don't get any of that. This is just her podcast.
Oh yeah, she has her dating app with her southern accent voice thing that she like sells for $15.99 for some AI schlop dating app.
Okay.
That's not included in this deal.
Okay.
Either, you know.
Right. So I get that.
Sponsorships for some beverage endorsement on Instagram, that is not included. If it was like an LLC, that would probably fall under the main branch of Haley Welch. But in this one, it's a customizable framework where the creator can say, these are the revenue sources that I want to share and give ownership to and issue like shares for and
okay, I get that. Now, I just don't. There really isn't a difference between her offering shares of an LLC and what you're saying. Is there?
No, but there is benefits effect of the website.
Okay, wait. Now I get that. But basically what you're saying, there's the stock exchange and all that. What you're saying is, all right, have these creators launch a coin, but we'll make sure that the coin doesn't get rug pulled, and we'll be like a legitimate
Yeah, that is a very big perk for the investors is that ideally there are no rug pulls. There would be ways to mitigate rug pulls, like the creator cannot just sell supply at, like it can't just dump the entire supply. Maybe they can trickle sell some supply over time. That's fine, but they can't just rug the chart, you know?
Right.
And then also, it's like we're not allowing just any random Joe Blow to just create a pop-up coin and just, you know, following to even become part of it. But yeah, the marketplace, like crap, but
Right. I get that. So it's a marketplace. Okay, so that's what you're saying.
yeah, I think that's like the bigger meta value proposition, I guess.
That makes sense.
I have a website that I built with AI that's a very rough exoskeleton of a website, but it kind of shows the general idea. Do you want me to DM it to you?
No.
You can look at it whenever.
No, talk to me. Tell it to
No?
tell it to me. Just say it to me right here.
It's basically like marketplace for different creator tokens. One's a music creator, a digital artist, blah 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 blah, whatever category.
Okay. Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, I know. It's just like a visual. It's just a visual website with a few pages. It's pretty rough, but they possibly what it looks like if it was very.
What you were sending me more than me saying no. I just like, what is this? Okay, yeah. If you want to send that to me, go ahead.
All right.
Excellent. But I don't have to look at it right now.
No, not at all.
Hold on. Look, I'm gonna do it. Just while I've got you here, so I'll give you my 2 cents about it.
It's really nothing fancy, but
No, this better be the best fucking thing I've ever seen.
hey, ChatGPT said that this could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah,
so.
it could. The thing you just sent me is a broken link.
Yeah, that's weird. No, what the fuck? It literally just. Try copying the link into Safari or some browser. Not clicking it. Okay, I added the marketplace by accident. That could be why.
So remove marketplace.
Yeah. It doesn't have the marketplace.
Empowering creators with tokenized ownership. Did you make this?
Yeah, using Bolt AI.
That AI thing, yeah. This is really.
Thank you.
This is a really good idea. But it's really not about the value comes in the marketplace.
Yes.
I think it'll be a really good idea, and you will probably be able to make a lot more money on that than salmon cannon, but you'll probably make money on both when I go viral. Okay, are you ready for what happened? The what?
Are you talking
Pennsylvania.
Who the fuck are you
22nd,
talking about?
1963. This was last summer.
Oh, Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tell me what happened. Good job.
Gained access to a rooftop. Took a shot. Donald Trump somehow miraculously, like 1 second before, turned his head to escape the bullet by about 2 milliseconds, and did not move his head 2 milliseconds before he was dead, which is very red flaggy. But supposedly that miracle happened. Potentially like assassination to boost credit with ketchup. If some firefighter allegedly or
Right.
confirmed died, I don't want to be in
Right.
rude to his family.
Shout out to that guy. He's dead.
Basically, and then after like, I'm not sure how many rounds he shot. I'm assuming he shot like 4 or 5 or something. It could have been only like 1 or 2. I don't know, but he got killed promptly after like not very long. And then also on like the radio, there's allegedly chatter amongst I don't know if it's like the FBI or whoever the fuck is in charge of like guarding the president. What's that? What are those people called?
Secret Service.
Right. Yes. They were apparently on the radio. Like some guys like, oh, there's a dude on the roof with a fucking gun pointed at the president. Should we shoot him and take? Like the leader was like, no. And then they're like, okay, now can we take him out? And then they're like, yeah. So I think that is what I gathered from the media's input. Does it have potential to be a huge hoax? I think absolutely. Are there motivations in place for it to be a huge hoax? Absolutely. Will we ever get to the truth? I hope so.
Oh yeah, dude, I'll tell you now what happened. Let me type in Butler Tower.
Below the entire Trump Butler rally.
Just scroll down and it's suspicious that nobody mentions this. How's your day going? Condra, maybe can you hear me? Hello, Riser, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, shout out to Condra, maybe.
All right.
Maybe she'll
So
tell.
Red fill me on this water tower shit.
Okay, I will. Don't worry. We're seeing if Condra maybe's going to talk. Condra, maybe. How was your day today?
What's up?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal. How'd you find out about me?
Oh shit. Well, that's confidential.
No, you can't. You can't do me like that, girl. How'd you find out about me?
Well, I've just been really looking into Jewish communities since I'm Arab. Shit. I hope you're fine with that.
Absolutely.
That's great. What are you guys doing? What are you up to?
Oh, I'm just having a late night girl talk with my friend Riser. Conjure made if I tell you about myself.
Sure, go on.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I live my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Conjure, maybe if I may ask, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes.
In 2018, the economy 90% ever. Its number one resource, more valuable water, gold, air. Data overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me my sincerest apology.
No, it's okay. I like your idea though. Shit, the pandemic is insane.
Word,
You're
no?
definitely very deep into politics. Am I correct?
I'm very into politics.
Yeah.
Actually, I do my best to stay out of politics, but I recognize that it goes on around me, but I do my best to maintain neutrality. If you really want to know, I want probably what most people want: equality for all people globally.
I mean, yeah, I know I get that. I definitely get that, like 100%. But there's also a certain amount of care that you have to put into the fact that politics is very important because it actually shapes our way and everything. Really, just roots back to politics if you're really kept up with the world.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very kept up with the world, and I recognize that. But in terms, at least American politics, it's usually a left-right argument, and I think both sides are corrupt. So that's why I say I do my best to maintain neutrality.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I get that completely. But there's also a line that needs to be drawn. Like, you don't have to stand with either of them. They're correct. But isn't it correct nowadays? Everything downside and a good side to it. They all have different tensions, different beliefs, different systems. It's so good that comes out of it sometimes. Both merge together, hopefully, and work towards just one big all of it. They're straight. They're all against us. They just want to make us feel like they're with us in a way, but want to like get away from politics, especially since right now it's been sincerely like raging, especially like everybody's just turning on each other. It's diabolical. But I realize how people who are Jewish, how they view the controversy between them and the Arab countries.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to know, many of us believe in Zionism, though not all of us. And those who are Zionists believe in a greater Israel plan, and then eventually Israel. If you really want to know the lowdown,
Okay.
that's what the lowdown is. And you're not going to hear that a lot of places.
Yeah, no, I understand. I get that completely. But no, really, you're really surprised because most Jews that I've talked to, when they background, it gets pretty messy, really. And generational wealth and whatever, like the stuff you were talking about, right? It's good, but like it's not really realistic if you were to ask me. Like I have generational wealth because my dad is a co-owner of Qatar Airways, so we make a pretty decent amount of money. But talking about generational wealth goes way deeper than what you think it is. Provides generational wealth for the people that are not as privileged as you, me, and other people in the world. It's just really complicated, complex topic.
Oh, 100%. Can I tell you some of the other things that I discussed?
Sure.
Excellent. I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people's lives there and to improve the lives of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Kanda?
Oh, I see. Go on.
Excellent. I talk about other things. I'm a futurist, so I'm fascinated by the future and I'm passionate about it. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like space tourism, space elevators. I talk about things like alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction. Kind of many people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing elephant hybrids, or should say. I think this is fascinating, and I'm excited to be able to document this. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is just really exciting. They made headlines recently with their creation of three dire wolves, which I was able to document. I talk about that are going to affect you, your friends, your family. If you want, perhaps, you may not need. I'm an advocate for life extension technology. If you want, again, if you just want to live your normal life, you go ahead and do that, Conda. But there are those of us who want to continue living as long as possible, utilizing technology such as human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, peptides, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, testosterone replacement therapy, to eventually extend the average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But then we may get to be 120 years old, you included, and you may say, Rabbi, you know what, everything that you said back with your consent, consent is very important to me. and very important in all of this. If you die like a normal person, you should be able to. But if you want, you may be able to utilize knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Conda.
It just really it falls down on the person. But if me, I wouldn't want to be a person that lives forever or to have that kind of immortality or know that I even have the opportunity to have that immortality. It's good for it to be an option, but it's not good for it to be applied onto everybody. I think it's more of a choice. But at the end of the day, you can't really there's only so much that the human mind can do. But I'd love to discuss it with you through DMs, chats, messages, whatever you want to do, because right now I'm not really too available to have too much of a chat, but I'm also down to hear more what you have to say because it's really interesting. There's stuff you talked about, including those types of artificial intelligence that I'm really trying to get some more insight on into the AI world and to let that kind of information into my life. So I'm happy to discuss it with you and what plans you think you might have. And if anything, I might be able to make some connections with you to make whatever you have in mind come true if you think it's good for us as humanity and it's gonna help us improve the quality of life, and all the stuff that's currently destructing and corrupting our world.
Absolutely, I'd love to. I sent you a friend request and I sent you a message. Feel free to wave back and we can connect via DM. And I hope we consider this the beginning of beautiful friendship, Conda.
That's
Blessings. All right, Razor. You never know who you're going to meet, even the heiress to Qatar Airways. All right. Um, were you able to look at that video of the water tower? Riser.
Oh, I was muted. Fuck. You didn't ask her where she found out about it.
She said she was doing research on Jews. So I did ask her.
I did see the water tower, yes. And allegedly they're saying that there's like a second sniper on the tower.
Yeah. So is it true? I don't know. Um, just a moment. Yeah. So not only that, but if anything, the way that Secret Service normally operates is they have someone on every high point just in case anybody tries to get up there. That's a very interesting thing that they didn't have, and um, and then get on a motorcycle and leave. With right after the shooting attempt or shooting, they closed off that whole area and didn't let anybody inspect it. So to me, it looked like a a hit.
Sorry, where was the hit?
Well, they hit him in the ear. I mean, when you say a hit
Oh,
means in like my The hit
So,
is
so you think that potentially like the
blurry, but somebody's up there doing something. I don't know what they're doing. I've seen video of the person get away on a motorcycle. Somebody has video out there of somebody driving away on a motorcycle, and basically it's really
connected from a zip line? Is there zip line footage?
that you don't see. What you do see is them on driving away immediately, and people pointing at them like, "Hey, that guy is getting away from the lottery town." And there were a lot of witnesses.
How many witnesses at the zip line?
I mean, at least two in one video that I saw, but there were other people. See if we can find it.
Yeah, I don't know what a witnesses would be. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know if two is quite enough witnesses to be like, oh, there's like 40,000 or whatever, 30,000 people there. Saw some guy in a water tower on a zip line.
Hold on, no, there's more than that. Okay. Let's see if I can find it.
I can explain to people how the more you need. All right, everybody, welcome back. I have some weird information to share with you right now.
So, yeah. So here's some. Type in to blind witnesses, and the second thing I see is a witness who.
know why they even took that guy out. I mean, unless he feel like he pissed someone off, but had an assassination.
Right.
Unless it was like some angry, motivated person.
Okay, so this guy says we have tracked down the black SUV that had picked up our phantom water tower sniper that escaped using a zip line via the backs of on foot, a short jaunt to Meridian Road. With 100% confidence, based on cell phone data, that particular sniper was FBI and SUV registered to the Department of Agriculture. I just know that you hadn't probably heard, like you'd never even heard of that water, had you? There you go. Saying that this guy was in this video and all this other shit, and nobody talks about this. I don't think it's a bad thing to talk about. There's video evidence. There are witnesses. Thought were credible. So why doesn't anybody talk about it? I
thought you were gonna say that like the shooting.
I know, like
I'm sure that has been talked about a lot.
Well, that one is talked about a lot.
That was like such an easy shot that like you'd almost have to try to miss. Yeah, but I mean possibly he turned his head or whatever.
But we don't know anything about him. Like he had no online have a do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they unlocked his phone, like for so his phone, right? But there like wasn't anything there. People's houses, and so during the California somewhere, he had broken into like raped and killed, like, and literally somehow he got away. He figured out that like they now had some. So for like 3 years, like people were just wondering who the fuck the guy that like murdered all those people. And so for some reason, Oswald's wife was like piecing together all this shit and was like gonna publish a book on all her findings, and was just like really obsessed with the case.
Right.
And so
it was like a true
she
crime.
got murdered in her home. Involvement in the case, and then Oswald still ended up like she was writing a book, and then but she got killed before it was published. But Patton Oswalt made sure that they hired people and pieced together published her. And then he died like of a heart.
I don't like when
Was it a joke, like a poorly written comedy sketch, or like was it like just?
it was a series, but apparently it's a movie. I don't know. Of uh, like toddler. They were really creepy. And I don't think anybody would find them training. Okay, on May 7th, 2014, Oswald engaged in, let's see here. Okay, what is the truth about accusation against Patton Oswalt? Um, went on a hunt and caught this tasty morsel booyah at Comic Ping Pong. Let's see here. Something about children. I didn't even know if that was his real tweet, so I want to just say what ChatGPT said. What tweets did he delete? Um, no, it was about kids.
I mean, based on that description, that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing.
No. It was.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
No, what is? It was like, oh, here's what he wrote. I'm a proud pedophile. That, like, how is that a joke?
Oh, I mean, it's sarcastic.
Doug, there's nothing funny about that.
I mean, people make jokes about that subject matter all the time, and whether you think it's funny or not, you're entitled to your opinion. Other people find those taboo subjects. It's just like the whole edgy thing. It's like it's so same, I guess, as like joking about someone with some disability.
Doug, he capitalized the letters in proud. I don't know. I just don't think that.
I think that funny, but I'm just playing devil's advocate.
He says pedophobe shaming hurts us all. Pedophile.
Good job.
That's not. And if he is making a joke, leave it up. Then leave it up. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. If it's so fucking funny. Wait, if it's so.
Pedophobia is that definitely tells me that he's making a bit.
Okay, then keep it up. If it's so fucking funny.
Well, I mean, you're saying that it's not funny, and that there's no. I mean, the subject matter obviously is horrible, and joking about it can be viewed as insensitive. And I understand that. I think.
Why wouldn't he apologize for it? Why wouldn't he apologize for it? He just deleted it and was really quiet about it. I don't know. I think that's fucking creepy as shit. And what should he have done?
I think that,
he should have said. He should have said okay, that's fine. Then he should have said in 2013 I made an off-color joke. My apologies. He didn't say that. He just deleted it. And I just think he's creepy. He can make any joke that he wants, but if he wants to sneakily delete it, then that's cool. Explain yourself. If not, I'm going to think that you are a bad person. He's a bad person, and I think and if he wants to change my mind on that, I would have him do what he and many other people on Twitter force people to do, which is apologize for their previous tweets. He didn't get canceled for that, and should he have? You're darn right he should have. If all these other his is worse than what the other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Based on the care, like, just
That guy's creepy.
What was that? Fuck. Who was it? Oh, okay. Jim Norton, I think, is creepier. Way creepier.
Yeah, he's
It's basically the only thing that I know of him, and I love Rabbit too, so it's hard for me to just hate the dude.
seen Jim Norton's
What?
spouse.
Jim Norton's house?
Spouse.
It's like a trans person.
I would think like that one's like I don't know. He's been very homophobic in the past. I shouldn't say that because I haven't like I don't have like direct, but he's been like very raunchy about a lot of things. For him to hook up with a trans person is quite a.
Who am I to judge?
That's what who am I to judge as well, Jim Norton. If you and I both know that you were really raunchy comedian. I like aspects of that about you. But the last person I would see you with is that person.
Norton and Louis C.K. on Opie and Anthony, and I find the most like offensive shit ever. But the joke, I think, is not that they're trying to hurt people's feelings by being completely insensitive. It's just that it's. But at the same time, Jim Norton makes some questionable remarks regarding females and a whole bunch of sexually perverse.
Exactly, and that's why I just did not see him ending up with that kind of person. But you know what? He seems really happy, and so to judge, there's like a lot of controversy about it that they like sexualize the children.
Oh,
They like show them. They like show them in like bikinis and like midriffs, and these are like prepubescent girls. It's like, I mean, I didn't watch it. I just remember hearing about it, how controversial it was.
what a midriff is like? A midriff is like a tank top.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can like see the belly button and stuff.
Yeah, but is that not like what gymnasts freaking wear?
Not usually. Like gymnasts usually wear like a leotard, like a one-piece suit.
Like another show, the pageant girls. They're like very young.
Toddlers and tiaras.
And yeah, but that show's kind of fucked up. Just I don't know, like the overall concept a little bit.
Right.
Also receives the criticism of sexualizing children.
Right. And that's how JoJo Siwa got popular. Your four. She came out of fans, drank at Disneyland, and she got drunk and just made an ass out of herself. And I don't know. She's like,
Nice.
you're gonna know who she is. She's Siwa,
I still see Siwa.
SIWA. Like, I hate that I know this. I absolutely hate that I know this.
22 somehow.
Yeah. But she was on that Toddlers and TR show. I've never seen it. I don't even know.
She has music.
Yeah, exactly.
She's been in movies. She has 11 million followers.
Right.
Holy fuck.
I was just gonna say she does a lot on social media. And
wait, she's a female? You said she's trans. Is she a male to female?
no. She's a woman, or she was born a woman who just came out as trans just to like make headlines, and then and now she came back and she's like, whatever. That's fine. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah, I see the flag. I see the flag picture. Social media.
LGBTQ plus flag. But
why is she trans if she's
right. Oh yeah. That's what it was. Since remember I Candace stay in the spot fucking television show, some
11 Lamborghini.
she does. She does. I don't know if she has a Lamborghini, but she has a nice house. And um, but just do it. Look at it's like
Okay.
it's like literally like she's drank before, but she just plays it up so much that
It might be this TikTok.
yeah, it is. It's something like that.
Oh
It
gosh.
it's so over the
Yeah, I'm
top. Like
watching it.
look at me, look at me. It's just like I remember my first beer.
Why do they allow people to drink alcohol at Disneyland? What the fuck?
It's a new thing.
That's just not a good. That's not what it's supposed to be.
Right, but in some allow it. They've allowed it at Epcot Center for many.
I don't know. Based on that clip, I don't know. I did not see anything too crazy in the clip other than her being her normal.
Okay, I mean,
But I'll watch a deep dive on it and
don't
probably more.
don't. It's a waste of your fucking time. I should have never even mentioned this bitch's name, but she dog.
She kind of looks like Greta. Greta Thunberg.
How to watch Twitch stories in a web browser.
Or
You've heard of Instagram stories and Facebook stories, but
did I just add it?
no, it was added like last year. But I've never. I don't.
Twitch stories seem to be a mobile feature. You might want to try checking mobile one. You know how to do that?
Yeah, inspect and then mobile.
Yeah. Why don't you try that?
Okay, I'll do that. You do it too. Try to figure it out. Find dude, their shit.
May not even
An emulator. can look at it on a phone. Yeah, but I've got an emulator so that it can do it on a phone as well.
Oh, so then why you can view them on your mobile phone then?
Or I can do it on my computer that can make phone.
Oh, I can actually just I'm watching a story right now on my browser, and I didn't need to do anything. I didn't need to switch to mode.
Whose story? Whose story?
This guy is Royal Flush _TVC.
Okay, just one moment. Because this would be amazing. Game changer.
Dude, I'm gonna copy the story to you.
No. I want to see if I can find it. You can in a second, but don't do it yet. Royal Flush
capital T, lowercase d, capital C.
Hold on. Royal Flush. It should come up. Takes so long to load in comparison to some other sites. TVC.
Capital T, lowercase b, capital C. Yeah, on the left, you have like a menu of people that are like 4 live channels.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think I might be following this dude. So pops up as a circle. Left. Where like all those.
Oh wait, I hate that.
Yeah. If you can tag people in a story and they'll see it, then potentially it's good.
That's what I'm trying to do. Do you see that guy, the ability to tag? No,
Or you need to create a story.
you can't. You don't have like an account that can do it. Only like certain people's accounts can do it. I mean, well, you know what? You try to create a story.
There's a feature talk and you
I want. There's a feature to tag people in a story. How do you do that?
I mean, if it's anything like Instagram,
That friend of
one of the people that I follow,
right. Okay.
I'm guessing, like follow this guy. I don't even
Isn't it a fucking piece of shit?
think I recommend it. Oh, here. Oh, you want to know another idea that I had?
Yeah.
A giant scroll, endless scroll shit on the left side of your menu. And it's like, okay, I would first off, you can't even. I don't think you do that now, but it used to be like you cannot rename the chat to who the chat is.
Right.
And I'm not going through my 500 chats and renaming them all, so that's pretty useless. But like, you'll get same thread or like this have like 50 questions on a bunch of random shit, and then that's. I mean, they added in a search feature, so you kind of disorganized. I feel like so. Like, there could be a potential. It's called the visualization. Basically, you can optimize the user interface, whatever you're doing, and just make it more organized. I believe that maybe maybe it already exists. I don't know. Saying how shitty it is, there's probably other people that are like, yeah, this is dog shit. So, but it has 800 million users or something use ChatGPT. So even if they're like a month, like it's still crazy amount of not shitty.
Pretty easy with. I mean, they're like the company to do that.
ChatGPT is.
Yeah, to make it good.
Yeah, but they suck at it. It's like Twitch. It's like the UI. You could fix it, I guess.
I think they could fix. They could have their AI fix it. Like basically, just ask their AI what the most effective way is to organize that information.
I mean, they haven't done it yet, though, but maybe they would knock me off if I had done it, but I don't know. Is it the greatest idea in the world? Maybe not.
It's a pretty
short-term cash cow.
You could also make like an extension or an add-on that does that, but I don't know if anybody finds it to be that difficult to use. I mean, you do, but I mean, I think it's pretty easy. But I don't know. I don't go through all my old shit all that much. I did. I made a robot that copied and pasted it all into that blog of mine. I don't know if I'm sure other people would want that, but what I'm saying is like the amount of time that you put into that would be great. But then they could just fix it or just take what you did and steal it. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I'm gonna
Be niche enough where they don't touch it. I don't know.
do you feel comfortable?
Called when every new word is capitalized. Camel case or okay, it's Diggy Fire Stiggy.
Wait, Diggy is on fire?
Yes.
And how do you spell Diggy?
Iggy.
Oh, Stiggy is on fire. STIGGSONFIRE. Is that correct?
ISO.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see if this works. If this works, I would fucking shit myself right now. I would cry. All right, you should have got.
How do you create a story?
Only certain users can. Tag you in a clip though. The clip is under Rabbi Rothschild 007. Check your notifications. I'm almost certain it didn't come in, though it should. I don't know why it doesn't.
Why do you suspect that it hasn't?
Because it doesn't on my other account. Like I've been testing, but here. Okay, so you did not get a notification of anything, right?
No, but I do have in my notifications, all the notifications are on, and there is a notification that says clips. When a clip of your channel or a clip of you becomes popular, but or even Kat mentions, every single notification is on. Stream invites. If someone invites you onto their stream as a guest, when a channel goes live that you follow, if someone mentions you in a room, messaging pertaining specifically to you as a streamer on Twitch, stream chats, subscriber emails. When a channel you subscribe to wants to send an email, I don't know.
I get that.
Stories. When someone you follow shares a story, when someone reacts to your story, when someone shares a clip of your channel in their stories.
See if you can create
I
a.
don't have any like content on my Twitch that you could clip and put it in your story. Though.
I understand. See if you can create a story. Oh wait, okay. Here it is. Okay. Go to Rabbi Rothschild 007.
Button in live stream.
No. The way that you do it.
Go to your channel.
You go to
I have home about.
go to videos,
Okay,
and then
no videos.
filter by
follow you.
filter by clips.
Oh, there we go. Yo, test. All right, you have 4 clips here.
That's just
Stiggy is on fire. You're done.
I tagged you in
You
it.
did. You did tag me. Is that?
Yeah, it's like account.
Is it? Yeah.
This is what I did on Twitter to get a bunch of people to like complain about me a long time ago. And it's what I did on Blue Sky to get people to fucking freak out about me. But Twitch is just so big that it's hard to get recognized. All right. Stiggy is on fire. I like that name. I don't think it's cringe.
Thanks.
Oh, come on.
It's kind of insensitive to self-immolation victims, but sorry to the monk.
Sorry to the
Sorry,
monk. Yeah, dog, he's cool though. But it just means like you're like doing really well. You're on fire.
Right, yeah. Doesn't have to handle it up.
Okay, there it is. Stiggy is on fire. Followed you. Did you get any notification that I followed you?
Let's see here. Reason no.
Exactly. But check your email if you can. If you have email things on, and you will.
Oh yeah, I did get an email right into my main account. Awesome. My main email account. Nice.
Isn't that fucking?
It says join Rothschild Discord 002.
Right.
Followed you.
So here's my thought. I make a bot that just follows everyone on Twitter, on Twitch, and at least they'll get an email. And my name alone causes people to like find interest in me. And they might come take a look and see what I'm doing.
It says that's weird that like it doesn't. I mean, maybe I misread it wrong, but you can go to notifications and it says exactly the right you receive notifications. So there might be something to exploit. I mean, weren't you already kind of exploiting the? There's a notification for when there are new clips created from your stream. So you're just clipping people, right? Was that on Kick though, or have you been clipping people on Twitch?
I did both, and I did get like who paid attention that I clipped them on Twitch, but not a whole. Now I didn't do it for that long. I did it for like 2 weeks. but just not enough people.
How many clips did you make?
Probably 10,000.
And how many people was your conversion rate?
1.
Oh, that's awful.
Terrible. At Kick, let me be honest. Was it 10,000? It was 1,000. Let's just say 1,000. This actually worked, and here's how. I made a profile up for join Rabbi, and I put in all my links and make it really nice, and then just go through and just follow like everybody on Twitter notification. Like I just followed you, but you didn't get a notification. Now, are you on a computer?
Yeah, but that shouldn't matter if I have them on.
Device, you should be able to do it on another. It shouldn't be this. Well, you have an Android device, you have an iOS device. It just should be across everything: desktop, mobile, tablet, everything. It tell you that you are following. It will tell you who's following you, and you will see that I'm following you, but you did not get a notification. It's like, dude, they will send me notifications, but they won't send it to me like what I want, which is when somebody follows me, it should say so and so followed you. When
I'm surprised the clip thing. Like, I thought it was getting engagement on Tik, so
that's true, and also when people search your clips, a thing to see all the clips. So they like make it like because they're not featured. Okay.
is there any way to solve that?
No, the user has to make them a featured clip. Then
Get banned for going into people's live streams and just like self-promoting and spamming in the live stream.
right away.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, if you're just commenting like a bunch of happy product, like you know, like that one Discord where you just there's that Discord where you're just like you instead of like shilling your account, you're just you said like this one phrase like every like 15 minutes.
That's right. That's right.
Like,
Hope everybody's having a great day. No, sending positive vibes. That's what it was. Sending positive vibes.
right. Yeah. That's maybe you do that approach.
That's it. But they'll ban you. They like their AI knows when you are using, and they'll ban you for that. So the way to do it is to just follow people people on Twitch, and it will send them an email, and there will be a number. Yeah.
How do you actually get? How do you figure out how? Like, if you go to someone's account on Twitch, can you see exactly which accounts are following them, or is it?
It's private.
Like, how do you actually get to the database of the username?
Yeah, so this is pretty smart. I usually get a word like the word joy or the word cool or the word smile. And then it puts that into the search. What other ways to do it?
I don't know, A, type the letter A, type the letter B, see what pops up.
Yeah. And the word it also depends Android or a phone or a desktop computer. The best way to do it, or the best way I've seen, is on iOS. All the follow buttons show up all next to each other, and it's like really convenient. Okay. So the other thing I have to test is
In the comments, I think other people mention, like, it doesn't actually have to be the channel owner themselves, but if you just built a bot that just, like, I don't know, maybe even a program that used AI and just like wrote like some like William Montgomery, like kind of like way to go, dumbass, to like these people in the comment, and then just like rage bait them into like.
I do it on YouTube because I did this years ago, and I built a bot for it, and
It work?
exactly.
Australia, just to say. Can you? Actually, I was making clips of you, like these like random like rants that you have.
Here's the thing though. The key that you want to do with that short form content is have it get views, and if you just keep creating content, you just
I mean, like after like how many videos? Like 100?
know like more than 10 a day. Well, that's another thing too. With like more than 50.
On TikTok or YouTube?
You,
Like,
you, YouTube. YouTube. YouTube has a limit. TikTok, you can do way more. I think you can make like 24 videos a day, something like that.
there's no official hard-coded daily limit. Posting too frequently can give the algorithm less time to assess the short's performance and may dilute its efforts.
Exactly.
I mean, they just don't go into specifics of.
I know, and I'm telling you, I've done it myself too at like 10 or 12.
Right. Well, I mean, as long as they're high quality ones, then they should get views. I mean that. I mean, I know I bashed it completely, but that summarizing a video was bad.
Right. There's an issue with that though. The issue with it is doesn't do it for like a video. It does like week. It's got to be longer than that because it takes them some time to do the transfer of a pain in the ass.
Don't you have like 900 days of content that you can still parse through?
Always do it. And the reason why they say is just it can have limitations. Like they're very vague about it. I wish I could say like they were like. I'm not talking about YouTube Shorts. I'm talking about. Uh, I'm talking about.
That's summarization AI.
Hold on. I'm talking about like regular videos.
Those all I've also seen YouTube videos that just don't have transcripts.
Exactly. And a lot of my videos are that way. And if you like, I looked that up today. Why is it that some of my videos have them and some of them don't? And they just say from ChatGPT was system limitations on YouTube's end, which I don't really believe, because I asked ChatGPT, "Hey, can you provide like minute by minute summaries of videos?" And it was like, "Yeah, send me the link." And I sent the link, and it was like, "Can't do YouTube provides valid subtitles." Like, and then I asked, "Well, why would it do this?" And it said because YouTube either hasn't processed the video yet, or has you have to do. So you have to take that link, put it in, and for 12 hour video, sometimes it takes some time. And then for
No reason.
you're good.
Just again. Throw your computer in the toilet. Okay. I searched dog.
Okay, do you see it? It says dog.
No, mine says dog. Saikara.
So you don't see the follow button like basically anywhere, right?
No, because they're all dog.
Right. So then go to channels and like keep scrolling down, and you will see the follow button. Like I see Snoop Dogg.
I see dog. If I just search dog, then dog appear.
Dog.
And dog appear.
Yeah, and then Snoop Dogg.
No, I didn't filter it by channels. I don't know how to do it. Like, not very intuitive.
Right, exactly. It's like, why would they show you?
Is there even a filter? Oh wait, I don't. How do you filter by channels?
There's like a little button as you scroll down that says "Show more channels."
Oh no, mine. I don't know.
Like it's really the worst user design that I think you could ever have. The interface sucks.
Just chatting IRL.
It's really, it's like,
I'm not disagreeing, but like it want you to watch live streams, which is possibly, I don't know, it would stay in their interest to make you like be able to follow.
right.
I do not.
It's
Oh
ridiculous.
wait, channels there, but okay, show 5 more channels with
That's what you click, and
channels.
you'll
Okay.
wait. You'll find like a couple follow buttons.
Yeah, and that's like a bunch of lives.
Okay, so yeah.
Live stream account.
So do you see the
7 live stream?
so do you see the follow button?
I do.
Right, but it's like very badly designed. It's like, remember you were like, well, they want you to look at live streams. Well, then why even have those follow buttons anywhere?
At least the follow button is in the same like vertical column space.
Few and far between. Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna follow you with a different account, and
Yeah.
like that, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like they're doing so much. It doesn't work, and they're like, yeah. I'd be like, I mean, isn't that a problem? They're like, yeah, we'll send it to the ticket team or whatever, and I'd be like, yeah, I'm sure that's not getting fixed. Then I okay, well, at the top there'd be filters, and it would just be like, or maybe that's the default. And you could do channels, and you could do categories, and you could do tags, right? No, that's different. If you do the like mobile, they just show you what it's going to look like on a mobile browser. I mean to say the app does it correctly.
I guess you could screen share from your phone and oh no, then it wouldn't. Yeah, you need the bot.
here's the thing, though. I have a an Android bot. I don't have an iOS bot. An iOS bot is at the best, but the iOS bot isn't that really heavy. The Android bot's really heavy too. Okay, just go to Stiggy is on fire. Okay, I just followed you. Never miss a moment. Turn on notifications to get updates from channels you follow. Yeah. Okay, check on your computer if you got a notification. You probably didn't. But then check.
For some reason, with the last one. Yeah, no notification.
Stiggy is on fire. Channels. Weird. STIGGYISONFIRE, right?
Yes.
I know it is, and it's weird. It showed up, and it allowed me to follow you. But now your account doesn't show up. And you didn't get any notification, right?
No.
Okay. And let's see. With a different account. Notifications anyway.
Not that I see yet. Yeah, no email. No, nothing. Yeah, still nothing. Even the spam.
Okay, it shows that you have 3 followers. So it shows that I followed you. This would be crazy. when you've never even streamed. I don't know if this is possible. It's fucked up. Okay, so I'm gonna unfollow you and follow you. Basically, you would have no idea with
Wait, does it go to my channel?
you've got 3
I can see who they are.
right. So the way that you paint the ass, okay, go to the upper right corner, go to creator dashboard.
No, shit. No, what the fuck do I have to do?
Then go to the upper right corner, go to creator dashboard,
Community followers list. Yeah,
community followers list.
yeah, I see it now. We got Rabbi, Roth, XYZ, Google, Rothschild, Scored, 01. Only one email from the first.
One email, exactly. Like, what the fuck? Sense does that make? Um, like, it's not like I followed a whole bunch of people. I followed you, maybe like 2 other people, and then you with 2 other accounts. Like, that's 5 total follows. That's not 5 streaming. Game get any emails, right? Aside from the one.
That's correct.
The Trump thing.
Okay. Yeah, but I didn't really. What did you
I
think?
think it's very sad, obviously, and I think it's suspicious that they haven't found anybody yet.
Why? Like, I just don't understand the reason behind it. Let's see how many followers you guys. It'd be tainted now though, because everyone's gonna be following. I don't know.
That's not a nobody.
No, it's like famous, but it's not. There are people with like way more.
Sure. Do well.
Yeah, do you think JoJo? I think she might have more. Yeah, JoJo has 11, so that's almost twice as many followers.
Do you think?
Actually, not really.
Do you think that?
He has almost 9.
Probably heard the situation that happened in North Carolina. Say the name Irina Sorutska. Irina Sorutska was just a ride in public transit, by the way. She was a refugee from Ukraine, of all places. And she came to Charlotte, North Carolina. And a terrible person, well, you saw what happened. I can't describe it here on TikTok without some sort of any guideline being violated. But if you haven't seen the video, you absolutely should. This individual should not have been on the streets, 14 prior arrests. And it really makes you wonder, why are we putting up with this? Why are we allowing so many people that commit these crimes to keep on being released? This individual, and this is a horrific thing. You know, it's really interesting. The video is totally covered to us that articulate what does it mean to be a nation.
Yeah, I mean, I actually. That's text that I got.
I agree. Conda,
Hey, what's up?
living the dream. Every holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good news?
Everything's alright. Nothing really good. It's a bit happening, really. I'm supposed to be checking your messages right now, but it was just.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Excellent. Artificial intelligence. There's artificial that's ANI had previously. That's like those chatbots that don't work really well. There's artificial general intelligence, which is where we're moving toward, and artificial superintelligence. So artificial refers to an AI system that can perform any intellectual task a human can do. It's general purpose intelligence, meaning it can reason and adapt across many different domains like language, math, art, science, social reasoning. The key is flexibility. It's not just specialized in one thing like today's AI, which is called ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. Then there's artificial superintelligence. It refers to AI that doesn't just match human intelligence. It surpasses it. Be better than humans at science, creativity, strategy, emotional understanding, and problem solving. Sometimes described as an intelligence explosion, where once AI surpasses us, it could rapidly improve itself beyond human comprehension. And then I listed things that are examples of artificial superintelligence: recursive self improvement systems, AI that can redesign and upgrade its own algorithms. And that's really key because that's that's basically allowing it to rebuild itself and make itself extremely efficient. Advanced neural enhanced AI computing, combining quantum computing with AI for exponential processing power. Artificial creativity engines, producing novel scientific theories, inventions, and art beyond human imagination. Generative design AI, creating molecular machines or nanobots, outthinking humans in politics, economics, and long-term planning. Advanced brain-computer interfaces. I love talking about these. Enabling human and AI directly share thought, replicating autonomous robots, which we really need to worry about. Machines that can adapt, repair, and reproduce designs. Our emotions, empathy models surpassing human ability to predict and respond to emotional states. Global systems control AI, optimizing energy grids, traffic logistics, and planetary scale infrastructure. Artificial life and consciousness. Again, I love this one. Creating or simulating new forms of intelligence and existence. Ethics, governance, superintelligence, reasoning about morality, law, and cooperation at higher level at a higher level than human institutions, and cosmic scale engineering design. Concepts like Dyson spheres, interstellar travel systems, or terraforming. So, with that being said, that's what we talk about when we talk about artificial superintelligence. Does that give you some idea of what I meant by that?
Yeah, can you give me a little bit of insight on that?
Absolutely. Well, let's first talk about so cybernetics. So basically, there's a way that it could be done where we scan your brain into a computer, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, essentially creating a an exact copy of what we would consider you are being. The idea is, well, is that really you? The question that arises philosophically and has for millennia. Uh, Philosophers have been asking this question, and it really what arises is something known as ship Theseus paradox. Conda, if I were standing with you and we built it, original ship, the second ship, all the pieces from the first ship, have we created a new ship, or is it just the other ship, the first ship, move? Which, yes.
It's kind of okay, the first ship into another ship. So we're just kind of like taking it apart, building it back up.
It could be either. It's kind of at the same time. So in the same, we can do that with a human. So essentially, if we take your brain, your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and we clone that, is it you, or is it a different version of you? So let's use this in human terms. So let's say we took all of your.
Do you die in between the reconstruction process?
Yeah, actually, as we understand this scientifically, like if you were going to teleport from one place to another, we, by definition, have to essentially kill you.
Yeah, I don't know. There's frogs, right, that will freeze themselves at like state until it's like the conditions are favorable enough for them to, like spring back into life
Yeah.
or whatever. It's like, is that in between state where they're frozen? They're basically like dead. They're not really.
Hibernation, but they don't actually. So what we would be talking about is essentially, well, a few things. In the teleporting example, so if fine,
Yeah.
what do we do with that?
Seems like a clone of you is still not the original version. So I don't know. If you replicate a file on your computer, it's not two different files. It's two copies of the same.
Example that I give, and it would be like you have one file, file A, you copy that, and it becomes file A, and then parenthesis 1, which we could just rename back to being file A, and you would never know the difference. It's however you want to define it. But to Conda's point, let's talk about the emotion.
There.
Excellent. Okay, so scientists are currently in the initial phases of memory transfer in mice, so small mammals. So what they're doing is they are able to have a mouse memorize by scanning the mouse's brain, transferring those memories using some type of like brain computer interface into another mouse and having the second not getting it wrong at all. So we're already at the point where we have mice that are able to transfer memories. So the idea is that if memories can be transferred, that means emotions and psychological states be transferred. Who's to say that we couldn't transfer those? ChatGPT a question. This is my question. I have a Twitch account, and I am logged in on my Android phone. And I just follow me, and I did not get a notification on my computer. They then proceeded to follow me with a second account and a third account, but I didn't get any nor did I get any emails. What is going on with the Twitch notification system? Is this a regular issue that people experience? You're not alone. Twitch notifications can be inconsistent, and many users have reported issues similar to what you're experiencing. Here's a breakdown of what's likely going on and what you can do about it. What's likely happening? Twitch prioritizes email over app notifications. Oh, what? You get one email for the first follow, but not for the others. Oh, interesting. Twitch may group or suppress repeated similar notifications, like multiple follows in a short period. Oh, okay, so that's probably what it's doing. Rate limiting. To prevent spam, Twitch might limit follow notifications from accounts created or following you rapidly. Could be too. Push app notifications are unreliable. Even if your mobile and desktop notifications miss notifications entirely, not trigger for certain types of accounts. For instance, suspected bots or newly made Sure, what would you like me to do?
Absolutely wild video.
So I'm going to follow you with another account, my main account. Is it Siggy on fire? Siggy is on fire?
Yeah.
STIGGYISONFIRE, right? Yeah, it's so weird that it doesn't just come with my main account. It's not my main account. I have an account with 49,000 followers on it, but this is like account. Notification in your email. Unimpressive with how it works in a mobile browser, so keep it a notification on his desktop email, even though all his notifications are on. And then I followed him with a second, a third, and a fourth account, and he got no notifications. Can you please see if this is a common problem, like the Twitch app notifications are inconsistent? Yo, I got you, and yeah, what you're describing, Trish, is actually a known issue that's been frustrating people for a while. Good situation. Your friend has all notifications turned on, got email notifications when you followed him, no, just one. Got no app or desktop notifications. Still didn't get any when you followed the second, third, fourth. What's going on? So Twitch throttles or limits notifications. It doesn't send notifications for every single follow, especially if multiple follows happen in a short time, which I don't know why it wouldn't. Like it should. That's why you have the notifications. It may not trigger alerts for new accounts or ones that look like alts, low activity, new creation data, etc. Spam prevention is a big reason. Twitch is very cautious about mass follows looking like Bob. Many users have reported that app push notifications are inconsistent or don't fire or just don't fire. Desktop browser notifications depend on browser settings and Twitch session status. For instance, if you're not actively logged in or tab is full app notifications can be delayed or silently dropped, even if everything's set to on. Settings mismatch or glitch. Flash can fix this. Steps to tell or tell your friend to try. Don't worry about this, but let's see what it says. Check notification settings. Fuck that. Look at each section. Fuck that. Make sure follows is checked in all applicable tabs. Clear cache. Fuck that. Reinstall Twitch. Fuck that. Double check phone settings. Fuck that. Wait a bit. Acknowledge all cases, but it's a real and annoying issue. Yes, it's a common problem. Notifications for followers are not always reliable, especially on the app. Twitch throttling them, especially for new alt accounts. Try checking all settings. Dude, how stupid is that?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't want you to stay.
But yet
Maybe because it was my first follower forever.
But Reddit says if I follow a user's post, wait, I need to put, but yet,
Yeah, it's been like, yo, Biggie on fire. It's like
blowing up.
literally the killer.
Okay, so here's what somebody says. My follow alerts aren't working. So I've been having this problem for quite some time now, and my follow alerts just don't seem to be working. I set up alerts on Streamlabs in the scene section, and I've made sure all the settings are correct.
Put in the top of the other scene, reset cache, and reset Streamlabs. I followed numerous YouTube and I don't see my follows when somebody follows me. I thought I fixed it, but after someone followed me, that my alert never showed. I made an alt to see if it worked, and it didn't. I heard that it wouldn't register if yeah, but I sent it to you, but I just sent it to you on with diffies, and it still didn't come in. Tested it a while live, and it showed on my Twitch channel how it's supposed to. What do I do? Do I uninstall, redo everything? Anyone have a fix for me? Sometimes the Streamlabs links stop working. Viewers receiving notifications. Oh, that's different. They're good at that one. I get those all the time. Why aren't my view? Okay, why don't desktop notifications work? I have them enabled for every channel I follow. To stop people from spamming, I assume. I have to sub during the stream then. Subbing is slightly different. Your sub, resub, and chat whenever. What? Okay, not getting notifications. Followed streamers. No, that's when it goes live. Not getting notifications of channels I follow. Notification of the website not loading. So I had okay. Same here. Hopefully I get this fixed soon. 2 years ago. Update your browser to the latest version and use Chrome Firefox. No, we've done that. I checked the dev console and I was getting failed integrity check error. I'm trying to load them. Like it was uh saying here, why is it not working? I'm using Opera. Having the same issue with I don't know. What do you think about Charlie Kirk?
I mean, like Ben Shapiro isn't getting assassinated, but I don't know. It's hard to say.
That's what I said to Zoo. Okay, Riser. Did you You are. So like hit up in YouTube or actually probably X is the best place. Jackson's face. Raja Jackson is Rampage Jackson's son. And Raj is like 25 years old. So interesting to him. And so one of the other wrestlers said, look, you, Raja, can get this guy who hit you in the head. The guy who hit you in the head, his name is Psycho Stu. Or Psycho Stu. And you can get him in and body slams Psycho Stu in the ring, knocks him out cold, and then punches him 22 times in the head. And knocks out his teeth. And the police still have arrested him. It's been like almost 3 weeks. He's just got a dad who's got and basically paid PD to do anything about it.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy that he was able to get away with.
Did you see the video?
Is he still gonna get sued though? They
Yeah.
can't stop a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Did you see the video?
Based on that description, I really don't want to see that. It's too gory.
There's no blood.
Is it the guy getting the beer slammed, or the guy knocking his teeth out with 22 punches?
The guy getting his teeth knocked out, but there's no blood. Just go to it. You're gonna want to see it.
No, I don't want to watch violent shit before I go to sleep, baby.
Okay, well, next time I see you, I want you to watch it.
Okay. I mean, I can visualize it pretty well in my mind.
No, not like this. Did you see the Charlie Kirk video?
Which one? Oh, the one of them getting shot in the neck? No, I can't watch that.
Dog, that one is fucking gory as fuck. Oh yeah, you didn't see it. Yeah, he gets shot in the. There's just like blood that just immediately pours out. Like you see his head just drop back, and like there's just like no surviving that. Like they didn't shoot him in the head. But they got him fucking jugular and an I think in his like femoral artery, or no, not his femoral artery. That's in your leg, but like in your whatever artery.
Yeah, no, yeah. Someone was saying like was probably like a military
Like not just like blood dripping out. It was like blood, like looking at my. Oh no! What was it? I don't know. I saw on Reddit or somewhere. Maybe I don't. Think heard it on the radio.
Day or yes?
I would also posted on Truth Social that is so mean. Like like they would be like or whatever, like Ariana Grande's going on tour next year. Stoked about that. Like not just that, then people like really mean memes like way too soon. I mean, look, I know that's like, as someone who likes comedy, it's never too soon. But like these memes were like I don't generally think that's cool. And whatever, they found the shooter. Yeah, but some yeah, no, it does. But the laws are so me. The Second Amendment means they should be them, which if you don't like them, to me, I need the laws to make sense, but they don't. In DC, you can't buy a gun thing, and like um New York, Los Angeles, it used to be more difficult, but then they got a different sheriff, and they give out what are called concealed carry licenses, but basically it's very political. Like um you have to like basically give to the sheriff's reelection campaign or be like a mover and a shaker in order to get one. And basically no one in California walks around with a gun on their hip unless they're a security guard or a police officer. Even though you can, Arizona you can. Arizona used to be like the Wild Wild West. You could just everybody walked around with a gun on their fucking uh like not everybody, but like people. And or you know, make it a struggle or something. Of a headache, then not. Like, that's why a lot of people are going to these peppers. And then also,
Are they long distance? Like, do they explode like a sailing cannon after like 40?
they shoot like, I think like 100 yards. They shoot like a long way, and
Oh shit!
um,
Well, they're short range though.
super even better short range. RE or something like. Look up like saber pepper ball gun.
I see that. Oh, so you actually have to hit the target for it to explode.
Okay, so here's what they're saying on X: more rooftop snipers. Now we're finding out Charlie Kirk's assassin shot from the rooftop over 200 yards away.
Did he escape on a zip line by chance?
And a motorcycle.
In a water tower rooftop zip line escape?
It's two football fields. Oh yeah, it's the.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're.
It's not the femoral artery. The carotid artery. X.
Man, that's crazy.
When they get these scopes, it's like looking through. Like it's like
Not that impressive.
dog. This
Was it ketchup?
oh no
What
no
if
no.
it was all ketchup?
I wish it were, but no. This motherfucker got. It would be like a two like 1 liter worth of blood just shoots out right away, like a fountain. Like it would be like you said, like a fountain, just squirts out, and it's not just it like squirts out and keeps squirting out, like almost like a cartoon. You see his head just like roll, his eyes roll back of his head. It's like, oh, dude, the person who got him was well. It was
Military, dude.
yeah, dude. This person, a sniper was spotted on the rooftop just before the shocking assassination. They've got this guy on camera. If you look at Mahi, a sniper on the fucking roof. And a man who had a long rifle. Dude, he and um shot. Photos show the shooter with sniper rifle with a high-powered scope. He was a pro. Yeah, it wasn't like one of these that like 6 times or something like that. Like it was not short. It was like this guy came out of nowhere. I feel really bad. They said it was this guy. This guy didn't have anything to do with it.
Fuck. The guy just got away despite all the cameras and shit.
Well, that's
Doing nothing.
the thing. It's gonna be like it could very well be like they're just like, yeah, he just got killed. Like, oops, and then they just don't ever prosecute anybody. There are 2 videos.
Yeah, I mean, the guy literally got away because they literally have nothing right now.
Right.
That's pretty fucked up.
There are 2 videos that I've seen. One is from very far away, and the other's from up close. And the one that's up close is very gory. The one that's far away, you can't. They took this old man into custody, but he didn't have anything to do with it. I feel really badly for him, and it's really sad that this guy was a dad and had a nice, like a really, really beautiful family, and um, came in here today, and he was like you know, he's all in black tactical shit.
So nobody noticed the dude in black tactical shit
Yeah, no, they did.
walking in.
They did. Somebody did, and it's just like a.
Yeah, this
It's just like
guy's
a.
literally wearing a fucking valid
Yeah,
and has a right on the back.
exactly. There are a couple.
And they just nobody. Because as soon as the shot was fired, I'm sure it's just like chaos and people just freaking the fuck out, running for their lives.
That's correct.
And like I think that like it doesn't matter. I mean, unless you're like literally like a fucking ex-military guy. If you're just a regular civilian, the second you hear a loud ass shot, I mean, maybe at a silent matter. The shot happens, like you're just in panic, get the fuck out of here mode. You're not like, oh, let me see, let me go and find where all the danger is. But
Right.
Yeah,
And Zoot,
Yeah.
Zoot was like, they found the guy, and I'm like, no, and
that sounds exactly like Zoo.
and I'm like, no, they let that guy go, and Zoot's like, no,
I just won.
wait, that's exactly how he was. He goes, no, you watch. They got the guy detained, and they're just waiting to announce it on television tomorrow. Very, very funny. Oh, sick. Other thing he said, you're like, people said Mossad or like,
Something not aligned with that.
yeah, I mean, but people say
Or
that
explain.
people say that all the time, and they don't snipe them.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing this could have been a distraction for some other, though, because this distraction,
So,
which, if I had, is probably because, I don't know, 9 so today.
right, which is
I don't
interesting.
know. Maybe it's just like
Coincidental.
crazy coincidence. I don't know. Martyrs of stuff, I feel like.
I don't know.
Like, guy, like, on his last story, he was just talking about, I mean, there's some other murder where some, like, woman got stabbed, like, a bunch of times by, you may
Right.
have heard me listening to it, but
Yeah, I did.
it seemed like, yeah, out of the two of them, Charlie Kirk was more into, like, just speaking on whatever topics. Epstein also, I guess Shapiro does that too, but I don't know.
Yeah,
They both have, like, a big follower. And they're
I don't know Ben Shapiro directly, but uh, people
you should ask him for a interview.
yeah, I did that at the is really good friend.
Oh yeah, he's definitely Jewish.
And AM 870, which is like conservative radio here. And then he went to move on to doing the what is it? The pundit? What is that thing that he does?
Shapiro, I don't know.
Yeah, he
Has a
does.
YouTube channel.
Um, So what I'm saying though is that to me, he's a much bigger target than Charlie Kirk was. So if you wanted to like make waves for the Republican Party, Ben Shapiro is a bigger target. But um, I I don't know. There's this was a fucking
No,
sniper.
Ben Shapiro has 4.4 million followers on Instagram. Charlie Kirk has 8 million.
Yeah, I don't judge it by that though. I judge it by like who's on television most. I mean, we don't really have those numbers, but um, I mean, much closer vicinity and just like in the same circles as Ben Shapiro. So to me, but maybe Charlie Kirk is bigger. I don't know. Has Joe Rogan ever interviewed Charlie Kirk? I don't mean that to be funny. Is that he's he's interviewed Ben Shapiro a bunch. If he has, I'm gonna watch it right now. But I've seen like
Joe Rogan.
I've seen like
I don't know, but I mean,
which was like a news outlet back then would go to like what does Ja Rule have to say on this? And Ja Rule's around like a tragedy. People will tweet like, "What does Ja Rule have to think about this?"
it's from his comedy.
Yeah,
Was that where?
For real, why you care so much what the Dixie chicks say? It's not like they political scientists and nothing. They just like the same good. You know what I mean? Stop worshiping celebrities so much. Don't listen, pay attention. I remember right around September 11th, Ja Rule was on MTV. That's what they said. We got Ja Rule on the phone. See what Ja's thoughts are on this. I want to dance. I'm scared to death.
Oh.
Ja Rule might not have right there. I think when bad shit happens, I've been like, oh my God. This is terrible. Could somebody please?
Doesn't he look different back then than he does today? Yeah, Joe Rogan not seem like he tweeted about it.
I mean, there's enough tweets about it, I think, today.
Yeah. Fucked up. It's like if they hate him, it's that's what happens with these celebrities is they become so big that then people start to hate them, taking over their subreddit, and then making it like a place that's negative about them. Another thing is
I want to see AI episodes of fucking Nathan for you come out. I don't know. There's people in the front row must be fucking traumatized by that shit. Like, just running out and you're just covered in fucking Charlie Kirk's blood. I mean, you can probably,
there's a fight at the Idaho Capitol after Charlie Kirk. So much for the tolerant. They beat the shit out of this guy. Oh, he is getting it. Reddit. You can see how many people are online. Subreddit right now, and I love reading. I, I don't believe it or not.
Or whatever. Even though, like, Kenny Hotz apparently did some goddamn funny, the dad just fucking kills me.
Who's Kenny Hotz?
Oh, have you seen the famous Canadian show called Kenny versus Benny? And he's a comedian. He's very funny.
Very well. I used to
does just record somehow get around like any like common like little, there's a video playing and then your little stupid face is like in corners and then you're like acting, maybe not even saying words, just like moving your eyeballs around. But then you repost it and then people watch that and that's fine. YouTube doesn't care.
Believe it or not, the big case and the precedent in the law comes from Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub spent between $500,000 and $1 million against this really little YouTuber, and the little YouTuber didn't have the money to fight the case, and so he was just gonna lose. He just wasn't like he was just gonna lose and lose his account. But at the 9th hour or the 11th hour, a lawyer came in and defended the little guy, and basically the judge, like the precedent is this: you have to at least you can't show long forms of the original video without making comments. Your comments have to like show that they make like a they have to change the video in some way, so you just can't show the whole thing. And it's like important that you pause it and give your opinion. So in answer to your question, can you just show yourself in the corner blinking? It would be up
Not
to
for long form content.
it would be up to a judge, and that's why I don't like these really subjective opinions. In my opinion, you should be able to go out there and show it. Like again, you know how I said that like all your music should be free because you should be paid, and you should like merchandise and ticket sales and things. I feel the same with making a decision or a jury, and it's like with music, like songs. When someone's like, so and so sampled my song in their song, and then it goes to a judge and jury, and it's like, whoa, it would get another judge and jury, and they may have a completely different opinion. In my opinion, it should be your that you can do that yourself in the corner. Dude, you want to know the best way I've seen people do this though? And this is fucking brilliant. So so here's what you do. Let's say you uh, and it's usually a lot easier because that person already cut up all the good stuff and of that.
Yeah, just
So
like
yeah, so there's this girl. She's pretty hot, she wears like a nude bra, so it almost looks like she's topless, and then she just goes on podcast reaction videos and gives her reaction of those, and she does a good job. And I've seen like not even that much. I think I've seen 3 of her videos or something like that. But I'm like, damn, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with making a reaction. And oftentimes, I grow flippers, I guess, because flippers just means reaction. I guess flippers is just like literally stealing a piece of content, which I am. But doing a reaction channel and clipping it, it's somewhat original. But if you're just making the actual, it's like your basic pirate.
Well, doesn't it help the original person by giving them exposure?
Yeah, no, that, that's good. That's a good counter argument, but it could also, I don't know.
Well, that's when it becomes an issue when people monetize it. But if people are just sharing it, go ahead and share it as much as you want. Like more popular. It's like, okay, here's a perfect example. Do you ever see like on like like every website um just people's reactions will be like 3 seconds of a movie?
Yeah.
Well, technically, I mean, I think in the United States, the law. So couldn't they? I don't know. Name name one of those that you.
Oh, it's the movie, the Ryan Gosling movie from like Cyberpunk shit.
Okay, so Ryan Gosling in Cyberpunk, he could sue you for that, or Cyberpunk could sue you for that. But guess what? It's in their best interest to let you do it because it's just going to make him a bigger actor and that movie more popular. Does that make sense?
Meme marketing.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, believe it or not, in the future, people will not really care about being in a big movie. They will care whether people use their clip in a meme. Because people will remember memes in the future better than they'll remember the entire movie. Like you become you become more a part of, like, imagine like 150 years from now, people will still use memes in one capacity or another, and that's how actors will be remembered. Sure, you were in a movie 150 years ago, but nobody's paying attention to that. They'll remember their father and they think of a.
What do you think is the most memorable meme or scene from The Shining?
It's that. Here's wait. The Shining. With Jack Nicholson, where he's like, here's Johnny. He like chops down the door and he's like, here's Johnny.
Yeah.
So even if you haven't seen that movie, people know that scene. And Jack Nicholson will want to be remembered, so he'll find it more beneficial to his career. Meme is of him than the movie. Why? Because like in 50 years, no one's going to know who Jack Nicholson was, but they'll know that meme is a common psyche of the Western world. And so people want to be remembered.
To be more overall than meme. But
Well, the meme,
the most important piece of cake.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Don't underestimate the power of the meme.
Meme magic is real.
You know what meme?
A meme.
It's a memory. It was. Uh, it was. What do I want to say? First, discussed by. It comes.
Alliteration.
No, it's not alliteration. It's like a shortening. All right, meme or
The word is repeated. The new word.
is what the
Easy peasy.
no.
Easy peasy. Choo choo. French fries.
But that's not what it is, though. The term meme was coined by British geologist Richard Dawkins in 1976 book the selfish gene. He derived the word from the Greek mimema, meaning imitated things. An imitated thing, itself stemming from mistai, meaning to imitate. Dawkins' introduction of cultural transmission, analogous to a gene, to describe how ideas, behaviors, or styles spread through imitation within a culture. There you go. He used the term to explain the evolution of cultural phenomena, proposing that memes replicate, mutate, and respond to selective pressures of genes. So it comes from the Greek mimema. But it's spelled mimema is like Greek, but it's spelled Mimema. But if you made it just the first four letters, it would be mime. So that's different. So I think it's probably pronounced mimema. So they made it meme. How'd you like that, baby?
I understood.
Okay,
Do you have any unknown info about the John Lennon assassination?
Yeah, that was it. But the like book Catcher in the Rye that he was reading it, and that's like a book of like the CIA. So was that the Dakota? Big deal to do that, and like everybody was watching Monday Night Football at the time, and there's like a famous of John a fan allegedly David of got autographs. You program and be like, look, just use an autograph, and then you just send a hitman in there to take. There are no cameras. Nobody knows what happened.
Word.
Word, dog.
I
What?
thought he wasn't shot in like the street or anything.
He was shot outside the Dakota in New York City. It was like on the sidewalk. Let me check that though. I've never seen anybody like build a 3D model of it, and I don't think they want you to. Was it on the sidewalk? Like near the steps of the building, I thought. Yes, John Lennon was shot on the sidewalk outside the Dakota, his apartment building in New York City. The attack occurred on the archway entrance of West 72nd Street, where Lennon and John Yoko. I said stairwell, but I meant art, like the entrance. Where Lennon and Yoko Ono were walking from a car to enter the building and passed by on a sidewalk. He collapsed just steps from the entrance. Well, I mean, Yoko was there, so she saw it. But I mean, they also can program these guys to do shit. Fucking McGill, and we read about it. I literally, like, the last time you were here, we read about it, and they would like keep these guys awake and like force them to listen to shit and reprogram their brains.
Much that I'm up all night and it fucks up the rest of my day.
Yeah, no, I'm so fucking zoned out and exhausted. I didn't get a game. Yeah.
What kind of animal are you?
I was talking to like fucking.
But I got
There's gotta be some.
you're like local.
No, like my physical actual mailbox.
Yeah, at least in the United States, most of how the post office makes any money.
Since the post office is scamming me and I can't opt out of it,
That's
that
correct.
should be illegal.
It should be. Yeah, that's correct. So they do this thing where, well, you can always say, at least states, return to sender. But like, in the United States, we get like, they don't do it so much anymore, but they still do it with stuff. Like, um, I don't know. Let's say Best Buy is having a service and say, hey, we're going to be having this sale. We want you guys to deliver these. We'll pay you, I don't know, 100,000 in this city. And the postal service says, cool. And then when you get your mail, you get this random shit with it. And it's like, I didn't fucking ask. Who's sending me this? It's just like a.
Why can you partner with a product, offer the post office a percentage of sales, and then get to spam a bunch of product with Rabbi Rothschild's Discord in everyone's mail?
Yeah, I mean, it's just about money. You know, like if
How many followers do you think we would get by spam mailing people?
oh man, like let's say we sent out 1,000,000 pieces of mail, I bet I would get 10 followers. Like not a lot. Like you're asking people to take a physical, like they're not at their computer by default because they're at the mailbox. So then they have to like look me up on a phone and then follow me on something. Like that's a lot of work. The thing that I've learned and like it should make sense. One of the difficulties that I encounter is that I ask people to social media hop. Basically, hey, follow me. You're on one thing. You're on Twitch. All right. Well, I want you to meet me in Discord. Like that means you have to have a Discord. You have to trust the link. You have to have enough like uh enough interest in what I'm doing to go chat of things. One thing that I can't stand, and I think this should be an illegal practice, and as Governor vetoed it, was it was supposed to be a law that made shadow banning people illegal.
So like this bullshit that Twitch does, where they're like, because if you did it 100 times, be able to bribe that. The legislature passed it, and that just pisses me off.
I have a potential loophole for free promotion.
What's that big dog?
And it would be on Reddit, potentially other
Hold on.
places.
Stop right there. Stop right there. I'm fingerprinted on Reddit, so best wishes. But let's hear it.
Well, I just heard of this guy who was, he had some online business, forget what it was, but there was some Google product that he was also using that was kind of a part of the business, and so he would go into all the different threads or subreddits that were related to it, and then he basically do a stealth shill post where he'd be like, oh, instead of just blatantly plugging his product, he'd be like, oh, I was having this problem with this thing, and then I used this Google tool for this, and then I found this other product called blah blah blah, insert my product here, and that totally solved my problem, blah 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 blah, and then say a bunch of positive shit, basically kind of try and trap people with cheese and their rats.
I get it.
This engagement.
Mods are, and those work.
That's why I have to be subtle about it.
I know, but it's
it.
more difficult. Like, you're selling your product. That's different than, hey, come to my YouTube. I see this done by girls. You need some bullshit reason that is allowing you. Meat lovers. I got the idea from, well, I got it because I was on Discord, and I was in a really big Discord, and but if you see where my cameras are, my feet are right in front of the camera. Not that I give a shit. It's just how I'm sitting with these 30 gay dudes who would ask want me to do shit with me. I'm not gay. But what do you basically I'm not gonna change doing. I'm just gonna sit here like this. This is how I'm gonna sit. So then I went on Reddit. What they'll do, and I'm in subreddits, so I see them, and they use repeat accounts, but they do it to promote their own. So what they do is they'll outfit of the day, but it's really to get people to click so that they go to their OnlyFans, and the moderators
That's
get
what I'm talking about.
exactly. So I did that.
You're casting the bait line.
Exactly.
Reeling people in, but they don't even know it.
Exactly. So I wanted to do that in a way that I didn't have to be naked, and I knew these guys like feet, and so I was like, okay, I'll try that, and it got it was
super popular for something that I did, but then my account got banned. Not for that, for like spam for something. I don't even know what I spammed, but then it was like, okay, well, um, then I had these guys on board who they just like looking at dudes' feet, and it's not like I was giving foot jobs or anything like that. I was literally just sitting there, just like I am right now, are just dudes who really like feet. And I wanted something that could just exactly what you're saying, like basically go to my links, and it did work to some extent. But then I got fingerprinted by uh, and now like Reddit does not like if I create a Reddit account. So like let's say you use a VPN.
What's an operating system on a USB that like people like go on like the dark web we use and basically create Linux that I use.
So I
Um,
haven't used that, but I have used a virtual machine. It memorizes about you. It memorizes the font packs that you have installed and on Yelp. And Yelp had like 165 different ways to identify a user's behavior, like a user based on their device and all that other shit. And I remember when your Reddit is over, like the way that you used to be able to do it is just create a new account if you ever got banned, and it would be no big deal. But they really put the kibosh on that. And then I started buying Reddit accounts. That,
rent, what if you rent like
yeah, so the best way that I found is go to somebody in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email and ask them to post something for me, and they'll do it.
yeah, but that's limited to like not my spam bot like post on your account.
Oh, yeah, but spam bots don't work well on Reddit because, and then all it takes is for them to uh, flag you, and then and they can tell that it's a virtual machine. They can tell if like based on your if you're using a VPN. They can tell if you're using a temporary email address. They can tell if you are um, there's something else. You need a temporary email address. Well, and then I don't help myself either. So I've done it. Okay, fine. And then, but like a lot of times I want to make the profile like connect, like so that if you click the profile, you go to my link. Well, if you put my link in Reddit, it's flagged, and so it takes down the whole account. So, like, if you put in linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, the whole website, the whole site, or if you put in the discord.gg, whatever, if like Reddit has those links flagged. So whenever I put them in, it bans the account. I'm not saying that I don't have Reddit accounts that still work. I do, but I don't use them because I don't want them to get banned. Reddit is extremely difficult to uh, shit. On Reddit. It's like it's a weird community. Most of the Reddit community, like I think I've seen statistics, more than 90%.
Technology and world peace subreddit.
I've done that. Oh, I've done that a bunch of times, and so a lot of my profile pictures, my license, yeah, it's all join my Discord, and I'll be like, I stream my live tubers or like small YouTubers. I'll go in there and I'll be like it, but like nobody did it. It's not a big server. You want to get in like the big subreddits and like even like I've been in there and I've been like I've streamed my life 24/7, 365 for more than 1,000 days, and they'll be like no self promotion, or they'll say like your account doesn't have enough karma for this. It's not relevant. Like I think it's amazing that I've streamed my life more than 1,000 made, but they consider it self promotion, so they don't allow you to post there. Um,
That's why what if it was like me that was going in there and saying, "Hey, I think this is amazing. This guy's like streaming his life non-stop, like study experiment."
Absolutely, you can do it. And I've had people in here in the like Wall Street Bets and in Kick and in YouTube, and if I ask any of them, they always do it for me. Um, if I ask, you know, nicely, like they haven't banned all my accounts, but the one like
but just regular, like, is there a way to just like whatever?
one time I did that.
Experience emotions,
What?
just like no.
Nobody else has information on anti-gravity. It's not like something that's really well known. Okay, so here's one that I had from a year ago.
Your post has been removed for AI stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Kick from a year ago. Rabbi Rothschild has done shout outs to the Kick community on social media for world peace. So that's there. It's 6 comments, and people like write LOL. LOL, you self promo on every person's channel. Kick. So you're the one who's been spamming that massive crap on most of the channels on Kick. So then like another one. I have a bunch. Just one moment. Oh, like XQC shouted out at 49:33 timestamp an Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. That was that's a streamer. Rabbi Moshe Rothschild set Guinness World Record. This isn't Jewish. 3 years ago. So I mean, they let me post in Jewish, which is a really difficult one. Like sets a record for streaming for what? Hey guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. Today we'll be reviewing all the which is somewhat accurate. Another thing, so this one was a year ago. Does anyone what the deal is with the rabbi who spams chats for me so that I could get a little motion going there? I
Like if you just your profile, like they can't ban you for.
They can. They banned. Yeah, they said no conspiracy related material. I didn't even set for my fucking name. And that was one that was one I really wanted to be a part of. I love Kill Tony. I literally didn't say anything. I just joined it and I got banned. And it just said that. Somebody just went in and saw that they don't have a appeal, or maybe they do, but it was already like, dude, I didn't even say anything. I just joined your fucking Discord. Here's another one 3 years ago, sub for sub. Rabbi Rothschild breaks Guinness World Record for hours live stream. That was 3 years ago. Another one, like there, I have. And the thing, if they showed the bandit accounts that I have so many more of these, like 10 times as many, but they got banned. Here's one, Neon, who's a streamer. This was 10 months ago. Neon shouted out at 49:20 timestamp an Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. Another one, Action Man, who's a streamer. This is like in his Reddit. Action Man shouted out at 49:53 timestamp an Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. Here's one for Feet Boys. Rabbi Rothschild is accusing some Rebbitzin of eating through rabbi socks. So even though this is in like a gay feet Discord subreddit, I accuse the wives of rabbis for doing it, and like that's how desperate I got. I mean, I just was trying to see what worked. I tried a lot of shit. I did Fusi, who's a streamer. Shut it out. 49:33 timestamp and pussy.
So is that in the Reddit?
I did send that one to Reddit, and the mods took it down.
Did you make a post in the Kick Reddit about how?
Yeah, I
the
did,
Kick
and they took
dude
it.
was like, no, how that they thought you think.
Oh, that was on Twitter. No, I didn't do that one. This isn't me just putting it anywhere randomly. This is in like that users or that influencer subreddit. Uh, called 4920 for timestamp when Kickstream platform sign up errors occur. But then you go to it and the video is unavailable because that account got taken down. One more. But I mean, you get the point. And it's not that it doesn't. It's like it's difficult to get shit to stay. Though I have gotten it to stay. And then what's is oh fuck it you or Chat GPT and all these models use Reddit to build their databases. By Rothschild is somebody wrote boogeyman in 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 like a things up. I will say this though, most large language models like I'm sure that they could say mean things about me, but they're generally very good. So now you want to make a good business. You're always looking to make businesses. This is a business. This is a fucking brilliant business. You ready for this?
Okay.
It is reputation management with a specific emphasis on AI. So what am I saying? Like you get reputation management companies now do is let's say it's about you. So go to the Google results, you get on page 2, and like nobody checks the Google results on page 2, and that's the goal. So what you do is like let's say you wanted to write good stuff about yourself, you would just have Bill say about you.
I don't know how the Google page results work, but don't they like require credibility to get like higher up or money?
Well so the positive shit you want, YouTube is like the strong fucking thing for Google. Or you create like a Google blog. That's a really strong one. Or you post in that's a really strong one. Like
Essentially, or time not. You just said how much price time
I did that, or had somebody do it, and he dig the fine. Okay, well, here's an example. Let's
There
say,
you go. So doesn't that like make the business kind of unethical in some sense?
oh, it's unethical. Uh,
Public affairs.
like uh, someone who is like you on a like an agent, that get you on television shows and radio and things like that. You're basically
You think that's unethical?
in
I
many
mean,
ways,
if you're forced.
like
People have PR managers and public relations. Public relations were invented by Sigmund Freud's nephew. His name is, if I don't be sad, I'm tired, and that's why. It started with cigarette companies wanting to sell more cigarettes, but at the time, women didn't sell cigarettes. So his name is. Um, so what he did, and in the parade, like a bunch of women's smoking, and the banner that makes sense because a lot of times we cover topics, and I need to make sure you understand it before I move on to the next one. All right. Um,
No, it makes sense that don't doesn't make sense. Thing.
and I don't always do that with people. It is subconscious in sociology. A lot of times people say, "Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know what I mean? You know what I mean?" They say that subconsciously, and it shows a lack of in what they're saying. Like maybe I'm not explaining it well enough, and I don't do it like that. It's because I go from one other complicated topic, and they build on each other. And if you don't understand it, it tells me that um, I have to uh, review what we went through to make sure that you understand it. Um, like I did it
Well,
earlier.
it's a good check.
Yeah, no,
It's a good.
it is.
Like the check.
And I don't normally do that with everyone, but because we cover so many topics, I do find myself doing that. Ever, like you, there was one we were talking about it tonight, and it was like I was talking about um, influencers or something, and you were like, "Wait, how does one thing work?" Or like, um, okay, so public relations. So if you're like, isn't that immoral or whatever, or unethical? Look, the person who turned the coin on public relations. There was another one. I learned this recently. Who with whom was it? Uh, basically went to war in Europe. The sizing, shooting people in the movie, be a hero if you did this. So that once World War II rolled around, all these guys wanted to kill the other side. But during World War, they did not want to do that. It was still they and so they used the mass media, the movie industry, to change that. Other things with public relations, a lot of them were smoking related. But like, I think that's just because that's been studied. It's pretty easy. Literally, like, there's this idea that like just being like daring and like taking a risk, and like cigarettes had to do with that. Or well, here's one: toothpaste. At least in the United States, it says on our toothpaste, if you swallow more than a pea-sized amount, to call poison control. Yet when you look at any toothpaste commercial, it shows like an inch of toothpaste on the brush, and it has like a little swirl on it, like an ice cream cone. Yet, if you were to swallow that, even 1/5 of that, they would say that you need to call poison control. Like, but they just like program people moral or unethical. Yeah, to some extent. Um,
Yeah, I find all that fascinating. We'll talk more soon.
okay, before some patsy, what's going to happen? They're going to find
Either some fake. We found in like if they don't have him now, they're not. They have him in custody waiting. It's just like the
killer, or they find the killer and blame it on some fucking patsy. I mean, I guess what other alternative could there be?
Oh, let's go. I don't know. Strong. Version code.
And he, and he's embarrassed by the Avera, the amazing Kiddush. Not only are they Muslim on that Avera, but they're Muslim on all of his Averas. And how we know this? We know this from Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oik. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? He says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried the Urim and Tumim. He's embarrassed by the Avera that he committed, that he killed the Nut with the Urim and Tumim. So I didn't know that Shaul was forgiven because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, but you'll be with me. It says the word with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shaul was Zoichat to being Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous metric. Or because the Gevinim said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons that they can kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul. That Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevinim that said it, was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of Bishak, because the Tzibura is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a to a sama. Kardim's whole mitzvahs. It includes the parsha tzitzis, vasalim tzitzis. The Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words Achri Lavavchim comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Achri Erechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Atim Zoinim comes the time is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rav Lozman Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the pasuk time. You may fail. Because the main focus is going to be on the Geulah. Hidden place of Chadash, going to give you a brand new Geulah. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. Marshall, a person, a wolf. Great story over his friends. He wasn't a liar. He forgets about his first story, he tells him the second story of the line. And after that, he comes to the snake. Forgets about the other two stories, the other Geulas that they had. We know the Baruch changed Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call him Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because the Baruch himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no issue. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, and the way you fix the same Torah, you say the words to yourself. And you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the word, then it's yoitza. Unless you hold like Madonna that says mitzvah tzrichos kavana, and then you have to have kavana the yoitza, the mitzvah of Kriya Shema. You are going to be discussing different cases of somebody. And we'll see what that means. Then you're allowed to, according to a mayor, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody. And why is the parish of Shema first? This is Vayomer. The answer was first we want to do Ol Machal Shemayim, and that's in the parish of Shema. Why is Vayomer Shemayim? Shema said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says Vahoyu as it is. We already know that. There's a Havamina that once say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any does Rebbe do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is words coming out of your mouth. Chacham hold you're yaitzu even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbana take the word Vahoyu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemoya im instead of it has to be in order. And Rebbe learned that from the Hay of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be yotzei? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not yotzei. According to Rameir, it's just the first pasuk, and therefore, and Rava holds that's the halacha. That's how we pass it. So a person just had kavanah the first pasuk, and first three psukim of Shema, the kavanah, as it says, ba'ela. fired above, that until that point, you have to read it and have kavana, but from that point on, you could just read it without kavana. The halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. From Yosha holds, until that point, you have to have a tree of a kavana, but past that, it's very hard to do it as a shani. It's easy to do it if you're into money. Then Rabbbi says, as long as you don't say the ches, say quickly, it might sound like a shva, you shouldn't do that. There's no need to be Myra. Rabbbi would teach Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Krishma. So what he would do is he would put his hand on his eyes and just say one pasuk, first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And his machlok is whether they talk about the Tzisik Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be young, he wanted to be maskir Yitzis Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is not if you or if you know somebody else that might be or at least another and come see for yourself why since the beginning of brachas over 1,000 views per show. It's between paragraphs and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, in Rosh Chodesh, then you say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Ravina didn't answer to Rav was because he didn't think he was touched enough of cover here. In fact, they passed in our days since people understand that you're not going to answer them. You're in the middle of Hal, you're in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shalomation. Two halachas. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house, say hello to him before you. That would be if you bump into your friend, or you happen to go to your friend for saying hello to him. It's also lasis chafotza. You're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. Now, I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and the WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though, that if one has to be talking to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. From the same satiates himself with Torah. So full of Torah that they won't tell him any of the in the Mishnah. What's it have been a program? There's a machlokes between the end of Shema, MS, and the Yatziv. Is that considered between the program? Rabbi says that's not. Does he have to repeat the word MS again? That's it. Once you get the Marka Alehem, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Papa holds that's not considered a start. And therefore, if you just say that until Marka Alehem, then you can skip and go all the way to Hashem and take them MS. About the hour minute is you start, you say the beginning of the passage, and therefore that's for you to finish. And that's why you finish. And you're going to say, and this is a Myriv, you have to say, instead of the third parish, you have to Moedim Anatullah, Hashem, Shotziserum Eretz Mitzrayim, you took us out of Mitzrayim, and you redeemed us from slavery, and you did tremendous nisim for us on the water, and we sang to you, what did we sing to you? Micha Moicha Barilim Hashem, and then you continue from that point on, all the way to God Yisrael, and then you say Shemon Ezra. Shimba Yochai says, Shema, O Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first. But the Parsha Shema has three concepts in it. Lilmoid, Lilamed, Lilasis. It says in the concept of the Bar Tabam that teaches us you have to learn Torah. Lilamed, that have to teach others, Shinatum Levanecha. And Lasa is to take action, Shartam, put on Tefillin, Usaftam, you write Mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has Lilamed, which is Lamatem, is Benechem, Davrabah. The Lasa is, again, Shartam, Usaftam. And finally, the final Parsha by Yomer is only to do. Take action. Vasulam tzitzis to make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because the shliach, the fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make bribs of Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi. And then only afterwards, he would put on tefillin and Kriya Shema. You could be doich and say there's no prior from the say that before we machlokes, when do you say bribs of Torah? From here you see that Rav said bribs of even Amishnayis. If somebody's doing great, he's a basic the mitzvah. He's part from all doing Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemon Ezra. He's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch off. He can come out of the grave and he'll say, put on Tefillin, Kriya Shema, Tefillin, and then he'll switch with them. Rabbi Shimon bar Karcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, the Ol Malchus Shemayim, Shema, and then you do Asiyah. Minutes. Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Ol Malchus Shemayim. The person says Kriya Shema. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a carbon oil without bringing the mincha that's associated with a wonderful. The restroom, wash his hands, say put on tefillin, and then down Shemon Ezra. Do all that as if you built a mizbeach and you were microwave a carbon on top of the mizbeach. It says right there, it says it. You're able to get a mikvah. This is to curse those who search for water before saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a saman. Like this man. But Ezra, on the other hand, couldn't look for water because this man is much longer. She looked for water up until a person, which is approximately 3 months, and look for water. When you know there's water, quick to go up until a hill, which is approximately 4,000. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear wasn't Mash. Rabbi Yosef says long sugya. It's almost you could start out initially out hearing it in your ear. It says when it comes to Kriya Shema, even after they have the middle sheet. It's from Elazar ben Azariah. What happens to this read? Elazar ben Azariah says you are Yotze only to the other. How do these two shitas match up following 5 things? You have our Mishnah that discusses Kriya Shema, and that's their right. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 shitas. You have Rabbi who says you don't have to hear it here. You only have to. Rabbi who says that you have to hear because it says ma. You must hear it. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah is the middle sheet. You will hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're Yotze. Then we have a price that brings a person who's deaf, but he could speak. And he says a bracha on Truma. One Bryce says he's only Yotze. Either you Yotze even without hearing it. As far as a sugi, it seems like Yehuda holds like his own Rebbe, Elazar ben Azariah, the other Yotze. Truma, the bracha Truma, which is the Rabbanon, those are the Elazar. There's another Bryce when it comes to that person who can speak. And that's what Shimon says that you're Yotze even l'chatchila. That must be going according to him. Then you have the halacha because Hamazon is very right. That means that you should do so. If you do it, then you have to do Yotze. And finally, we have the case of Megillah. Megillah, Chris of Megillah says that a Cheresh should not have to say Chris of Megillah. Did so. Did so according to.
Yo, how are you? How'd you find out about me? Rekka, can you hear me? Rekka, do you know English? Rekka, go fuck yourself. I don't want to fuck yourself.
The days are back. The church of what's happening now is proud to introduce you to Hello Church. Oh shit. This is how result. What is when he is in the White House every night? Church what's happening now. Wednesday, February 8th. Get that one, please. Come on.
It's amazing. It's very it's such a tough. Just like
This is just a podcast, huh?
the
Fucking party work. Here we go, black people jump up and down. Come on, black people. Mexicans jump up and down. Let's go, Stitch. Armenians, do your thing. Oh, werewolves for jump. Real hot summer, real. Here we go, the intensity. Oh, shit. This is white chicks, son. Black. The 70s. Here we go. White chicks. We say it. Oh, shit. What the fuck? Police I asked here. Yes. Again, my brother, Mr. Rabbbi. Hey, hi, everybody. If you don't wait, no motherfuckers around. I had to tell somebody something. Brian talking about filling 20 inch with 20 inch because no more Saturday on it. So 3 weeks ago in Cleveland, I got radio on Thursday. I gotta be there. I'm not gonna go to fucking Sixers. I'm not deal with it. We went to eat with these dudes from LA that wanted to play with me.
Robbie's not the guy.
I'm
Before
figuring
Tesla
it out.
was doing
I'm
it,
Scott
you're a vaccine, you're
State.
holding these for the friend of Malone, he's getting married
These
that
two guys. It's
day.
cold.
Moses said, I'm a fossil, let me go to retire now, and come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. He said, if a person makes a mistake in English, well, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire. Let's say a person says, Visharecha, he's not sure where he's holding. He's holding at the end of the first parasha that has a Visharecha. Perhaps he's holding both the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following law applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha person knows better than the other two parashas. Therefore, if you're concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. Don't have to. The Italian worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're out of the tree, provided that the first causing a creation must stop working and they concentrate on the fruit. Let us stay. There is a distinction between the worker or the owner
I was there last night. He's allowed to say Krishna. But anybody that's not Muslim, he has holiness. He says, oh, I could be Muhammad. And I would say that he could say Krishna regardless. And Allah just lost the love one, just also a thing. Unless he's what we call in Islam, someone who's spoiled, wants to cure himself, and he's not breathing from enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is that this sort of repeats itself. The Canadian response is right about a person who uses a slave. Don't stand anyway. Wow, what a great person he was. And he was trustworthy. And he was the center. Worked hard. And that's how we earned the word. A slave, and then you give him that kind of. We only have 3 of them. Like Rabbbi said, we have 40 months. And we don't have any more. Many different things that I'm really saying. To make this when the person is if time permits, we'll go through most of them. We should wake up in the morning and find out we have your Shemayim, and we should find all our Yohanan used to say, keep at our shame and see how hard we have in our life. We should use and ois and chasim. Zera would say, the neighbor, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbbi would say,
terrible rumors about us. We should have bad friends and bad neighbors.
And the fucking with a whole bitch ass. Just do drugs like I did. You know, like things do my time. Yeah.
Right. Siren.
Traffic.
Special davening that Simon Williams inserted at the end of their according to one of his sentences to say,
That's all right. I
you should have put us in a corner. If you're putting us in a corner, make sure it's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner. And our heart should be aching,
You
and
know
our
what
eyes
makes me
should
about
be
being
dim.
a Democrat?
There's another Simon Williams to say, what we so you probably worthy to be born, and now that I'm born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust. And you also mentioned sin any longer, and whenever I sin, please grace completely. My brother of his, and the fat, the blood, this tightness that I'm fasting, now I have this fat, less blood, less as a carbon. Edinburgh was out to say, this is my favorite. The mayor would say, every wrong with those people. You might believe that. Hard. Always have your watch, guard your with the harem, and therefore I will do it every time. Dr. Yabba would say, I'm a creation of your friends, and even with volume in the marketplace, and our preacher, Benjamin Zakai, would never allow someone to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says, the main and that's the hardest part in the world is the Jewish license plate and Shula. We're talking about a different definition of person who knows Torah. What is Shmuel? In order to That's better than should.
That's why
Ralph says.
that's why
This
charge more for things
sitting
and I want to $200 and laugh at fucking sock jokes.
Most famous Mahmoud is the apostle who faithful to Subbana, the things our heroes, the scholars,
Okay,
we
all right.
take the burden.
And
One man always says, Alufenu,
you fucking win.
there's
Start
our doing
talking
the
about
burden.
and mad flavor
Have
and
the
the flying
princess,
Jew.
the other one
And
says,
that's
Alufenu was represented by the
oh yeah.
And we shouldn't, if you say that we shouldn't go off the dome.
Okay. So I'm bringing
What's the
there
hustle? Have you relate? Thank you, Mazoka. So what have you relate? From the stage itself, they don't need to come out of the up on the the famous pastor would come out and say, he doesn't need anything,
Just keep it like
so
that.
that's the fruit to Yerushalayim. Like the divided that lives within this Klal Yisrael for many generations, and they never became Jews. They didn't see the Klal Yisrael. Or the Pasio, the so Klal Yisrael gathers together before Yom Tov, 30 days before Yom Tov, before Pesach, Shana, well, you know, it's a place that you don't do like, you shouldn't do like, if you're coming off, you should never do like this. The question is whether person he doesn't have a job. That's why basically that's finishes that we finish this second period. And the commission says in the third period, we should make if you have a seasonal level in front of you, it's called a Kriyashma, fill in for the X-ray.
There's a lot of cities I go and I travel. It ain't the same. It ain't the same.
Therefore, one has to eat.
There's some places you can sit on the outside, so nobody sees me. There's some places they're watching. You stick out
As
like
an
a
oval,
fucking
it's also
sucker. They're watching.
it's also a lead.
What's the matter with you?
Wine is says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, it's also to make bracha. And it's also for other people. Right? So according to Rashi, other people don't have to make bracha. But on Shabbos,
the sugar cubes
all
that
those
you
halachas
sweat
apply.
the sugar
Couldn't
so
leave
it's
to
usually
eat
not the sugar
meat,
cube
drink
but
wine.
it's not the sugar cubes
And it's not like it's whether or not you're chayav in a fight.
oh shit
Someone who's
oh
dealing
shit
with the burial of supposed relatives, places it's not, and therefore he's held up for all the next Papa says that's one is right at the house is not there, then it's no longer healed. That even though he's dealing with Ephraim and Sarah is no longer in front of him, her considers it as if Sarah is in front of him, he's still dealing with and therefore those people that come comfort that's also they're also about the mitzvah. If they had a chance to say so, if they don't have a chance, but the inner one decide once my visual comes there's
every weekend
with that donkey yes sorry
anything
comments more discusses and prayer what people stories what exactly die soon for the day or so and his neighbor has more discusses regarding
for my red cup
says the sons of the field were wondering if their father already was listening to this, we know that they're pain because that was learning busy working for him. That's your learning. Father than Allah. Amazing that people don't know anything. It's in our direction. That Mason is referring to the Shai. They're in this world. They're not concerned about that. It's around 7 days, and then the second one will be the third will be 7 days later. Other plans then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this concept did not come to the Rabbbi Rothschild and the Shia, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he Kind of some cars and shit up. Here's the two roofs I say we'll try. I mean, that makes sense. So we come back and tell me, and she said, I heard whoever plants in the second, the kids are going to come and move the crap, so he planted in the first, and therefore he made everybody else want some crap. Says his wife, how did you know? So he told his wife the secret. Whoever mother of the girl who was flying around the cargo that she takes on around and grew up to I cannot fly because the lives people are already attention on. So you see that, or perhaps somebody came, somebody was with her, Siri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her, Greg, where's the money? And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, tell me, mother, that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Send my phone. That's because she must have heard too much about that. Or says that the shul used to take the money of the altar and make it to Shemayim because lady heard his Rabbbi by not going to the shir. And he that guy's was get behind the microphone and colors of a comedian. I hope he gets 3 types of cancer in his head. Fucking bookies. I'll tell you, it'll go to class. You see that Rothschild? Said something about other things that put in the favorite experimentation. So it says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? And Habib ibn Mahal says that the facts are having a very different truth. That's Shemayin of having a mirror. Mine of order that he does the site for. The other said how like fake water was Hashem. Therefore, so they couldn't have him in the hollow. When he died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead, you can steal a throw stones at the coffin. Whereas Hashem should have said, if you weren't fighting, I was putting your favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Pharaoh, because one of them is now they couldn't touch him outside of his But that's a price. The thing of the story is counterclockwise, right? But the laws are held that his order, everybody holds, that in order to go and make it not come, you have to bring it in pieces. So you chop it up in pieces, and you want to come back again with sand. That's all this part. The laws are trying to present with that tree, with the wall, the water stopped. A pastor came out of Shemayim and said, well, Moses is right. Nevertheless, he didn't accept his word, and not only that, the king said, when he died, the Pharaoh. So we have three places in the Mishnah, but why did you say 24? There's 21 other situations in the Mishnah over here, very similar to these three times, where the Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbbi, the majority, nothing against the Rabbbi, and fought really hard. And that is deserving of Pharaoh. In some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other one, and fought hard against a great person, that is deserving of it. It says that Mara, you won't figure out that with 3 hands, people listening to what has to be noise. Let's go. It says one by one. In other words, one person goes out, the speaker comes back into the next one. If the dead, if the body isn't them, hardly on himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him. He says, I sinned a lot. Many, you didn't even give me what I deserve. 1 out of 1,000. Says about you, yes, that's the fellow said that the fellow something that shouldn't talk about because it means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater punish. Say about people standing in a row, I mean, not for some the outer row is not open for freedom. However, the most possible is the outer row can see and can be heard. Experiencing this part of the evil element, he's other room creation. Where brings the thing tuna, they take some of when it comes to this somebody doesn't feel ashamed, he's also seen as he's a chacham, he's a novice. For instance, we have the concept of basic price. If you feel through and there's a great thing where we're sure that perhaps zero spread out throughout the field. And there are about, if you are the weight, you're not going to put yourself for your weight through the field. And you see that's a concept only to the Rabbah, because when they rise, you won't be able to do that. For Chazar of the Bible. Same way they proper honor of the king, even Goyish kings, where it says that Elizabeth Tzaddik was explaining, stepped over the coffin. Now, I love how that if there's a full half up here between the body and the other, then the full stays within itself. So, we're not concerned that perhaps most are going to stand this time, and he's a larger person in the heart or something, and if you don't have that type of person, and in order to be honored the king, we're not pushing to that part that doesn't have a type. Yes, it's not human dignity. But the point is paper is more than stones. So you want to carry stone for the bathroom. And if a person sits with not only has 3 pieces on 4 corners, he must take off his armor right away, but if he's in a turbulent situation, he's going to go on to leave it up. One of the presidents of the Salam said, find the option for returning. But this exception, if you're finding it, it's a part of the whole person, it's not your honor for your money that would take. In fact, I thought why Shaq is any different. And when you're playing double, so he's another and a playing double. Or he's a person who's going to do this on his son, or shut the corporate place out. He's not a compliment, but he's amazing. That Nobody is taking care of it. Then even if another laser upcoming, why should I have a victim? And the answer is
we ever got arrested, this shit would get squashed. At the end. Right before they were ready to press charges. Kid had too much juice. Right. That's the reason why he's taking him. I split right 50-50 right down the middle. All he had to do.
second distraction for time of what we see by Rothschild. We learned Rothschild's agreement. Right, you want to try to learn what's in the Greek. It's like questions that Rabbbi maybe stats.
Started my
Sagi doesn't. You have 13 shot members. And all of them finish a shot. Rather, I was watching and you noticed a woman about this that he felt wasn't appropriate for her to be running to work. She ran over to her and ripped it off her head. Only to realize that she was a quiet. She could wear whatever she wanted. And he was fine to throw something to the She said, because her name was Muslim, it sounds like 200 times too. See, that is a serious matter. She put herself in a position where she owes money to make it a call for terrorists. The Gemara says, Rabbbi will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah. So that women go to the mikvah and ask questions about things. That's what about Yitzhar. Because the women appear to me like white beaks. I don't have any Yitzhar. Also, they can have children that are as beautiful as them, as the motion is clear as they can.
Why do you read this book?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. What about I come from Shaved. He's above Ayin Hara. Or the he's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. The water covers Ayin Hara. Or the eye turns won't have any good luck in the same body. Women, as we know, are puzzled from all mitzvahs and sections like Rome. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, creation is a specific time in the morning and evening that are better from creation. Women are puzzled from filling. And the finish is that I would think that they'd be high until because there's a package between filling and mezuzah, and in the mezuzah they are high. The mashwan women are puzzled from filling. Now, they are high in the mezuzah. Why? Because in the mezuzah it says that now you can make a mezuzah brings longevity. And women need longevity. I would think that the mezuzah will be puzzled because it says the mashwan is placed in Zberecha, and then right afterwards in Pesachta, there's a package just like they're puzzled from Torah. They should be puzzled from mezuzah. The mashwan they're high in the mezuzah. Women is high in Shemon Esrei. Shemon Esrei brings rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shemon Esrei is Arab, like the Ritzarani, it's his man Grandma, nevertheless, because of the rachamim they're trying. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? It's not like this, whether they're high with the Raisa or with the Rabbanah. They're definitely high. The Rabbanah, the high with the Raisa, it says, Safar Shabbos, Shalom B'Zafar. Whoever's high in keeping Shabbos is high in mentioning Shabbos and doing things. According to Abaya, it's only the Rabbanah. Because Hamazon, they're high. Though, what Rabbeinu says, that high should eat in the evening and morning, so it seems like it's a sensation like Rama. Nevertheless, they're high. You don't want to prove that perhaps if the Muslim of a woman is for the Raisa because she could be married to her husband. On a rally place, it says that Chata would be going to this father, and the Rabbanah less than a severe satiating or kina, and therefore, so maybe that's what it means that a woman could be
Fucked up.
in a
That's all.
situation where she Rabbbi.
That was family thing.
Where it says the last can't show older bunch that's not fair. It said that you shouldn't act like bribe, but you want to be like that. Says a bunch of them, of course, they show everything. I told clients what they bring to Moses that they were not here on themselves. And they say bring some Moses, like though I show about Harry, and I learned
There was a Fed watching that.
and therefore he doesn't say bring this Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi. Now, bring this Hamazim, he says it in his head. Contemplates it, he's Mahar, about something in your head. Does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbino, it has the same effect. Why does it carry when you think it? If it's specific saying cause, or it's just like you said, you should not say it with your mouth. Think it in your heart. Or there is though, Hebrew, mouth gets so why is it thinking about it every day? And the answer is, you're right. It doesn't have good. If he's saying in shul, if everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about it. But when you want him to be basic, when he's doing the same thing as everybody else is doing, that'd be wonderful.
24 was when he killed the 1 year. Yeah. You know, what he was responsible for in 1 fucking year. Jesus Christ. So they put it all together, and they, because of that documentary on HBO, Ronald was already in jail for the XC with the fucking neo-Nazis in Phoenix. They picked him up, and they put him under the fucking jail in Denver.
Rothschild stopped about it. We learned that he called Perry, you must say something to the right, so such as Kriya Shema, or bring something with. Yeah. Thinking in his head, I don't know that brings some Muslims there. It doesn't get any more clear than this. This is the possible. You beat the Sabbat on your satiation. You're after you say bring some Muslims. Because I'm Torah. It says that I heard it said I'm going to announce that she's because it says that you don't have to think about even though we take on a favor when we do this, that once you perhaps say the Torah after you learn Torah, you mustn't say Hamaitzi before you eat. If you make the person doesn't have to eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. The same thing in reverse. If you say things like Torah before you learn, so certainly you should make things Hamaitzi before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. If someone comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself, you don't make the bracha prior to eating because you didn't have a hayah. Whereas on the Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go to the hayah. This brings it all up. You say it prior and not after. Rabbi, on the whole, unlike what we're learning from the Philistine, that Kriya Shema is only with their Rabbah. And therefore, if a person has a suffix, whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it from their Rabbah. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yahtzee, it's their Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix, whether he said Yahtzee, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that from the beginning, the first Daven brachas? The Yahtzee teaches us, he said Kriya Shema. Doesn't make it raw after eating so or after Krishna, you see the that is only with the Rabbana, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from Rabbana because you're talking about the Krishna, and in Krishna you already mentioned Tzitzias Mitzrayim. And Krishna is stronger than Beyonce because it has Omar Hashemayim and Tzitzias Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Krishna. Melissa says that Krishna right So therefore, a person has a son whether he said Krishma or not, that's what it is. Shmuel Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, Krishma Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halakha. What about if a person knows that he said Shmuel Esrei? The halacha is that the finish Shmuel Esrei every weekday on Shabbos. According to Rav Huna, I gotta tell you this. Then you should start from that Shabbos. Because the problem is, you don't want to daven Shmuel Esrei while everybody else is waiting. You just call it Stevie T. It's like from Insanity. He has to be finished. This one has to be finished. Whether a person takes Kedusha by itself or we the basket that a person can't take before everybody that's the most okay. Go fuck yourself. Tell these people today, alright, you cosplayers and all these assholes. the point is whether you can stop the real Shmuel Esrei to say one in the Rabbi.
It's fucking
Also to learn Torah.
about their fucking
I don't know what the concept is. Since there's a concept regard to about Terry that says that says this says learn Torah, so
I want to be an actor.
make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of smoothing in all the Torah. Besides, how do you know that? And in the smoothing that the Rabbi learns in this parsha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah is as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to Hashem is a Chayil, which can behave it. And Rabbi Yehuda because he doesn't learn the concept of smoothing. Yeah, when it comes to the Devarim, he does learn the concept of smoothing. He's a focus whether so he's got to learn from yourself. Why? Because it says that there are three people that
I'm telling you,
one of comes out and says no. At the end of the day, if you about Perry is also a learned player. He's told that when it comes to previous Krishma, etc., he made them like this is their parents. In other words, they're Rabbanon, so
I guess so deadly. When you just get shivers. You know, even at the if I was still home, another thing about it. Just really
Prophet is not the phase. The Lord calls us to be like about to serve reveling.
the unseen.
Therefore,
Just a crowd. The movies
it wasn't his fault. He became a Saul, the Torah, while Enrico was like, he could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes Tommy, Harry, it says that Torah cannot become common. Therefore, given the state of Philip Perry. There is a fact. Then you have five shoes. Because he says he can learn Torah, the Hashem says he can yesterday, a person was going to learn those things there at that. But he on himself was not there. When he taught us the media, and then he called them. Say that was about 30 to learn. Why we learn? Because it said you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before. Right now, nothing is done. Whispered her, but everybody people whispered that Hazak and Hazak and announced in public, or he whispered it to that this new concept. If his doctor goes, it's going to make when you come for the 40-something. So you should probably have to not be and not go into it. Now, why would he announce it on the side that? Because there's a lot of different players. Because they go to mikvah, or he will move back. The person knows he has to go from there and look for the mikvah. He might have stressed. And if he said it in secret, because he didn't want to be with the wives like for the girl.
Lesson one.
Then he says, they are going to have if you can get away with, so to speak, 9 cups of water, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 cents? Says the water was Muhammad made it together. If Nachman had a helpline, there's somebody that's and Kerry Kane against his will doesn't even need to be coming along. Ezra was massaging the tulip of Kerry. Said that he goes to this in somebody a regular person buried that the against his will. I thought he says something that's he was healthy and it came against his will. But somebody who was sick, they're both everybody. Somebody's teaching Torah is different than somebody's learning it. Somebody's teaching Torah and he's healthy, or he's sick, or doing it himself. For himself. So if it's happening against his will, he can teach. Some say, some say no, like we mentioned before, could be like the backup. If you mention the word, you call Mukim and the word, learn the word. Doesn't necessarily word finally says a story. It says, listen. Eventually, let me take over. Let me buy because I was told me, but I used nine of them is not enough when I come to teach other people. Same other people. In 40 in the 40 saw or place out because it went to other people.
Here's the beauty. They had a mirror right in front of the phone, and I went. I'm like, hello. When I started, they're like, you coming out tonight, Chipper? I'm like, yeah, I'm going.
And the people have everything to do. Person is college very realizes that it's about the same. It's going to be you can only say so make sure this is practically taken away. If it doesn't control the bladder, so you must wait until he starts leaking.
Back
And
in
only then
Houston.
he continues to go to Esther. Now, if he
This
could stop, if he
is
stops
like late
for
night.
the total amount of time that it takes him to say the right
Did
answer,
and
then he must have
Mitch
finished.
Hedberg.
Like any other field of
I was over at the house, and it was like me and John Wesley and one other person. We did acid and Kelly. Alright, and you had to tell him no, there's no Texas Dragons. No, it's not even real. It's not even real.
tear it down. Yep, they were. Smoking a cigarette, drinking water, get some feel about it. I'm sure Ben. No wonder, okay? So what they was it? They got up them boat and fucking just hit it. Oh, I can't. What is it about the money from the cops? Oh my God! You see that black guy? It's every day here. It's every day. I just fucking black guy. There's a stupid white guy in a white minivan rolled up on two cops and he had his car and then took on a fucking 8-mile railroad slow chase like he's got OJ in there, alright? And then get up and one point guy with a camera walks up to him like, why are you running from the cops? And they give him a camera. The guy's he says you got a gun. And you're fucking away with a gun. And where were the cops? And the fucking fat ass with a bandit cam and get right there by the guy. What kind of shotgun? Hey, what the fuck up? Alright, please, let me just stop this. I see when I said the cameraman literally, he must have been following.
Where's this boy? Where's the money? That boy.
The helicopter. Oh yeah, I can point out everything in this city.
Then all he said,
We'll make a better one.
issue with
What we're talking about, the fucking people in the room for the cops. Oh yeah.
there are a lot of roads.
I never saw that. Everyone's faces are
Therefore,
moving
it says they still must hold
I never saw that anywhere else in my whole life. Cops.
take the tool, you're right at it.
I haven't run from anything.
Let's say you want
Short legs. I got to show you what that be too. Okay, I got this kid with a fire at the park and somebody. Go ahead, you little bastard. I could find talent to avoid as it is. change.
Doesn't want to get up and pull the wheel.
Nope.
Get to the restaurant.
You know what?
Yes, get
Yeah,
out of the car.
to really take it to the
And
next
every
level.
time trying to hold it back. The sports times, they were 10 times before.
No.
Yes.
That train, they'll take you out. That's all. When you're in a protest,
And you also put your mouth down. As long as you put that sports
He just hit me strong. Enjoying it.
wonderful thing.
I'm just enjoying listening to you guys talk. Okay.
I'll tell you what, you
Need someone to
Well, there's that.
let you go live. You know, they just fucking get your heart going. If we get this when the drums kick in, when that fucking, the horse tranquilize the fucking drums in, that's when the shit's over, Jack. You gotta be ready. You gotta be on the train and you're left to the station. That's all I'm saying, right?
Well, one of the rules, but not only does it say the architect's rules, but it has to be the architect's rules of various elements.
This is like Sharky podcast. We gotta go with the fucking, that's it.
Every week is this weekend. It's not like we do it.
That's why people love my church.
It's the real shit every week. This week I'm just for doing kill chicks.
It's never gonna fucking happen.
It's alright. Now we have three kinds of acid. Alright, let's see what we do.
We're gonna have so much acid. It's not it's all over.
You have ISIS acid. It's okay. You gotta point towards the Mecca when you drop that shit straight from Hebron or whatever that is. That like, where's your people from? Over there in Israel. Come on. Oh, you're dirty. Thank God you're too. What was that place we used to go? On Sunset. Pats, not Pats. Just always so shit.
Cut French fries, mac and cheese omelets. If you want to be family, you gotta work with Dukes. I think just look at that. Don't forget the home fries. Give me all the regular fries. At 7 in the morning. Regular fries,
That's fucking awesome.
All of a sudden, I just spit in my face.
Yeah, but that's
Oh my God. I'll turn that thing into fucking
this motherfucker's like an animal in
It wasn't me. Fucking sweet ass that came out and do it. Alright. When you're the one who first said something, so eventually it's gonna come to me. And you're gonna fucking hit me like you did in fucking El Paso with your pet shot on payback. Alright. That was your birthday. That was your birthday. Yeah, it was your birthday. We were in El Paso watching see it. Okay? And we fucking payback. And because me and Joey both wanted to fuck Lucy Lou, and she's throwing sidekicks and a little Asian pussy just. Fucking looking at me like. It's on this thing right now. Dragon fire, I'm trying to see. That's what makes you great. You tried, you would have been nearly this funny. Oh my God. Garage, you know, and this is it for 4 or 5 hours. It's a constant and have a real fast torture. This poor kid, they torture me. Did your mother call? My mother's dead. I was like, I wish my background was on that. So I'm down to 17. Oh my God. Oh, come on, these are so fun. Coco. they call it chips. And then look at that. Okay, you are vitamin C, you are orange, you are Trump, I'm on Trump. Oh, I got it. I'm in the foot for the
You're solid. Just shut the podcast down 10 minutes. Put music on. Put the purple lights on for you.
Yeah, right.
Play the AM on.
Play some green, white, brown.
Play some funk. Smoke some cigars and shit. You know how they do it for you.
Yeah, nice. Easy for the ass. The band cream.
Jump off the balcony and then we gotta talk at 10 o'clock. All they gotta do it's crazy. It probably costs a lot of money to fucking do right off the bat, but I can't see it. Thought about it. They already have it. They already have the next fucking board.
I don't even do it, but they had the NSA before, so she probably put the tape over the cameras on the
Oh, yeah, they watch.
Fuck it. I'll go over there and dance in front of them. Set the camera on for them. They can dance and fucking teabag it. Fuck yeah, like I don't give a shit. Fuck you.
Nah, you don't want to have that camera. You gotta take that shit. I don't have to listen. They don't have to listen.
You know, everything, right?
At this point, they got everything they put in the card.
Yeah, right.
You can put it in the card, then they slap down. 30-second show where the history comes out.
I had an issue where I had to change the numbers changed, and I went to my gym to switch the numbers. They're like, oh, that's the thing. They already contacted us and switched the numbers for their automatic payments. I guess it's okay, but it's fucking weird.
Is it the bank is working against you? It's supposed to be working for you. Is that what you mean?
But it was just weird that like, they weren't giving my information to the gym, and then it was it's weird. Every time I get a card from Bank of America, it somehow magically gets stolen. Every time. What happened now?
Just what I'm saying. Well, you watch your Parks and Rec.
Yeah, shit.
He's got a trouble. What is he? Trouble.
That was Wells Fargo.
Oh yeah, those are
Artificial. If you open these accounts, they charge you, and you have these accounts to be fucking, they weren't even fucking going into that. Right? I didn't fucking hit the whole off pocket moving out.
Considered an Arab.
You're from the fake, I don't mean that.
Nevertheless, it's also the same period of
You don't put anybody in a bad mood, but it's the reality. Once you tighten, once you
the word remains to the song.
I'm with you. I'm over here too fucking brother. I might just start to cover it up with some.
A regular so the fact whether or not
I'm not seeing fucking ghosts or spirits and shit.
for the
Take over that, though. Like,
I'm always fucking.
then
Forget that. Like I always. When I go to Nashville, when I go to these cities, you know, when you work, I'm going fucking at it. Fucking early morning flights. Kill me. You know, someone I'm fucking off. I'm off. Right, you know, right. My emails, I take care of my but I'm on a day, but that's the most doing a podcast on a Wednesday night with two fucking savages. That's some bad motherfuckers.
Rothschild stopped from above. It's a huge day from the West.
I'll see you in Minneapolis in 2 weeks.
Etc.
Travel well, then you
Happen
grab
to
it
be
again.
or not to show us the shadows offer at my house. We're all invited tonight. The Gemara says that it's also to demonstrate an answering facing the bathroom, even in sunny weather. If somebody does the subject whether you let it that's your inside. But outside you have to go to the big club in order to see the material. Wait, Shiva came 17 days. During that time, he became about 30. Now, because the big club doesn't really help much with the right time. Same thing, if a woman was in the suggesting 7 days, and she's a toilet, she admitted she was there. So she also has somewhat of carry. Then the case, and then afterwards it became Anida, in all 3 cases, that become a point that you have to be toilet in order to say the return review says, anyway, now, the more reason according to the Tzaddikim, the people David
left.
also
Had a fever.
Choice money,
Yeah, he's okay now.
but 4 hours including Shmonesra. It doesn't affect chakras. Mincha, Myra says to Shmonesra in the following tefillah. He didn't say somebody does say to Shmonesra, gets for saying that, but doesn't get started for saying that
What's happening?
the duration of that hustle of Movas Leyuchal Liskoin is the Chesar, the Chesar, and the Yuchal Limanas. The Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's do a mitzvah, let's go be Mevakar pleasure, let's go give tzedakah. And you're afraid from going with them, that's Chesar, the Yuchal Limanas. And with this, we come to Omid Beis. Mincha, the weekend Mincha, Erev Shabbos. What should he do? He says, Shabbos Myriv. Even though it's a different type of Shmonesra. It's the Shmonesra of Myriv of Shabbos. The issue with it is, why is it okay? Shmonesra should be a Shmonesra. Should have 18 brachas. It's just a common sense, not to be material. They made it less brachas. So therefore, we say, a weekday Shmonesra, we say, that's right that you're saying. You're the one who's included. So the first one is married. Say married. What is that? The third one. This is not your. The kasha is that the Gemara brings down. We say that the Gemara says how you forget. The Gemara says it's a kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third. We learn that. Forget to say kasha. Chakras, as it says, Vayashkim, he got up in the morning. Yitzchak was mincha because it says, literally, sorry. And Yaakov Avinu was Myriv, Bayil, and now, the lady says that basically, they were so much. They compared it to the Korbanos. Shabbos is up until Chassanis, like the carbon that you bring in the morning, and review the says, Mincha is from the time of Mincha Doila, meaning 6.5 hours per day is the Erev. Rashi says, after Sheikhal, the Lord and Rashi means that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazar Shashaz before Shkia. Up until 15 minutes before Tzisik B'Chavim. But the Shmuel points out that it's after Shkia. Mincha is like the comment of evening, which goes until evening, which Yudah says until the full Plaga Mincha halfway to Mincha, meaning 10 and 3/4 of an hour into the day. Myriv is because of the volume of the oil that you're macking on the Mizbeach, all through the day. What's Musaf? Musaf is actually Musaf Sadoila, they were Misaknet, and that's why it's like the carbon of Musaf that goes all day long. Yudah says it goes until 7 hours a day. And here, only source Taivites have a wonderful day.
With the fucking Mickey Rourke and the name? With the black dude in what's the big movie word? Yeah. Del Rindo. Not Pulp Fiction. What the fuck is he in?
He's got desire.
Trouble.
Older sisters also died. Therefore, she fought the evil. Therefore, the younger one is healed and shall be properly abundant.
Everybody, what's
We also call us considered old wine 40 days old. And finally, in other words, the entire 4 hours. That was shot for 4 hours a day. Shot for 4 hours a day. After the fact, because he heard that he day. After 5 was a late night. So you can only do the power shot was serious. They hold. Yeah. Look at those girls. Away. What does? Shmuel says that a person can daven Motzi Shabbos
At that point,
on the Menachanu,
Right.
on the Shabbos. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos. On Shabbos, rather Shabbos on Motzi.
talk dirty to each other.
The point is whether Myra auditory has to or not.
Sense of fucking
The Gemara
you know what I'm saying?
brings them 24 hours. Says, "Ain't no call, but I wish the call."
Those are disappearing.
Very famous story that everybody comes to his friend and says, "Ask me." He said, "Do I have to have married her?" When he says, "You have to have married her." And Yeshua said, "No,
Time was about the watch. The watch was stolen. He let the said every time he found it.
so you don't want to underline.
We saw it on the first watch.
Then
He stole.
as Yeshua Sibor was very sad. He said, "But every time I find that you made Rabbi Shmuel today, we have to get rid of him. Who's going to be instead of Rabbi Shmuel coming instead of his store? You're going to keep coming instead of Rabbi Shmuel's sons. It has to be Rabbi Shmuel because he's a prophet who knows how to answer everybody. He was always 10 generations from Ezra, and he's well with the case of Rabbi Shmuel is his half his wife. The famous so he asked his wife. His wife says, "But what can remove you? It's better to be of the last prophet that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have one here." And you swear a face up. That day, the mess, and you had and Bezir Shem, as they say in Taylor, the video says, tomorrow, we'll continue the story in Hashem having
It's just we talk from time. That's why I know it was chocolate water, roast beef on the roll. crazy. It was 16 people.
Okay. But Mama still came in, and that was my first time at Hatchways. This place was 6 months later, 8 months later. I'm going to go into the city. I don't know any place. I won't park over. I'm get off. Right before I go into the tunnel, I go to JFK, and then boom, go right into Hatchways. I'm there. I gotta say hello. I gotta tell them to tell Coco. They said hello, and then Mama Hatchway. Not only did I get my rose, she made me an extra money. So here, take a bigger thing. And she gave me, what's the chips that they had there? Yeah, Wise chips. With the owl, right? That's the ones. That's the fucking ones.
It's funny.
Servants, the slaves.
That morning sandwich that she makes.
I went there for that too. So it's like when I got that first bounce check, it's only going to get worse than it is. First basketball free. Even if they give you, if they don't catch yourself with solid.
Person is having a show with a team.
What's going on? Don't want. You gotta watch what's wrong.
He's got a coat on. It'll be fine. He just comes down sometimes.
It's a very interesting thing about it. I have no idea what happened. What was said.
Amazing. My friend shouldn't be happy.
You gotta say that for the fucking highlight reel.
I shouldn't say it's
I'm going to $10,000 that you don't plan to have.
I should have put it up. Says it.
Just so everyone knows, this isn't for anyone who's the podcast. This is just for him. Just put it in my head. He's gonna call me in 3 hours. Yeah, that's it's yellow. Okay, fucking with Slade was funny. But when Joey doesn't like somebody, that's even funnier torture. Okay, alright. How about to tell that story about how you torture my Jaguar? Of course you know someone named
Rothschild is not the best, as you might have heard. Tonight, he shows offer of my first grandchild. And I want to thank everybody went that mail and sent me encouragement and positive and welcoming to the grandfather club, etc. We should all and second for God, this masterpiece that we put together is that when a sign for but if he forgets the Malshina, we must begin. That's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel Common became a myth just because he's tzaddik. Because he Rothschild later on in life, the 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei, and Shabbos explained because on Rosh Hashanah itself, on Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rothschild are triggered on Rosh Hashanah. On a Tainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim with the plants. Why don't they touch on the book? And Yeshua says, and you say, the ancient answer, you don't say,
three.
Give
Give
me
yourself
H
three.
What does that mean? That's right. You cannot make its own rough, like Rabbbi said before, names and words. So then why don't we just say it's considered in at the point a couple words for Abdullah? The Lord says it's passion. But maybe we're not saying having name in the word. That would throw the person. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting an opponent like it's very interesting. The beginning of that's what Gemara says the person has kavanah. So when he has kavanah at the time, then we can insert whatever we want and exactly what we would say. As long as he didn't finish what I asked, he goes back to it. Now, if he takes 3 steps back, that's the shot. Then that's not what I asked. Some people might say that if a person is not just the same tachanunim, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, he's like that, doesn't say feel it.
We always talk once a month.
Make your tefillah fixed thing. But what is fixed thing? The Lord brings numerous pshatim. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Whatever you get over. What is this? Davening in one shot is it doesn't simply another shot is that it's a shot to your goal. So that here is a word for it. That's all. I know how to add my own cheetah, but I don't. He's upset when she's so quick. There's both of them. He's upset. Whatever process I was from. Doesn't mean a woman that shot is that
That's how we get this particular guy back. It was always
says to stroll and through it. In order to create beautiful, healthy child, fuel, and delivery, and everything else, like a woman who's upset. In other words, she went through pain, but it's a beautiful thing. So too, times are always upset that some beautiful things is the person at the beginning of that if Baruch wasn't upset by those things that belong to their first life, that let people go over there and be resigned from their fear of the possible. Because of the Baruch actually is good for us. It's good thing. And some people say that Concealed Shas Hebrew means when Kleinschol are not doing the right thing, and people are still thinking about Kleinschol, and the person is walking the safari with dangerous animals and bandits, say to the Torah, what is the Torah? That's what it says. I say, Shema Tzaka Santi Yisrael. I say to everybody, Shosam, Baruch Hashem Shema Tfilah. There's another one in there. And finally, I heard him say, Surfing out from the Ruben Man. I think this is a song. The night of Tzara.
If I had a check,
Don't
I
get
had a
upset
check.
that we
I
they
gave them back. That meant party.
were all these it's a mirror. We know what it is. The Rothschild.
I wanted something right here. What? And I would just $36. Jesus Christ. I would 3 cheese. We'll make it work. We cash it in cups. Yeah. I think $1.50. I still got 20 in change. I can still stop by my buddy's. Got a 20 spot. I still got $3 for company. But I had a 2
Go to watch the Super Bowl today. Please remember this. A little bit of fire, maybe a half time. I think you do.
well.
Don't forget the sense of
Sitting out there,
There are times
and he
that
would be
we don't
playing
really
around.
actively come out of the city. But
It wasn't
take place out there once you pass.
Well, no, we still
As
do.
diamonds, which is
I
approximately 60
got mail there till
Precious holes that we see was a little bit moving.
When did he move it?
And they went together and stood. They didn't want to do bad. The place they killed.
It was on the road. When they come home,
Standing position where you say,
it always open. There was always a
running a donkey.
cigarette, something.
But
Something
that's
was
when
going to
you
happen
get off
with
the
that
donkey,
fucking
give the donkey to somebody else. But he says, no, because that's going to take away concentration. You're going to think about your donkey.
Bro,
The person is blind, so doesn't have a compass. Should bring it down. What's your redemption? What's hard? The point is, you always have to be facing the purist, which is in the question of production. So as you face the stroll, which is eventually going to get in question of production, if you're in the stroll, because you're blind, somebody that's just rich, you don't make it into the purist. I think a purist will run just everybody else against the purist. It's really himself, always facing the purist.
So this 2007.
My point is, what do you do if you have an emergency situation
Just take
and really up and down the answer with the
top
so the father screws the basketball it just says that doesn't make sense.
No appetite.
There's such shit as well and nice, but that's the song of values that's not hard.
Get some sandwiches. Everybody. You want me to read some of the shit? It wasn't as I says, look, don't say
Everybody talks about Washington.
He says,
Everybody talks about slaying the day. Everybody loves their asshole. Took a shower. 7:30 in the morning. 7:30 to douche. 3 hours. 10 o'clock. It's on me.
For women to fucking buy their guy because they're good in February. You had to set some dates, so you might as well be their asshole down there.
They got a fucking Valentine's Day.
Really? What's what you need?
By those elbow pushes and get free shipping.
Well, bang it up.
Gets a clean muffler, and mama gets a clean muffler. There's a little bit of spit there. I don't want you to get the fucking fudge out of it right now one at a time. You know what I'm saying? I'm wondering who you are, you dirty animal.
Yeah, but Hello Trish, you have that option. That's it.
That's right. It's portable. It's the one that little werewolf will feel. She's not there right now. I said, CHURC. You get free shit. Right now. And your muffler's clean, confident. You won't get stink coming out of your back. You know what I'm saying? You can wear shorts and HelloDushy.com. Go to HelloDushy.com/church. All right, you get 10% off. The Valentine's Day special. Listen, you did some damn work. You look at somebody, you don't want to see that guy's asshole squirrel. That guy there just put in his chair for Happy Valentine's Day. Like he doesn't have a See, I work for him. Go to HelloDushy.com right now. See the church. There, they get you 10% off. That's right. HelloDushy.com. HelloDushy.com. Man, I would think like you, this was a hell of a podcast. Yes, I'm to see things too. It's a hell of a night. I love this thing. Black.
What does that mean? Here it said, to revere me, behold, Etzem Yeh Moiser. I'm a Litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the Litvak's most favorite possible. To be sad, you get sachar for being sad. At least that's what the Hasidim would say about the Litvak. What do you see from the puzzle? Should be. Says Zero. I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi Muhammad Ali, the Gemara tells us the balance between Gila and Rehoda, between being joyful and being fear about the Baruch. One of those two stories that are identical. Remember, the Ravina and Rav Ashi were both time. So the crowd was very joyful. Extremely expensive glass dishes to be broken. It's the minute of glass by a football. Put everybody in their place. Of course, there's a good on hold. It says, to wait 17 days. The rice, you don't have to wait 17 days. Write it down. All from on 7 days, and then leave on 7 days. Meiser. Rabbanan said the halacha is that when Dash Shemon Esrei has to be, she says halacha is right before you say Shemon Esrei, you should say halacha psuka. You don't Dash Shemon Esrei when you're sad, when you're extremely happy and joyful, when you just finish a great conversation, or B'Teilim. It has to be in simcha. Your friend should be with callous roish or B'Teilim after he leaves. Rabbi Hanina says that the only places that are inhabited today in this on earth are places that other Rabbi Shon said at the time this should be inhabited different. Then other Rabbi Shon said. The lions in his and he said, look, he doesn't listen to their Yavah. She asks, he has windows in his house. So David, towards Yerushalayim, so you see that when you David, you have to have windows. You have to have Yerushalayim, you have to maybe perhaps the what was feels of David one shot. Back in the David Amelech has to be every brachas in the beginning there are shlach and there's 13 brachas that we ask for our at the end of Shemona Esrei. We know the famous story of Hannah. Gemara says of Mrs. Hannah the Navi, and she didn't have children. She went to the Beis Hamikdash, the Shiloh, to daven, and she ended up having
tremendous supplements. Number two, all the choice.
it says
Get a great shave at a great price with free shipping. Go to DollarShaveClub.com with Fresh Church. Number two, let me explain something. These days, you can practically get everything on demand. Like our podcast, listen with us. Use my name, Joey, for a full week. Trial that includes postage and a digital scale. Welcome to the church of what's happening now.
I love it. I was the first person to ever call it powerful.
Monday, June 5th. Definitely over.
Have a child. Certain 3 times.
Joe Perry with
The word Misa. Why don't you check the 3 different ways that you check other women? Give them Misa. If they weren't accurate in Misa, I am accurate.
Oh shit. Here we go.
She says that with conversation. What does that mean? A man that's above other men. So more directions, either that he anointed loving children, or it means that he was as great as together, which is amazing.
Here we go.
Or the child is that she asked that he should fit in society, he should be greater than anybody, he should be a victorious person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking. Says the Pascal says, I'm standing. I'm standing that she doesn't get it. In other words, I love that somebody's having Shemona Esrei next to me. Sit down next to them. Lord knows us. The baby told his people,
What's happening, you fat motherfuckers? Happy Monday. Happy Tuesday. Uncle Joe here. Direct from Havana. My main man, Rabbbi, man.
Everybody, how are you?
I call him Rabbbi, man, because that's what he sent the invitations out.
My ex-wife is dyslexic and she proofread it, and I didn't care. Yeah, good. I'm Rabbbi.
What's going on? Everything good in your world? Everything's great in my world. Yeah, your little grip shirt on. You're ready to get shot by a bullet. Oh, wow. Grip will see you with your nice little fucking grippy shirt. They shoot you right in the Iranian beard. What are you going to do? All you can do is shoot the love along with one on Robert's face. You're feeling good.
I'm feeling good. Feeling good. I back from Denver. It was tremendous. That place, it was too good not to cook up. I can't lie to you. Yeah, no, he's back, wasn't feeling no good. Yeah, D is the best. Him out. Jump in the pool, 100 degrees, champion, go in, land up in the bed all day, you know. Minutes outside of town. It's 10-minute drive. I can do I'm about 20 feet underground. We won't go to one of them fucking bunkers. Yeah. That's I'm going deep. Sorry, everybody. You know, it's I don't know. That's as soon as it gets done. God bless.
your system.
That's all you can do. I
Or
wanted to know
somebody
about
else to
that.
know it. Who said, I
I wish I wanted that lines with swish.
or militia. And finally, militia. Back to the myself. Sworn by yourself. What does that mean? That's the word sworn in the heaven and the earth. Just like the heaven and earth, you get the sworn that you do. But since you swear to yourself, yourself never, it's going to last forever. So it's Shema Yisrael, that you're going to be the Kashmir Shemayim, it's going to last. And then also, it switches up like it says like the back. What is that? I think the Kashmir Shemayim, that's what you're thinking. But it's a large amount. So you need to learn that the house of the Lord is going to remain in the Lord. It's part of what you do. So now the Canaan says tomorrow that what's the name said? The nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. Really? Against one nation, the Mitzvah, one king, the Moshe say, so now we can forever. Forever, that's what we're going to say. Well, Talmud is Rabbbi, basically.
Stand up, we're not gonna have it. It's so crazy. A couple of years ago, they wanted me to come and give the graduation speech. And the fucking school, so I canceled. I get a nice suit for me. All right, my car shined up. I'm ready to go back. Like a doctor, be nice. Me up and go, no. And the insurance guy's gonna talk. Alright, the kids wanted me and they invited me and I accepted it. And so it's like the whole thing cost me like $40. And we call him motherfucker. It's just like, why wouldn't you let me be there? God bless him. Maybe somebody close. There's a fan of I got my buddy, Dirty Sanchez. I got good out of school in 1990. In 27 years.
So we are having a reunion.
3.6 billion times 300 million stars in the sky. I don't know, 16-0. But
Where are you from?
all for your sake.
Oh, okay. Like in North Andover?
Sudbury.
Sudbury. Oh, yeah. No, we're still headed. But and then there's Kowloon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's on Route 1. And then Chinese place that I come one time it was on my I did that
my babysat are juniors in college and about to go to college now. Go home. It's different.
Officer, great job. And your own clearance says, there's nothing more than a possession, but watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. She said, give me a moment to explain. If you yourself are talking to a king, somebody says, well, no. And if you did stop over the king, okay, let's how could I stop? Learn on the Mishnah. If a snake wraps itself around somebody's leg while he's menstruating, you don't stop menstruating. Yeah, if it's a scorpion, so you go or a scorpion, they'll attack for no reason. You can't testify to the person because lions don't always attack. It's very hungry, etc.
I got free pizza. I got
you see a bull coming towards you and attacking you, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have free attacks against humans, then if it's within as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because the bull will attack is unpredictable.
And I was a kid. I had no.
Shmuel says that's only a bull. The water first, then the human died. And he's alright, causing a lot of trouble. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole. This happened that was opened up the water first, and he killed that right. He put that right foot on his shoulder. It's the same mace. Say the same time about the bracha. And the purpose I showed him that's the bracha. Say the friendship between is because in the beginning, first bracha of weekday is also the person that uses the same look at this in English. The cover revenge we need to explain because revenge seems like a bad thing. Whereas no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends on how it's used. If it's used only bracha by itself, it's a fourth bracha. That's why unless it says you consider the money. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make a belt every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? Just look at what Ashkenaz said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were three takanas from Ashkenaz, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first takana was. I was saying over what changed that. He said, no more shul, let's do it on a couple wives. But then Kaiser became poor. So they started changing. They said, let's instead of changing it every The reverse. The first is said Abdullah, which means
you lived with, you know,
Right, so that says you don't repeat it because it's Abdullah, which would have straight. And he goes home and makes Abdullah on a cup of wine. Now, what if he ate of the size of bread before he made the Abdullah on the cup of wine? Then we paralyze him and we make him say shua. That we live towards because we people in public that looks like we're blessed that you insert that bill. And the final lesson is, and we are grateful that the Lord for giving us for the cooking and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov. The Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than says the Mishnah. If somebody tries to give a shaka his brother says, "Lord, his brother, even our Rahmanas on earth, either because that's going to create more, because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah." What he did, it says, there's a person that was sitting in front of us, and he started saying, "Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult."
That one time I knew I was going to sell this. I never would have. A friend of mine, Joe, would sell me a quarter pound for $2 million. And I'd sell it for millions of dollars. So you make $2 million off your fucking dollar. I'm like a savage. That house was really taken away in this country. See, that was a house, that was a way of life. Guys like Ralphie, they guys, they figure out a way how to make great living and not bust down. So what they would do is they would fucking get a job that they worked 8 but in June they were guaranteed later cash money plus you made $1,000 a week. Well, selling something. I believe you could buy 100 wheels and sell it at the bar in one night. Wow. So it was $200 for a week. That could leave. All you gotta do is take a piece of this weight and get that in your pocket. When I was at 8:30, I give you 100 bills for all that. Put them in your pocket. We ain't going to your I know guys that are educated, you're college educated. I just wouldn't know. You never understand your body language. I know guys like us that really know what Friday, I see them at 8:30. They get 100 whales, they go to a bar, they buy the hat. Golly. Buy the hat.
So funny. Neighborhood bars. Make your problem. See a guy like Ralphie, I'm gonna give you some $3 for you sell for $5. Ralphie's a dog man and fucking jazz lover. You leave the last minute. Ralphie. That's how easy it is.
somebody who goes to
Like a business. You have no fucking idea how easy it was.
different
When
than
I would go,
knowing the time Mashiach and nowadays
I was the worst I ever was.
remember that she did not feel like you want to be in
Worst I ever cocaine. I was spotless. I was just smoking weed like a motherfucker in the area. I don't stay there scratch that. I would dress up in a suit with all this
Plus it says, I ain't never realized now son
stealing Jersey before they pay $1,000 for that shit. I was on getting called. They I became whatever name you gave me. All right. I gave you shit. Let's go. You take a credit card. American Express, Dinosaur. What do you think? Here, I'm over the visa. You know what I'm saying? I'm over the visa. But I'm throwing different options at you. I got the skull. I got halfway for you. I got a silver.
I've seen you do that.
No, dog. You got to walk in there like you're on the fucking place. And the guy would be spun out and having a great time. You give him the card. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, Mr. Kim. Thank you. Yes, it is. You're not going to argue with you. Damn, you want to ask you for a license. Shut up. One night. Ask me, but my credit card was out of their mind. I could do things to go bananas. Because of all the breakdown in science. Should we break down in the West Coast?
Maybe combine together. And
Okay. That's on the dollar, maybe a favor.
should meet in the
Our travelers check.
benefit.
Right business shit keeps me up at night. If you want the empire, you're out there. You're a one-man army of daily basis. You wake up in the morning, you go to a Chinese, you order breakfast, you go to a tap, and you tell me you're back by 5. You want to know about pressure? You go to breakfast at the fucking tap, come back by 5 with 10 nothing. I gotta make the house. Already minus 10, it's 9 a.m. I gotta go have Graham tonight, so it's 9 and fucking Carl. I gotta go to a shirt. I gotta go for a walk. It was the stuff. Fucking nightmare. You have no idea. No fucking idea. I'm very happy that whole shit. Today I was talking to Larry. We're talking about something. We're talking about businesses. He goes, whatever. To build a business in Vegas, I know this place up there. That 12 bottles the other day, you got something. You know, realize you don't live in Vegas. It's some bullshit. And you gotta go, what that was me 35 years ago. They're fucking jealous. Who gives a fuck? With no repercussion, no. It's the repercussion that fucking kills you. Yeah. When I moved her off one day, I go there and literally end up being like, you know, it's funny how poor Matt Becker. Shift time or nighttime loaded. They did try to prevent us from having to get money for everything. Listen, guys, it's like Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, make sure you put oil, olive oil in the surgery. Over there, the oil you don't make proper oil. However, I gotta rush to the hospital. I do something with the valve, something. Wow. But I was slow for 40 years and that is amazing. 35 years. Guys, you listen to real fast. I know next year I'll go around for 20 years, right? Yeah. 98. That's how fast this motherfucker. I know Ralph is to get the dog to get married. That super nice. Now, you know what I mean? Phenomenal.
You know, I can't be mad when I'm being treated and I'm making it correct.
Flower from causes harm to the body. Get on the other some sustenance, heart, salt, water. You also make a shabbat. But the iron is hero. Is a some say some show that comes out. The question is right now that's celebrating what rubs you make. But it really says to make very brief. Let them all cause that state. You make a shabbat because eventually heart gets
I can see him going down and hit the light of every elevator stop, and I can see him down at the bottom, and I'm just like hit by a kid who's coming in from the swimming pool. Okay, and I got hit, and hit by this little girl, and boom, just right into 2 years, the hill or the whatever it is. They gave me my keys back, but luckily I had an extra key in the car, so all I had to do was get it open.
And it was Saturday, they couldn't get it open.
Yeah,
It was a girl.
yeah.
And that's why I tell you know, everybody
So sick to grow
close to my family.
I love what it says tomorrow.
You know, I've seen the time
60
so I just gotta do it. What is
This
it?
one have to make a rub on
What is it? You tell me.
and you make eight on the berry itself and on the husk that surrounds the berry.
Fucking open my
You know that Arlo, the first 3 years of a
just
tree,
that effort.
are with our rice. You can have any benefit. Is that right?
Fucking time. I
Go
figured back
with
then,
foot slurs,
chicken
like the
twinkles, I don't know, the
most
triple
lenient
run.
position there.
Triple run.
Who's the
You know,
most
these
lenient?
are you know what?
That might serve.
You were tapping
Arlo,
it there.
foot slurs.
No, I love it. I love it. Now, did one basically last year. But I did it was yeah, but you're one day,
Crazy.
and then you're in Missouri, and then you're in Yakima.
It's fucking crazy.
Then you gotta go to Lewiston. Then you gotta go to Lewis Bay, and then the next day you're in Spokane. You're like, I drove to Spokane 5 fucking times. Man, how good is that?
Jesus Christ.
Italian barley, flavor is just ethos.
I
And the
started
extra
one
is
from
what's in the
Eastern
barrel. That a perfecter's only
and took
considered
this
something that if you were to remove
somewhere in
the
Idaho.
peel and the fruit is
What
that
is this?
doesn't
Some
spoil,
lady can
that's
drive
not
me.
paperberry.
There's something that's gonna
It
run me
remains a very, it doesn't go to
So I
waste.
can all
And
stay to the
therefore,
left.
it's not a protector.
11:30.
About our
Have a drink. They pay.
it comes to
You gotta talk shit. They
has a
want civilization.
and inside the crowd, you
They
have
don't
something
see
that's
anybody. You know
Steve
what
Free
inside,
one thing.
right there,
This
because
thing.
Vatican Martin says
Crazy. Like years ago,
also
some college
included the
station.
sheer
Radio
also
does that.
the
They'll come
water
out.
become a
Yeah.
You
you
really
have to
live in
have the debates.
California.
You only have
What's
debates with
Sit
them.
down and talk to them.
Considered
So you get back to the room at
the Nates, on the
1:30.
other hand, is not the start of the food.
Driving 10
Also, what's
and
the
fucking do it all over again.
Because
Catch a
it's
6-hour
considered a
drive.
shamer, it's a protector,
On
even
Friday,
though
you catch like a
it's
10.
early on.
And then if you're lucky, it's place. Maybe
sir. Olive is one.
Was a lot better than what it is now. Now, once I moved out, everybody had a different thing. Thompson guy, triple orders.
And the
I
profile
had
of
to
the
get the state, drive it out, and then go to that page. I would search for that,
you're not
and
fighting
then I would
for
get also. They also sent you to
which is right.
they would also send you the night.
However, it's
And how you want to get there. You got there, let's say your week started Tuesday. That's to Wenatchee, Washington. That's your problem. That's your problem. Once you get to Wenatchee, Tuesday night, you gotta go to a place Palm Springs or
if you eat it as is, it's the oatmeal or the oats.
Washington.
The broccoli
And
beef
you're
is
probably gonna go fucking
honey to it.
down like Venture. In those days,
Is the honey and different?
That's not that bad. No, that's not bad at all.
those other ones, those triple ones,
You have the five
they
grades.
put you up
Five
over
grades
it.
the
And
five
like what happens with weather, construction,
say
fuck you.
Let's pretend
that's this blue.
that there's a gig and it's 7 hours.
I think wonderful.
And it's me and Ralphie, we're pretty legit with each other. And we hear there's gonna be snow. Guys like me and Ralphie go, you know what time it is? No doze and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, might as well.
No doze and Mountain Dew. Pack the
It's
car,
on the side.
back in the fucking car, and rev the stage.
Go.
We get right in the car. The hotel knows what kind of a comedian. Get there, has the snow.
Broccoli is not from Zion.
We're getting to that city.
That
The
it's
snow is
So tell me, how would you find the weather after that rain?
Now we're
Then rain
discussing
falls.
the super of
Yeah, but we also read the paper. You know, that's
red
I still do that. Still like reading.
Shashi says
And it's like nobody does it.
Rothschild is
Like,
I don't read the LA.
but many we should have the prayer is so bright and it's your body to make and afterwards make a burn of questions. This will come as like red full measure for us and it means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine it depends. If it remains specific on the very free level, so in the mission that he says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, like you make query the shape. Over here, he holds that if you choose grain, you have to make query zirai. Or if you choose rice, you make one like rice bread, you make, when you're going to be all Shivas Hamanas, Hamas ran states.
Yeah, right.
You have to make a purpose for other eating. You're not coming to my house, okay? And I'm like, what the fuck? Taking some pills, but I'm taking that motherfucker, all right? Oh my God. What do you recommend? Okay, so there's I'm out. What the fuck? Let's just go. But it was good to get when you went together. You know what? I wasn't addicted to drugs. I was gonna be because I had PTSD, and I would have been. I really did. There you go. You got PTSD. But the same. So it's that's the problem. You got shot at. I would have been addicted. Ain't no doubt about it. And I'm on my. Besides the. Yeah. No. With the Lamento, what comes are like twice what they used to be. Like a fucking wet song or a little pancake batter up against the wall. It's like stop. According to
So crazy,
apple
dude.
vinegar.
You know,
What about
like I was at the store last night, and
what about normally it says
the
that
new comics, they don't have a lot of camaraderie left, even though I haven't seen them in years. Because like I saw them last week, you know what I mean? Because we were down so much, you know. I like Mike Young. Yeah, right. Dude, you had me down with that fucking heart.
mash it slightly. I don't feel the vegetable. You're allowed to
And that's why I have a really hard time sleeping. I don't want to fucking Frederick go die. Alright? So that's why I take the pills now.
It said, how much time I respect us and explain us from China person. But like we said, the halacha is that we say today, hamaitzi, which means in the past, or the double eat in the past. We're learning the whole discussion about the vegetables. What's the halacha? But Chizda says that there are food, vegetables that sound not good, like cabbage, pumpkins, beets. The bracha would be, if they are raw, they would be a shahako. Only have you take out the flavor of the it's great because it absorbs salt and chicken and different things from put into it, but it's put into water, and therefore
Hey,
it starts out as a
I got a thing. He's in a Ojibwa Indian.
flavor of the rice.
No, dude. They don't like me, man. I raised a bunch of money for Oh, this is what happened to the Indians. Okay, it's like after the military.
Is there a cleaner out of sort of say salted olive? Salted olive is
Timmy's brother, who was my age, was crazy, very funny, and very low-key. You don't like no drama. You don't like people with long hair. You know what I'm saying? You know, I will never forget this.
What about Rager? Was it Rager? And that thing.
Rago wasn't there. Rago at that time was a lot. At that time, this was the
Nobody's
cocaine
got on the
group,
best thing. The story that we ate
stinking,
very salty olive.
dirty.
The question is, how did they make you the shit? And therefore, that olive that he ate was less than a shear of talking about very large olive. The shear of the design is medium olive. So here with our bread, it's still not like shear of the medium. We had the whole discussion yesterday. What lights mean more than anything else? Another question. When you have a situation, you have two foods in front of you. One,
All right, first of all, dealing with tolerance to that weight, okay? All right, you gotta be, now, have you been a getaway driver yet?
No.
Getaway driver yet? Don't come back to say the Bolivian flu every once in a while. You never fucking
I want to
brought it
say
around
this
me.
right. You're asking me.
Right, but nothing disrespect. Like,
It's exactly like the vegetable that it comes from.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was just telling you about torturing you like that. Oh my God, the torture. I hit a guy in the fucking air, at the post office because he pushed an old lady down because she couldn't hear the Asian. That's what he's going for. All right? So, get out of there. Get out of there right now. Go out the back door right now. The back door, taking the debt, and I didn't have my keys. I could garden, so I had to walk all over, and I was, you're fat, you're I was in the front. I was thinking about going down to Joe and it's crazy. I had a ton of pieces, and it's crazy how he always did some blissful shit. Yeah, that's in that group. No, you got whatever you like. I'm past leaving. You have no idea. I don't even know what's crazy. I got a little like the everybody else, I had to go take my shirt out. Designate I put aside so I'm not on my own. Oh my God. Have coffee. You know, I thought you were gonna be at the house. You know, he's got keys coming in, but the way food down, alright, maybe take a shower. Alright, wait. Alright, and enjoy 10 o'clock. This video set up just to talk to you. Try it. You smell like pussy. Fucking asshole. If I'm dead now, I get I know, it's a big move. Dude, I know. Yeah, I know. It's so crazy. Because they're tolerating that one. And they never developed that type of friendship. But a person talks right after he says the might or the brother, unless something else from the brother, like because someone in his family. Here, take a piece of college from the brother. What says if you say we must make it for our animal position because part of the problem is also discussed pretty much here
Fresh.
Small fish like sardines,
which is the same
but
but
and it causes
Freddy was so
and
goddamn
heals
funny.
it's one shot and it could cause death or because of the bad odor. And we learned that previously. The holes that when it comes to vegetables, never with that one. You have to say, bury your meat in the shore. But the point says, oh Hashem, yum yum. You don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is every day, depending on the day, if you have the Lord of prophets and Shabbos, you give us a Shabbos brother, special yom. So too, eat food different. In the same category, but the narrow right now, vegetables are safe.
I still remember
Lord said that before we live in
cemetery.
humans, when they're vessels full, they can't fill it up anymore. So when God gave us a prophet that if you learn Torah, the more we learn, the more say the opposite. Say very a vegetable, you're not the apple is a mighty everything. So I think is when you bring people to crash, say yes. The whole is the land that the broke up. He says it's the fig
Last night I got to the day, I saw fresh bouillon.
other trees. Buddha says it's not like this. Buddha says change the words of the prophets. Remember yourself. The person uses his own language and he says, how beautiful is this fig? Blessings of the Lord says, maybe these yoitzim. It's possible that the person who mentions fig is better than saying shahaka. On the other hand, it could be that shahaka is
lot of people off. Shit, fucking satisfied.
So it's just crazy. Like,
Eventually said,
I got a spot at 10:30.
the master
Still doing a Sunday night spot.
And last,
say that he
And the break will get me a
Yeah.
call.
so you thought he'd be a nicer.
we can get on because we can book down. You know, first of all,
I would nobody
And
so I got an idea. I took care of
noise.
this whole
What is noise? So we must say originally that noise means
Joe Rogan.
that
But
somewhere.
okay. I thought we were able to just know that.
And that is close to the
I
holiday.
didn't know this was Sunday. I was so cold. So that's how I work.
Really
Do my time.
like states that were birth.
And through
What is weather means states that are birth.
football, and that's it.
the apartment. You know, even though I had a studio, and it was, I mean, it was a murderer's row of comedians at those fucking bars. Alright, and
Is it the shit that's mean first? Or is it chocolate first? The one who's like says one, floats on around, and explains something.
One night we
The
went over
focus,
there.
both of them are right. See, I mean, apple and an olive. The olive is, I mean, the apple's what I like first. Which one do you make first?
yeah,
Breads are different. But
rice stamp somebody.
it's either turnip, so then you eat olive. Olives are probably
Motherfucker.
because we have a review
Well, we
set.
pull over, and then he's laughing and walks the 2 blocks down the park.
There is
Or just the coach shit and wanted to ride.
goes in a very specific order.
Is 2005.
The brother comes
Over
before
story. I
Sahara
forgot
Farm.
all about that.
Just goes down the passage.
Miami.
Whatever is first to the puzzle, the brother
You got some stuff that
takes on their direction was as well.
two parties.
That's how you
Hunting says,
I had to pick up an envelope on a morning envelope.
that these fruit of
I'll get Somewhere,
start
something.
from the beginning. Read them. Wait. This person goes into a
It's
house
like a
on
month
fire,
family.
holding his clothing and his
I get
shoes
a
and his
package.
ring. They become coming immediately. He becomes coming immediately and all his clothes
My girlfriend is trying to live.
he has to wait
I'm sure you.
anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes.
And I got a package. Some ladies with that one tonight. I'll
For
push it, stick it.
one shoe though. But the Gemara says it has to be a special shoe that's easy to use.
It's like all
That's
of you.
made out of wheat. So here you have the shear of wheat. If you're leaning, you have to have wheat there.
This guy's been sleeping.
The next shear is soira.
This.
The bone size of a barrel is with common. Why? It's
I'd
a
say
another eats
I
hartzana.
passed the guy's house.
The heel
And I went
seeds
to
of
make
grape
it tonight.
is
I
a
got
shear
to
of
7-Eleven.
rubies. How do you measure
And they
rubies?
fucking nailed me down the
Why the thicker than water? The cup.
Didn't even nail me down the corner.
They don't
You know, right? This is I'm
that's
still low. These two guys. All right. Who's your favorite show?
That's the milk you have to eat on your kids.
How about sunset?
Yeah. He says,
I got
"This
60
is
bucks for a my other big order,
not real."
and that's all. I'm sorry, Brian.
Says the Gemara, Rabbi Nuna said, "No,
I gotta throw you in jail. Somebody has to come
four,
and get you. And all this
the Bible. First arrow,
I was dying.
and
Something was going on, and I'm thinking, well, let's get you drive without your license. All right. What I'm telling
there's something that's situated.
Well, you can't turn out your little family on the other side of
The
Fairfax.
only thing that I could
Those
think of
houses back there,
doesn't require
those gates, they're like, you don't bring your party back here. Alright, you want to turn a trick, suck cock in the fucking bathroom? Go for it. Abby's down the block.
Posted
You know what I mean?
comes at the end of the meal.
They go get the taste the dick out of the mouth of that Brazilian food that's going to Buffalo.
when I first lived here, I was a stripper in a trailer.
Therefore, you don't have to make a
For a while, I would stay with Doug. For a while, I would stay with her. Now you have the trailer really running.
He says,
And we lived in a park.
Packers, whole
That
food.
if you went there, they do like if I was right around. The sex. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. I fucking noise.
Therefore,
It was my godfather. This times I think about fucking paying a private investigator with my godfather. And he was relentless. He was relentless, Rowley. You know? I would travel.
Rashi describes it as very heavy on sweets, on nuts, very low on flour. That's like the maloma that says you make a breakfast hamazon.
I couldn't believe it. They fucking be talking this shit.
And he wasn't happy with it. Shmuel said that Manuel, which are Sodom, they were special because it's Salamin. They're half mentioned. Other people establish Bilas Hamazon. Because of the Pesach Hadas, one decides to no longer feel, even if he didn't make Bilas Hamazon. So, if you go he has to make a new bracha. What's Pesach Hadas? One of the animals, once he decides the meal is over, all the food from the table are actually moving. Was it's my mind that's
I was Franklin's son when I went to the church.
you in bench, you broke food after. Point, you have to make a new bracha.
I got you.
There are some things that must happen immediately the first thing.
And then always stumble.
If you lean on the animal,
That was
you must do the shmita that comes out like surely you establish your
house. I know you know
when you
business.
wash your hands. This guy, you make the bracha, and finally, a guy says,
The way I was growing
if
up in
you go
those
back,
days,
I'm a prophet, you
my
have
friends
gas,
would take heed of
you
me.
will immediately
Okay.
have a
But
bracha.
let's pretend.
Says the Mishnah. There are three
Let's
times
just
during
throw
the meal
some names
that
out here because we know.
one was
Let's pretend
before the meal started,
Ari.
during the appetizer. One during the meal, and that was
Sure, you know Ari. It's like Ari.
and the number after the meal before
Yeah,
was
but then
halal.
I robbed the kilo. Those guys work
After the meal before was halal,
Steve
the same thing
Ramsey
is
and somebody else.
some sort of appetizer. That's enough for the appetizers during the meal as well. And this means it's not a bake. Says that
that's one fucker.
And therefore, you have to make a bracha
Every
the second
other
cup as well.
Who the fuck is he? The fucking
The concept of making a bracha on the snack,
you know,
make it position.
I don't know. I saw around the world for us in Germany. It's place like
One person cannot be
fucking over. I saw around the world. Straight, he's gonna go get
The Mishnah says
Still going.
that only when they're all leaving, one prevents everybody else.
My nephew had everything
They
because I had shined it up so much that I created
feel
swirls in it.
that
Shine it so much with fucking not the right stuff. And so yeah, I had it, and it fucking looks great. Takes to the racetrack games, you know, the fucking Wesley, the bang his wife in, fucking leave condom wrappers on.
very
Right in, I had showcase with CBS, they were all in my ass, and you're like, man, go get the car. And I'm like, this is okay, and I was had a plan, this is down the street, and I was so when I got them for free.
why were they giving you free outfits? Because
They wanted promotion.
Everybody was fat.
Everybody, yeah, I did.
Shirts, sweats, shorts, I go all day. I had that shit.
Yeah.
They gave me a Big Daddy jersey. I wore once a year, once every year. They gave me Big Daddy those cowboy shirts.
the second
Big Daddy put the snow.
doesn't matter where you're leading.
Yeah, right. My favorite shit to wear. I fucking love that shit. It's great. I don't know what happened to them. So many of them.
They got you. Black comic. And how he
Right. They have other people. I wore it on TV. All over the place.
I really did.
Yeah, they were great. And, yeah, and I did that. And I got Big Daddy's, and I got this and that, so I was getting my hair fair paid. Okay, wearing Big Daddy at all these places, and they were selling out. I put them in my video when I went to Iraq. Big Daddy. All right, and it was phenomenal. Like You know what I mean? That's pretty fucking impressive. It fucking was great.
I probably had to bring down all the alerts for about 2 minutes.
She didn't want
No, that was sure.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were nobody else. I took my sweat floppy and they was over.
Yeah. Yeah, so nice.
See, in those days, a lot of people would start those companies.
He's a fat actor. And he sent me a link to
You know what, man? It's such a shame because on stage last week in Texas, if I would know, because they get us 2 weeks away. I guarantee you walk in that, you will want to know it. You don't think it's 2 weeks. Walk into a fucking, yeah, you'll be swimming in the water. Jesus Christ, I lost the way. They make the clothes bigger. So I have to go to our shoulders. All that shit ain't down. If I usually walk into Marshall, there's no clothing door. But in Texas, Marshall's is clothing door. Tell me shit.
I did. It was great. It was great. It's gonna be amazing. My glasses, San Antonio. That's like the next 3 weeks. But like I'm gonna be also coming back here. Next days I won't be around. I don't know. Maybe old school Italian. Out at Italiana on Magnolia.
First of all,
That's it. I just want to
I'm
know.
not go out into the marketplace.
You know what? I
Smell
can't
good,
drink the coffee.
especially in places.
I was fighting for a never-ending
And
war.
yours is put on his clothing, he put on his body, on his deodorant. But if I put it on his ear, because like holding or
It's
putting
not
it
new.
on
I know, baby. I thought the job was spread around me, and that was the worst
because
feeling in the
people
world to
make
know.
rumors about it.
But also, I saw like Mazzaro. Just give me time, and I can do something with this fucking college shit. They give me 2 drink tickets. I'm having a walk in one day. She says she doesn't want to
Plus,
rally.
I mean,
Who gives a
he
fuck?
and the
That's a
secondary
word.
food one broth on the main
Suck my dick.
yeah, extremely sweet fruit that are found in Israel.
Basically, man, you got 2 days for the one day because you went there, you stayed by the road, and then you get free breakfast. I fucked them up on the free breakfast. Oh my god, I make BLTs left and right because I stole a fucking pound of bacon. You think I'm lying to you? I ain't lying. Not one bit. BLTs, fruit, but fuck you on the cantaloupe. I don't like that. Alright, and staying there, and then they had afternoon thing, and then you get them in the morning, fucking eat a bunch, and then you go do it. So you only have to do one night, actually pay for it. But you go pick a town and do a spot in, you know, like Dallas or Oklahoma City. Denver, fuck around about something. And pick up. You might know. I went to Shirley buying them too. Out of there, she was
A
great.
meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without salt is not considered a meal.
Man, those sugars. Dirty motherfucker, and if it means for a second, this guy's not gonna. You won't be able to follow me. And he went up, it's all clean. And I went up and just trashed him for the first 15, 20 minutes. I was tired. Okay. Yeah, she's like, Mom, you see, man, it's too. You got blown out. You say the same man, these are our life, man. What time?
According to Chizda, it's before the said, I will about for yourself.
They sent us to
Other
Mars.
you eventually
Tried to
of
make
Israel.
regulation.
And
It's a
really,
crazy
and
thing
so
to
would say,
say.
Paris.
They laugh and think about those times.
Man, you were the king of the Graham.
Most largely say,
You know,
Paris.
be there at 5 in the morning. Park. Go into this place at 5. And I'm gonna start fucking down the facts of people. Roger Paul.
And if you left them wide open, you wouldn't get booked. So you have to put where you kind of want you hang, you come and you're like, well, I'm John. Take a beer test. Okay, you had to be something different. You know, money, and there was no fucking YouTube. Yes, hey,
It's an amazing thing to learn.
did you hear that there's a Thursday? Hey, Doug, where the fuck you at? Okay, hey, give me a feature week because I'm fucking co-head line with, oh my god, what was that guy's name? God damn it. God damn it. And he was fucking bananas. That guy was so much, or Captain Rowdy or something like that. You see these guys and you're just like, wow, this is good. Boom. So you go, if you wanted to be in the zany, alright, boom, you know, hey, can I stay at your condo for extra?
Well, the application was a feature, and you had to have all these gigs, but you had enough. You still not make anything close to what you make, but you'll accept it. You figure out a way to make it work. You know what? That bedroom back with an office, that's going to become a bedroom. I'm renting this library, put a piece of paper up, bedroom for rent, split the utilities and shit. And these guys, you learn how. Some people that cannot be part of the people that I saw that helped me were angels. God sent when I was later. I wish I knew what they could right now. I was going living in a one-bedroom basement.
Now, I'm the person that answers comment should have answered louder than the president itself.
Maybe
But it says, what she is having, well, it's in the article. Sit up here. Says yes, they put vices in it.
You have to be Cheyenne, you had to be you had to go through 3 foot of snow, and so you really take twice as much time, and if you're lucky you find a guy shoveling and you get behind him, so now you're going 25 miles an hour, and so you just double the time so you don't sleep. You just take no-nos.
What about the night you get to 250? Make it every fucking time. You gotta take it home. On the way in, you walk in this beautiful, you walk out, and there's a foot of snow in the tree coming down. You don't have to worry.
I was falling asleep. I had the window, close to the shaft. Okay, put asleep in the back of my truck. Alright, it's like 50 degrees. Alright, and I got my pistol, and I'm asleep in the back. I wake up, and there's it's just a goddamn. And I've got to be with that. Okay, and before, you know, I don't know what it's like. The roads are closed, not closed. Or, you know, I had to cut through fucking white space. Okay, god damn. Alright, drive up, like, 9,000, and there's no weather at the bottom. Up there, it's a fucking blizzard. Okay, so you have to fight going to sleep because like I had to shut my car out because I was going to get carbon monoxide poisoning.
Okay, I had a car door every time I got in the fucking cockpit.
Yeah.
I would get a headache for 20 minutes. I have to pull over, get out of the car, walk. I wish this was a joke.
No,
It would take me restaurant in Portland. I would do $25 gigs. Yeah. You're crazy. Sometimes things happen. scratch your head at the 5 fucking years. That was just talking to you. And then there used to be another company. It used to come out when I fucking call that line when I couldn't even see at 45. And I went up there and again, after the game said I didn't drink, I said, I'm not going to drink because I got to sleep. They paid me cash. So it cost me 20 to get home. Maybe 5 for a Subway, veggie and cheese with a soda. I'll get home with $110. I need every fucking 5 minutes. There's no hotel in my fucking I had a truck in that, and there was everything there. A basketball, 2 blankets, a pillow, fucking snow boots, regular shoes, hiking boots, explosives, a flare, a canteen filled with water, you fucking name it. And it was in there, and if one of them, I had everything in that Scott's fucking tight. I had to stick across the back. Go ahead, close back there, so I can hide back there and kind of sleep in the car. I figured out a way to keep the front seat and push it forward. I had it jacked up, though. Everything I did the thing. But what it was, I have a fact into the air mold. It was a genius. The female wasn't there. They came on and many places I saw. I was warm in hotels and eating free breakfast, brush my teeth.
Yes,
Wash my face, walk past the front guard, walk into the hotel. I would brush my teeth, wash it, fucking drink. You die for it as a matter of time. That's what killed me. You die at that point, really doesn't matter. That's how it
Man, Lee, I want you to come out, you fool. Okay, listen, very good. I got a fight. Okay, all right, done. I'll put him at the beautiful Caesar Palace. No, good God, no. Wait a minute. No, what are you drinking? Champagne? Champagne cocktail? Champagne cocktail?
interesting. Because
Now, another idea that in the almost half, I show you I made them a point that it's not a very right. Where it says it's sick. Hey, Diane,
Alan Park in.
show you what it says.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Alan Park in. Well,
The principle is 12, he knows how to mend the holes in ice water. Either it's the pipe, or this is a picture that which goes hand with the person, they know how to have clear head. That was a very important point. And what second to him, when right above his head, in other words, the poor person wants to converse with the second you have to sit up in your body. And that's not a problem for a person. So the person, they do sign you, they go and to their hand, and they see them. Not even sure if they start from the person. And they read the small little thing that you need to see them actually worry about seeing his hands clean. I'm afraid they start from the support person.
He's telling me how good he is, Johnny Bananas. I spoke to him, I stayed in the yard.
I know about and in the price, it says yes, and then 6 below.
You guys come up to me and you're like, look at the yellow. Ralphie, where's that goddamn bracelet? We fucking love that. And it's because of this. Your people, they do not fuck around. In Denver, I had guys go to the church and they brought me Raven. Okay. I love Buffalo. Oh my God, Buffalo. They come running. Houston's all in Nashville. Oh my God, every time I'm not saying this is my home club. Okay, every time I'm there, every time 20 or 30 guys are like, man, we love you on the church, and it's just like it's so cool, man. It's like the thing that we had is like it's like just going out. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to distract now because Coco's really getting into his fucking left side. All right. I think you might be ready to pop a bit. There's nothing wrong. Oh, no little blood.
There's nothing wrong with fucking, like stuck. That gets stuck in your underwear. out. We'll get the fuck out of here.
You just leave it out there.
Don't forget.
Yeah, don't be greedy. You might get lucky.
Wait, don't forget. That's what it is. You have like 19 minutes. There's a file I'll go for my way.
Nothing they want. Just tip. Steakhouse is fucking amazing. That 6 foot bars, okay? I like the light hairs better on that one, but I gotta be honest with you. You got sushi right there. You got, I guess what the best food today? Because, you know, I mean, they're fucking bomb over there. They're doing it, Jack. That's Italian express, right?
I'm happy with the 3 eggs. The fucking bacon church is brought to you by one of my favorite products. We've made some kind of business with these guys about 3 years ago. When we first started, and my bullshit link. They sent us a bunch of stuff. I still use their products, okay? This is how much I don't know like that. No greater choice. I have this stuff. What I use to do is executive razor with the shape and put my side. Guys, that's not shape for going on. I make my sideburns. I shave it off. You actually see that. The Dr. Carl is one of the best products of his shave. It's transparent and it's helped to prevent ingrown hairs. And it fights razor bumps. You can make the smarter choice by joining Dollar Shave Club and Velvet Dye for members. Get their first month of executive razor with a 2 flavors of Dr. Carl's shave butter for only the middle of the room. For $5 with free shipping, you're not going to beat that nowhere. After that, razors are just a few bucks a month. That's a $15 value for $5. In your first month's box, you're going to get an awesome weight handle, which I'm telling you, I still got mine after 3 years. You're going to get a full cassette of 4 cartridges, which will last you. These things are fucking tremendous. They're sharp, they get right to the point, and you get a tube of the shave butter. After your first month, replacement cartridges ship automatically at their regular price. There's no fees and no commitments. Cancel at any time. You can only get this offer at Dollar Shave Club, Dollar Shave
Even though
Club
you cannot be
/ church.
there's a tremendous
Make
thing. You have
the
to
smart choice. Try it out. DollarShaveClub.com/church. Number 2. From your desk with stamps.com. Buy and print official any computer and printer. And unlike the most stamps.com, listen. Don't wait for the stamps.com house. Click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Joe as you start. This is Robbie. You're one man army. You don't have time to go to the post office. It takes so much time on the end. If you have no business, this is the smart way to do it right now. Stamps.com, right now at the Joey. Stamps.com, right now at the Joey. Never go to the post office again. Your time is more valuable than that. I'll see you motherfuckers Thursday night. The Brand Rob. We'll see you motherfuckers Friday after the show and Saturday after the show. Be there. We'll be square. Thursday night if you come, tell your boss you're not going to work Friday. Tell him Cosby is making the last fucking comeback. He's gonna fly to the court cases. Put Gorilla Biscuits in your Stamps.com. Again, don't forget Stamps.com. And the church. And I always want to thank $100.com. They're on my time sponsor with us. Listen.
Saturday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Anywhere you want milk, according to the diagram, you could with Hakila is Rachim. However, if you forget to say, you say Rachim, you can say later on in the according to the comment, once you get to say, you say no Rachim, you must complete the entire Rikas HaMazal. Says the Gemara according to one man, Omar, the Chavta, the Savat, that teaches us that you have to be salmon, and that's the right thing. Haaretz is the bracha of us. Hatoiva is a point in Yerushalayim. Asher Natan Law is a source for Hatoiva HaMeitim. The Gemara says, how do I know they have to make a bracha before you eat? When you're satiated, it's certainly when it says you don't need a cup of wine, you actually learn that from the Pasuk. Because the concept of Simon, I don't need to use the word of how that I can learn from the Hashem. Therefore, it's actually but how did the Sabbath teach us the first bracha has on? That makes it is only with the Rabbanim. How do I know? That's a lot means when I gives you the food before you eat it, you should already but just very rapid is happening. That's a Baruch broken. You want better go quickly. He's at the outskirts of the city. He's about to bring Shlomim on a bama, and before he brings it, it says a bracha, it's a vachta, then he gets it before you eat. But why did they talk so much? He asked him a simple question where Shmuel was, and he wants to three answers. Either because women like to talk a lot, or because Shaul says he was taller than everybody. The women, the girls wanted beauty, so he spoke to them for long. And the third Shammar says that one kingdom cannot go to another kingdom even for a millisecond. And Shmuel was the ruler of Shaul, and he had to give over the ruling to Shaul, but the time didn't come yet. So therefore they had to speak to him for that time to arrive. Or it says, if you make a bracha on the world, so certainly you should make a bracha on Torah, which gives you sustenance in Olam Haba. Shmuel says it's actually possible. It says, and in Torah it also says the concept of Nasan, the Sino, the Etna, the Father, Lucas, heaven. So therefore I learned the concept of bracha, to make a bracha when you learn Torah. Rabbbi says, I learned from there that just like I make a bracha on the good, whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu throws my way, I should have toiva, broken down to two words, toiva and have toiva. So the word toiva means toiva. Building of Shamayim. Only three times. The bracha al starts with that, and in addition to that, you must say, but if a person doesn't even say one example, but when you say Rachim al Yisrael, how do you finish off the bracha? You finish it off. What if a person went off like he started? Would start one out of the two. He wouldn't say Yisrael Adonai Yerushalayim. He said either Yisrael or Yerushalayim. However, with the Casino, when he says Yerushalayim, he says Yerushalayim If you start rapping, just talking about life strong. Home that is the fourth brother mentioning I think I make this the right side. Malchus kingdom. You don't have to say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech. You don't have to. There'll be a home that is the Rabbanon that insert the word Melech. For zero. Since you're already inserting the word Melech, you might as well say it twice. Once, Yerushalayim, that's not going to get this. What Yerushalayim we talk about some Malchus of God. There's no mention at all of the Malchus of God. That's not appropriate. So say it twice for the fourth brother to make up for the third brother. Says Rabbbi, if you're already making up and sticking in Malchus, you might as well say it 3 times with every turn. That's what we do. And one, an additional one, for the brother of Aaron. Well, one of the 3 ones, what do we say? We say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech. I love that one. We also say Ovinu Malkeinu, and we say Melech HaKoyim. So that's if a person forgets sacred sayings, actually, he can say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech HaKoyim. Nothing Shabbosis L'Menucha Ba'Amei Yisrael Go'ois U'B'Bris Ba'Hava Baruch Atah Hashem. Because the Shabbat is breaking down. If you don't remember all that, all you have to say is Baruch Atah Hashem. Nothing Shabbosis Baruch Atah Hashem. You're getting up there. Say again. Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech HaKoyim. Nothing Yom Tov Nam Yisrael. Simple as declaring Baruch Atah Hashem. Hadid Yisrael Na'Zmani. You're supposed to say Baruch Atah Hashem. Nothing Rothschild Kodoshim Ma'amor Yisrael Nifar. Tomorrow is the Sukkot what you finish off the simple. Whether or not there's a Hashim at all, you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem. And you walk with the other prophets. And you author this as well. Forgot to say, that's only if you didn't go into the fourth rabbi and say that. Once you start, I think I mean you got to do it. Then you have to this is some other. But if you forget all the other because you're going to answer our day, you are the quick video. Those days, then y'all be all like this. That you wrote down, and Rosh Hashanah said, I'm a quick video. She does. Therefore, if you forget that, Rosh Hashanah, you don't have to. Let's discuss this. What about child shivers? Is that a key? That's the Mishnah. The words in the Mishnah that the complete and evil or mayor calls it the pizza, or you do the whole desires. Over there, mayor says the pizza is the desire. Why is it different? So one shot is that you have to put the frequency right, or mayor says that you use it. Or the shot is that the Machalik is in the possible. The mayor learns the words. If a Chalak is talking about, so how is talking about drinking, do it, the desire. Or he says, no, a Chalak, you have to get satiated, that's the pizza. But when but like it says, we prepare the going to bad because and Kum is always associated with information. This is always says the Mishnah. You have 3 people that you say the Baruch Shabbat. You have 4 people you could say Baruch 3. You shall bet. You have 10 you say the Baruch Elokeinu Shabbat. Baruch Elokeinu Shabbat. Now you always say Baruch saying the Baruch Hashem Elokeinu. If it's 1,000 people, you say the Baruch Hashem Elokeinu. Elokeinu Tzvakos. Guys, you got to go on those. I mean, what? As we discussed yesterday, there are 3 people that are examined. It's split up. But if you have 6 people, you can break it into groups of 3. The question is, what we can say, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. You have to say the Baruch Hashem. From here, that Baruch Hashem is better than Baruch Hashem. That's just because supposed you can see whether or not he's coming from his goodness, but not me to go with the man, because that means you lessen what I'm going to go for the video. Only partial goodness of it. What about the fact that we say we're from the answer is when it comes to the people who ask Baruch for something, don't ask a lot. Ask for the minimum. What about the fact that we say open up your mouth, not to me for anything. The Lord says, your life. So the Lord says in the Baruch Shachanu, me Shachanu, referring to the host that fed him. When we sit on Pesach, in the Haggadah, Misha also on the Lord is saying, the Lord is calling his Haggadah, it's obvious I was going through the question. So the Lord says, Baruch Shachanu Shaloi. And the Lord says, Allah wasn't Shachanu Shaloi, almost making a bracha on the food rather than the Baruch. But when that people, you're allowed to say Allah wasn't, because everybody understands he's talking about the Baruch, you just mentioned his name. That's how we describe the basic. He says, we're all the same. Everybody says, the Baruch, Elokeinu Shachanu Shaloi. So when we give the word Makilot, we learn that even the babies in the mother's stomach said Shira, like Kriyas Yamsel. Right. Eventually, we split up and make small groups of 3 groups. We make some groups, different groups. Why not listen to the results? As he bench on his own, the 2 that didn't bench, they can force the 3rd one up. This small that you don't say I'm a Bairo, you say I'm a Bairo, and everybody, why are you getting so? Says the Mishnah, there are 2 groups in a house, and some of the group, you don't make word real government. What does this? What's the finish our Mishnah? Because we already discussed this. Number of fruits of one shot is that even if they just sat down to eat, they never ate anything. Even if were eating, but they were eating from their own bread. Nevertheless, you can't get off and leave. The shot is, you had 9 people, 3 groups of 3, and one person from each group went to the center and they made a new group. That new group cannot separate. Rabbbi says that's only if the original group is receiving for them, but once the original group is receiving, their heel of Zebra disappears, dissipates. No longer examine and brings a raya from the rest of that becomes stars. And even though you found the card that was stolen, you reattached it, the tumor never comes back. And so too over here, once the original group says Zebra free, that heel makes passing wine that wasn't included. What brought me to the wine? Like, you realize you make and you can wash your hands with it. But I'm saying, it's something that I'm you know, better wine for mitzvah, take the best. This is before Allah said by bread. You should not grow bread. You shouldn't make the bread disgusting to the point where you can't eat it, such as putting raw meat on it or dish spills on your bread. You won't eat it. But it's different. Hell, but this halacha of not growing not food, that if it falls on the floor, you won't eat it. Or other stuff, at my wedding, you gotta pour wine into the pipes as long as it doesn't get stuck. So the items are not destroyed and they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food and you just swallow your food. If you're eating food that is disgusting to bring out of your mouth, it's out of your mouth when you make it wrong. If it's not anything disgusting, take it out of your mouth. If somebody forgot to say a bracha in the middle of eating, you should stop and make a bracha. So, even if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal. And it brings a person cannot make a bracha before he says there's no right from there because a person who's there cannot make a long time, he can make a bracha afterwards, but a person who was eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost opportunity. The Gemara discusses this very interesting. And it's extremely one is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. The one that's you should eat immediately afterwards, whatever that beer is made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for your body, but if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body. The king, you should spit in front. You aren't talking about Alicia was talking to Surreal and Mala and said you should be careful for 3 things. Don't allow someone else in the morning anybody that didn't wash their own hands, wash your hands in the morning, and when you finish games of one of these three things that they'll have you, or there's a game of Allah. Either way, it's very dangerous. I'm sure Levi was told by the Malachim it's the same exact thing. Asparagus was switched. Malachim didn't tell him about asparagus, but he told him that be very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from a funeral, because I myself was Malachim sit between them, dancing with my sword, waiting for somebody to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 4 hours, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, do whatever you have to do to get out of there, hide behind the wall. If you can't, should we say the possible Hashem al Santa, you got to go. There are 10 halachas that are said by a official brother. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine, and only later on diluted. You should have a full cup. So if you do, you'll have nachla b'lin tzar, and other pshalis, you'll have oil hazeh. Either with talmidim or with other cups. In addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for Birkas Hamazon and Kiddush. Brings the halacha, that's what you should do. Some sort of hat, or some are even wearing a down the ribbon was also happening on the fifth one that you get in your right hand. And I told Lula, give some to my wife. Lula said, I don't have to, because you drink from the special cup, that's enough for your wife. Yalta, Rahman's wife, you're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Always sit down, even if you finish. Derek, and now we're going to begin. Derek, maybe you wipe your hands on a towel, you put towel on your cushion, not on the table like the child. First, you wash your hands right in, and then you sweep up the floor from the table from. If you only have some other, what is the water? According to a Hillel, you take there the candle, then the summon, then they still say on a weekday, if they gave him a cup of wine, according to base, make a bracha on, they make the bracha on the wine. And the Mishnah, the reason is because the wine is what causes that wine. Very possible that this is before. Bracha is not from If a person only has one cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimun, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the one cup of wine for both Birkas Hamazon and Havdalah. But what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does. How do we know? Oh, this is a big machlokes between Meir. What is the machlokes between Hillel and Shammai? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that some closet and some other. Some other is first. Machlokes is always Ner before the Samim or the Samim before Ner. Make Kiddush first and then Bar Priyaga. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to right specifically that according to Shabbos, you don't need a couple of wine because the price says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine before he bends and without touching it, without taking the rest of the cup, and he tasted it and then he ordered. Usually you go down one madrega, one class of tuma every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashking, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a rish. Therefore, we have a machlokes in Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the Tilas Yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your perhaps they will touch the cup. Why? That the time of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's tummy same shot. But we still say you're allowed to use a cup to the outside of his tummy. My concern is that that's why we want to feel tonight. So we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch a tummy cup because the cup needs the water in between the motion. Hands without water cannot make a cup tummy either. Well, what do you do with the towel? Table, or they put it next to you on the couch? What's the difference? According to Beis Hillel, the table is a shana. The table, I'm concerned that the moisture in the towel will make other food, the commission will make other foods on the table tummy. I'm not concerned that my hands will become tummy because that is not something that we find in the Torah that just the hands become tummy with the rest of the body doesn't become tummy. Where food becomes a shame, that's in the Torah. Mishai say differently. The hands will become tummy. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a shame according to Mishana. You're not allowed to use the table as a shame according to Mishana. And therefore, put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlokes we find in the Mishnah is you have to sweep the floor before you wash mamachrein, or you have to clear the table of crumbs. According to Shammai, machlokes halachas doesn't pick up the large pieces of bread. According to Shammai, you are allowed to because he will. You're allowed to use shamish. That's an artist, and therefore I'm concerned that you might leave large pieces and the water from mamachrein drip on it and ruin those pieces. So say, I'm not concerned because you're only allowed to use it, and he'll remove those pieces. The halacha in this case is like Bisham, unless you switch the dice and you say that what Bisham said is what said, and therefore the entire mission and the entire all the halachas will be like Beis Hillel. There's a machlokes between Bisham and Beis Hillel. Do we use, according to Rabbah, do we use the word oired? You don't say oired, you say oired because it has red, yellow. The halacha is that a candle of a girl I use the light from it for Havdalah because he did it. Listen with the Shabbos Rosh says amazing that he did it from Allah on Shabbos. Use it from Allah. The sum of the guy you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party. Because most of the parties are for having Zara. Have a wonderful day. Is that from Gimel. Today we're going to be discussing mainly the Havdalah candle and the summit. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but the heter, for a woman who's giving birth or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a guy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a guy, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame and place it in another domain. You are chayiv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. not use the original guy's candle. The concept that the flame for light furnace, well, depends. Beginning of the process of heating up stones for line, then you don't make a bracha. It's smoother. What about the line in a shul? It's all arguing. They say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept of Rav smell. One person makes everybody better than one person. Should be money. Everybody. The candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day, it is honoring a bracha, fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Abdullah. And you have a minority that are goyim. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Avodah Zarah, and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is not there. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Avodah. First, you must see the flame, and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a bed, behind a corner from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dimming out. With the aleph. But Rabbbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light. Different points. Rabbbi says that don't have search for a candle on the Shabbos. Let you search for Esther and other mitzvahs. If it comes to you, great. If not, not. We learned in the mission that the person forgot to say Birkas HaMazon, and he walked away from the place that he ate. According to Bisili, he doesn't have to go back. According to Bishami, he doesn't have to go back. And benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. An amazing story about Rabbi Baruch. He was on a trip and he stopped to eat and he ate, but he forgot to bench and he got back on and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that the reason why he used it because ate a small meal, then from that meal, if you're still thirsty, then you can bench. Amen. The machlokes, what is better? Is it preferable to lead zimun, or is it preferable to answer the zimun? One of them says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Brad says you get zachar before the person that says. Okay. And the other Manoma says no. So the Omein is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, do not say Omein to that bracha. But a child who's leaning or reading that third, you could say Amen to his brother. The Gemara tells us very interesting name. Rabbzi. He said referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us we should bench. Bracha is tafel that many different types of brothers. You can say different situations. The first one is if a person sees a kind of miracle and mace happening in sports, he says, Baruch also seen how we say about what I was at this point paragraph we say Baruch, it means Baruch Hashem and this we learn from Yisrael. If a person in a place where they uproot a higher area of Israel, and this is a special impulse for that. If a person sees mountains, river, seas, he says, Baruch, like a person sees rain, or he hears great news, he says, Baruch, if he hears bad news, he says, Baruch, dynamics, or something that already occurred. That's called the Tefillah Shav. So if your wife is pregnant, you doubt that she should have a boy, that's the Tefillah Shav. If you hear her screaming, say, I hope he runs out. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, and he sees that he's safe, he says the second bracha, and the same thing as he leaves, he says the second bracha when he realizes that he's safe. The bracha on the bed, just like good. Which takes away your neshama, takes away your money, or of Russian. He pays from Ada Olam, Baruch, for instance, Ada Hashem Choyanata. Okay, we believe that there's only one world, there's no world like God, so therefore they instituted, like you say, in Olam, from this world, Ada Olam for the next world. To make peace with your this happened to an individual or maybe a few cases where somebody saved from a lion, or was in a murder, they'll say from a wild camel, and also that a nace who's very thirsty in a river who only means disputes. Every time he passes that place, story that there's a nace that Klaichor walked in the desert and the Marine wanted to kill them and they hid in case they dug holes in the walls of the mountains and hid there. And the Arai flattened out all the mountains and destroyed the Marine. There were two people, Ace Vai. To right then. And Klaichor passed, said Shira. Elgavage means Algav Ish on top of the back of the man refers to Ish. His merit borrowed, the Makkah started stopped the middle year. Because it says in the Pasuk, they came out and he couldn't get the mountain off. At this point, light. When you say it's borrowed, the Surfer says he can be mad, angry. Remember, so they can be saved because of our rumble. Says four people you need 10 people and 2 at a time. Rabbi Mudo says the Gemara was sick and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 others visited him and they told him, people bad mazel, a sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some say even somebody that's mourning, And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of Shaitan, they are in danger. That's a custom and a kala, and some say even a kala. And finally, there are 3 people that are zoyed to longevity, because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening, tomorrow, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of poor people as company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons, and a wonderful day. Romans if you put yourself, that's good. A lengthy stay is good, but squatting is not good. The Gemara tells us that it was a matronisa, an old woman who put her food very low. stacking. Like refuses to reach the players don't do it to get to the players. A person who refuses to leave a sallow place, because there is he's good for you, he's certainly good for me. I should have said that's not enough. So ask Weisstroll. So he asked Weisstroll. Weisstroll said the same thing. If he's good, by the way, if the child's only 13 years old, that he's good for you, my sure opinion. If I was wrong, it's certainly good. For us, Moshe Rabbeinu, some say, some said, Moshe Rabbeinu used those words. He called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First, you have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. And Moshe told him, are you sure you're not sell hell? You sure you weren't in the yourself? It's all that tremendous cosmos. He knew how to take the left that was roughly used in the world. See with Lysias. Gemara says, only gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams. Very lengthy sugya. It says numerous quotes regarding dreams. First, it's sad that not everything in the dream comes true because he wasn't alive anymore. And you never made someone said the negative they should make this following better. They should tell it. And they tell the heavy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And should seal it seven zeros that is $4. Be friends. I mean my super Ravashi stay together. He said, why don't we each say the stairs have never heard. So the first one got up and he talked about it should say the Yerut when his book is behind him, and that's what today is nothing. The Yerut saying it says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours. After showing showing you Rothschild should pass off the rate of the ayin hara, have the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, try to steer at your left nostril. After that, should so that people should not burn. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say, if I let him show me that they were what, if I let him not everybody, consider a dream. Rabbbi had the contradiction. Consider a dream comes from a malach, then he knows it's true, but it comes from a shade. Whatever you think, and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, we're not going to go into all of that. We're going to accuse you. In fact, Rabbi Walker initially saw two blind people fighting and trying to break the fight and get hit twice. We're about to hit him again. Then he's going to walls falling down means that you're going to have properties. The house is falling. Your daughter says, I saw in a dream that my head's in there. No, that's a very difficult thing. You said it's Robert Curse. The two cedars, they bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars kick them, and said, my two jaws fell, says Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off. My hands fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to. I dreamt that I'm going to die in honor, and I'm not going to make it to Nisan. He says, no, that means you're going to die in honor, and you're not going to have. Martin tells us about probably the worst character. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas. That means there's relations with Naira and Russell. Not steal from the bed. In that moment that you're wearing, you stole off the bed. And Robert says, like, a person dreams of a river, a bird, or not peace, something that could be detrimental to the dream. Or about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, a line, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, understand. A person dreams about gourds, hearts of palm, and lamps. It's very good for a dream. Gourds are a journey ahead of you. And if you ride, it means you're going to climb greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. Dream of the cat, if they call the cat Shuna, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shinra with a yud, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, it's a good sign. Black grapes depends. It's the right time. It's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse depends if it's moving nicely. You strong, schmo, then you should know that your kilo will be in the scabble. If you see a camel in you, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi Zatin Zion, we're continuing with dreams since we have over 100. the name written down. With one nun, if a person sees the Roy to have the Shmi on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If his mother is Nairu Marasa, his Torah Ashes Ish will be a Ben Olam Haba. In dreams of the Shibas, he dreams of wheat. The person dreams won't miscarry. A branch is Mashiach. A fig means that this Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big. His business will expand or multiply or grow. If it's split, then he's Tam Chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amar, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees a person sees he won't have any Averis. Two goats will have 2 good years or more. If he sees Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If he sees an Esri, now we're going to the sees a Lulav, that means he sees one heart that goes wrong. So if a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma, and if he has reduced, that's a sign of a Rosh Hashiva, like Rabbbi said, a sign of having a Ben. Means he'll have a beautiful garden and sit in his life. If a person sees eggs, quest is suspended, but if it breaks open, it will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he's swimming, that's a good sign, and if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he is in a very large boat, his family will have a great name. His bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. If he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi Nabai say, no, once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be raped. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently Xar did. If a person is Nekos Laretz, that means he's stripped from all Averas. That means he stripped himself of all of them. It's perhaps grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they him up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh. If a person sees himself, even though snake, that means that's because Rav Sheshes dreamt it and give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if he's a Talmud Chacham, it's a great sign. If he's not a Talmud Chacham, it depends. So there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if this person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he'll rise to greatness. He sees honors. The person sees Tehillim, Shirim, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Hasidus. The person sees Mishlik Velsh and Rebbe and Ben Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. The person sees Iyov, Kinois, Acho, Shmuel Ben Elisha, he sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayima. That is a sign that he'll have a nix. If you see Rebbe Loz Ben Azaria, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hole, a mat. dates that are not ripe. Vegetables, if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are three things that go into the balanced oil mabot, and that's the sun and the bathroom. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, voice. Rashi brings of a woman, and good sightings like house, a beautiful wife, and full vessels. There are five things that are one of 60. Fire is 1/60th of Gehenna, honey is 60th of death, and a dream is 1/60th of a nevuah. There are six things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. Six things will heal a sick person, and that is cabbage, the womb, intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fish, beets, and dry things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if he eats the meat of an ox and a bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave, or if you eat cress, milk, or bathe, eating cucumbers. Cucumbers difficult on the body, swords. That's a large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says that Rebbe Antoninus always had small cucumbers on the table. They were very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. The kind of peace. The dead person is eating or drinks. The dead person removes the house. That's a bad sign. And he removes his good besides shoes. And he gives you in the dream that's good besides you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, Gemara mentions Mark Kulis, he should say, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, passes by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in Eretz Yisrael, he should say, Baruch atah Hashem she'ofer Avodah Zarah ma'aretzeinu. His shame, just like this Avodah Zarah was uprooted, Shoker Mikol Mekomis Yisrael, from all over Eretz Yisrael, but Hashem and you should return the hearts of these people. The Tanakh says you don't say that because they are mostly guys. All the guys are going to become gay and lots of love. You should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day. Rabbbi is not from fence when he comes to first bubble. The person's name was Rothschild. When he cursed the Shemroin, he blessed it. Just like every human face looks differently, so to every human mind thinks differently. When Ben Zoma saw 6,000 going on down the regal, he added a different another bracha. Borrow, when you want to eat a loaf of bread, you got to perform 11 different functions. You have a field, you have a seed, etc. When you want to wear clothing, you have all these people that create their team a good guest and a bad guest. Good guest mentions the type of food you use, and I know you did this for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food. He just says thanks for the peace, for the drink. Hey, do it for me, do it for yourself. Know what I'm about? His father. Let's don't make the bracha of Chacham or Roth. When you see a gadol Chacham in Yisrael, you make special bracha. Rebbe says a person should always try to fly. He went to see the king, and he came to make fun of him. He said, "Wind, earthquakes. When he comes, we silence." Then the king came. Why making rubbish man and see? Says the Gemara either. Another great story. Rav Shalom gave Malchus to make shoes in their own hands. Says Rav Shalom because he was boiled a donkey. Says the king, so you should kill them. Says no. Once we got there to Israel, we're going to tell us we don't kill people anymore. And he said, "Do you have a witness?" He says, "Yeah." So the Navi came and testified that this guy indeed was boiled a donkey. Says Gemara, the wild also She'll start saying, "Hashem, I do about Torah." She knows that take this back, take the sick, and do it for yourself. Whoever needs, build the shit out. It says the Lord, we're leaving the palace, and this snitch Jew tells Rashalah, "What if you sends witnesses for lies?" Says Rashalah, there wasn't a lie, and Rashalah noticed that the guy was turning around. The snitch on him once again. He said, "I don't hope I'm where." He took the stick and he killed him. Ashkin Lamarga, he was a writer. Mor says, since he was saved by this of the Hashem Akulas, he died. The Hashem Akulas means my separation. Just from Akiva said, he says in Samigdash, the Sisra is talking about in the future. The whole right that even the head of the irrigation and the board decides that should be his job. If you find Israel that are settled, you say the bracha or mana. If they are in a rubble, you say or 9 items. If they're Goyish house, you say base game isaf. In other words, it should be uprooted, and if they're in a rubble, you say hail the promise Hashem. Says Gemara, a story. Rav Chizda were walking by the rubble of the house of Rav Chizda Hamilai, and Rav Chizda let out a sigh. Says, how can you sigh? It's going to ruin your body. So Rav Chizda, how can I not sigh? In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, getting out food to all the poor people who were doors. The people coming from all over. Fana had his hand in his pocket. So there's a few seconds that takes to stick your hand in the pocket. Put wheat and barley on the hand so nobody should be embarrassed. They can take it at night. How should I not sigh? So we'll try to console him, and he said, since the house of Tzadikim was destroyed, or Raven says the house of Tzadikim is going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better, you just know it was farmer. A caper, or just a grave of somebody who brought him. Or a Hashem, she yotza esmidim, zon esmidim, kinkel esmidim, osta esmidim, osta akim kemedim. Nachman used to say, "Yudei Amin and end off. Yudei Amin for Kulchem. What's it like? Yoisem and Kayim Esmin. Baruch Atah Hashem." Kayim is when you say Moshe great, say Moshe. If Shmuel says, see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Shalom. If it's more than 12 months, you say the Kayim Esmin. And Rabbbi would say it takes 12 months to forget about the dead. If Shmuel brings down nowadays, we don't wrong. Story. First of all, said, let me do one more than you. I'll say a third bro. Let me say you are equal to 600,000. Look at it, 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. They looked at him and he died. no problem. More like that, but it can happen later on in his life. You say, Dayina Emes. You see a Kushi or a white person, say, or Shana Es Habriot. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or he's blind, or he has ears that's matted, and you say, or Shana Es Habriot. That the world will be destroyed. In fact, if you see that it goes by still, that's just its blow. That's one shot. Another shot is there's a curtain that's torn and you see through it. Or the shot is when Shabbat comes this way and another star comes towards it, that other star backs up. Dr. S, we are gearing up for brand new Masechta Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have or watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or if they downloaded our app or they receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us two constellations, Ash and Kimo, and when Baruch wanted to make a map. And in order to stop the Mabul, he replaced the two stars. They took out a chemo with two stars. The question is, why did he just replace it with two stars? This is more the concept you cannot fill up a pit. Take dirt out of a pit, refill it, it's not going to refill because it's walking by. Verses with the dead through bones. I know. Earthquakes is the Bible thinks about lights from colors, shed tears, create the earthquake. It says Rabbbi lying, then there should be two earthquakes. It says in the Gemara, the reason why Rabbbi said he's lying is he didn't want people to follow this oath. But in fact, Rabbbi knew he was right, and there are two earthquakes. Thunder, it says in the Gemara, it's the Sholah, either through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds form, or Rabbah says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, then the rain says, you like this shot best. Other shots, the Gemara is when the wind goes the barrel creates that. The Mishnah says if you see that hurricanes do not start at night, give people a chance to escape. They can start in the day and go into the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say Kodesh, you could cross him on the Kolam. Rabbah says there are certain lightnings that are terrible and won't stop. That is, if it's a single, if it comes around to the north, or two clouds that seem like they're going to hit each other, that's the time we have to die. Rabbi Shmuel Lady says the reason why both created thunder is to scare people in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it because it looks as if you're bowing to the rainbow. Baruch Ha'Seitra Riz, before for me, of course with us, like, he's not going to give us another mabel. The Nemo for Frisoy, the Kain, the Namaro. Abaye says that when there are when you see lightning and thunder, you can make four. But when you see mountains, you can only say this is a fire that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes a northern wind. when you see the sun created at Shisha Semi Gracious, in other words, the sun was created according to Spadomer on Wednesday. Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. Or divide that by 4 for the 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days and 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But to happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. 50 years at the same time as Saturn, which was also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night, Wednesday evening. It has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. And that's when we said it the following morning so that everybody gets together and says it. But that's because Hashem that's when Hashem created the sun. Same, the Gemara says you say, bro, but if you don't, the stars, the moon, the zodiac, make the bracha, place of considerations. On the great ocean, special bracha, when you see it at least after 30 days. You have to wait at least 30 days. You say, you also make a bracha on the 4 rivers mentioned in Torah intervention. Once humans, they no longer see a bracha on the river. You see grass, ivy, Euphrates by the bridge. So you can say the bracha from the bridge at a certain time. They diverted the Euphrates from no longer say a bracha. The Dekel is an intriguing of other metallic. They're lighter waters, easier to drink and cleaner. Grass is part of bracha. And it says Rabbah that people are sharp because they drink the water less. The reason why their faces are red is because they were shamish by yoy, and their eyes wander because they live in the darkness. If there's a lot of rain, you say, and the rule is, any time that the rain or anything is good for multiple people, there's a partnership, even other farmers that own fields say, do not own a field, very long bracha, says Rabbbi, thank you for every drop of drought, and they say, all the way until Tishtachab, and they say, when you say Shechiyanu only when something happens to you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say because your wife is also happy. When there's an inheritance and you have hers, so you say first diamonds, but afterwards you say the inheritance. And finally, when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say there are other people joining the meal. Have a wonderful day. That's all. We make Shechiyanu. The question is, what if you really have that exact event for the second time? According to the first lesson, don't make a bracha at all. If you had it because you inherited it by buying it, so according to Rav Huna, you don't make a bracha, and according to Rav Huna, you do make a bracha. See, you have this garment already from inheritance, and this is the first time you were buying it. Even Rav Huna agrees to make a bracha. The argument between Rav Huna is whether make a bracha. This is the second time around that you're buying. So it's bad. maybe the BP from a 40 daven that it should be a zahar. From 40 days the baby should be squashed by another 3 months to 6 months. That there should be a miscarriage. 6 months. So the pregnancy, that should be a good birth. Man and the woman both fertilize simultaneously. No, I'm not on the positive. Actually, other than family comment, the person should constantly be in fear. So you should even understand the positive. Positive is talking about Torah. Always be fearful that you're going to forget your Torah, and therefore you should review Chazar your Torah over and over. This city in peace. Once he gets into the city, he says, I shall leave in peace. And once he's out, he says, just like he took me out in peace, like he said, fine. Someone to testify for you, heat up the water. So you have to say a special davening that you open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse in one piece, he should say, how do you save me from fire? The Gemara says the story